get started with round one. Again, I want to thank everyone for coming out. We have a total of 40 plus players, but I remember.
Hear everything.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so some of us have audio. How's this audio sound now, everybody?
Test, test, test.
You can hear me okay on the Twitch stream?
There we go. We got it.
There we go.
right.
Hey, everybody.
I was like,
Okay.
Let's
Alright,
do this
cool.
again.
all right, take two. Tech folks know if you were here yesterday, we have literally all of the tech issues all day long. But hello and welcome to the State 48 Rain in the Desert 2K event. Yesterday we had the State 48 Rain in the Desert 5K event here in Phoenix, Arizona. And we're having a wonderful time here casting. I am Brittany of the Lorcana Muses, and we're here at Top Cut Games as the sponsor of our event. And we're having a great time. Yesterday was a wonderful day of watching all these amazing decks and gameplay. We have players from Southern California and Vegas and New Mexico here playing, as well as all of our local Arizona players. Yesterday we had 76 players. Today we have a lot less. I think a lot of people were tired from yesterday's
still a
event,
huge
but
showing.
still
Yeah,
a huge showing,
huge showing.
especially for a Sunday and for a
Yep.
smaller 2K event. And then we have Noah here.
Yeah, no, I'm super grateful to be here. I'm Noah Varnett of Purple Shadow Gaming, and just love being a part of helping in the Phoenix, Arizona Lorcana community. Like Brittany already said, we had people not only come from Arizona, but California, Nevada, Las Vegas, like competitive teams. We had a Mickey winner, like
Yeah.
all sorts of really high-level players coming together here in Phoenix, Arizona, because we're trying to build up. Phoenix, Arizona has another competitive spot out west for Lorcana play, and we're doing just that. And we're super grateful for Top Cut Games really helping to drive this forward. Obviously the Muses, myself and the Purple Shadow Gaming team really just driving this. And so we're super excited. And I was grateful because I was supposed to cast yesterday, but Brittany so kindly, very kindly, let me play. And I was like, hey, I'm just gonna play, and then after I play a few rounds, I'll drop. But I went 4-0, and then ended up making top 16 with Emerald Steel.
We're glad that you were playing because it was
Yeah, it was great. It was super fun. I was playing Emerald Steel. I thought it was the best deck for the format because I felt like it has the best matchup mix against all other decks.
I don't disagree with that.
And I saw that yesterday. I played against Ruby Sapphire. I played against Amethyst Steel. I played against Amethyst Sapphire. Sapphire Amethyst. Yeah, Sapphire
yeah.
Amethyst. Blurple, as some of the people call it. Which was interesting. It was an incredible mix. The deck played really well. I ended up losing out to my round 6 opponent, who I also lost to in round 6. I played him in top 8 again. Christian, he's amazing. He was playing the Amethyst Steel Brooms deck.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get one of those on stream today because I love watching that deck, how it plays out. It's one of my favorite decks to watch, like, gameplay of, so I was like, oh, I, like, gave the judges a few tips for, like, who they're going to pick for us today, at least to start out, and then we'll do top tables, but the first few rounds, I'm always like, pick something fun. Like, I want to see some different decks. Like, we saw a lot of Ruby Sapphire decks on
too
stream
much Ruby
yesterday.
Sapphire. Too much Ruby Sapphire. It's a good deck, though.
It is. It's a great deck,
Yeah.
and but it was. I was like, oh, we're another Ruby Sapphire on stream, which we were like, oh, we know what gameplay they're going to be doing. We had like the action variants and the item variants, but it was still all Ruby Sapphire.
It's still ink, ramp,
Yeah.
win.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah, it's a ramp. It's a ramp
to be
win.
fair, Ruby Sapphire was the 2 finalists yesterday.
It was, and it was their matchup was. They only had like a 3-card difference between their deck list.
Yep.
And one of them, like, I feel like in that matchup, it's like whoever gets workshop out first wins for that matchup, and that's exactly what happened. And
very much so, yeah. If you get workshop online and you're able to, because I actually played Ruby Sapphire up until I played Emerald Steel, and the items variant is extremely good. And I think if you play it disciplined, like these players did, where you really prioritize workshop, you hold back your popsicles, and you can just drive forward, it can be an incredible deck. But you're absolutely right. Workshop is essential to be able to make it happen.
yeah, no, and I was like, I don't think that deck works with or without the workshop for where everything is at right now. Like, you just need they need all of the card draw to have the removal answers for all the other decks.
Yeah, and those two players are really incredible players. Ironically, neither of them from Arizona.
No, neither of
So
them
we
from
had
Arizona,
we had
but
Nevada and California come into the desert,
and
and I think
they reigned
Nevada
supreme.
Nevada ended up winning, lost to the Las Vegas
Yes,
gentlemen.
Mark ended up winning yesterday with his Ruby Sapphire item build, and he was playing against Spins, who was from SoCal.
From SoCal, I think I played both of them yesterday.
I think so.
Yeah, because I got paired into Ruby Sapphire items 3 times in a row, and I beat the first 2, and I lost to Spins on stream, which was.
Well,
it was what it was.
Most of that part of the stream got cut out, so.
So what everyone got to watch, from what people were telling me, is round 5. I was paired against Spins. We were both undefeated, and we were playing, and he let me draw 14, 15 cards off of Workshop because I had double Diablo in play, and then the stream cut out.
Yeah.
And then because when you have 15 cards in your hand, which most Lorcana players maybe has never experienced unless you've played Diablo, or Prince John or other things, or those types of decks, like. It's very hard to decide what to do.
You get decision fatigue because you're just like, there are so many play lanes you could choose.
So many.
But, yeah.
And it was such a weird spot too because I was playing against Ruby Sapphire. Spins had 6 cards in hand, and even though I had all these cards, I was only able to make him discard 4 of them, and I knew he had Sisu in his hand, and so I had to kind of prioritize what to do, and I got like in my head about the different lines. And I just completely butchered the turn and then kind of just punted the rest of that game and ended up losing. And then he cleaned me up like Ruby Sapphire does in game 2 and took it 2-0 and then made it all the way to the finals, which was incredible.
Yeah, and we had Spins on stream many times yesterday because he could just consistently was at the top tables after your match, and so we ended up seeing him a lot.
Sad days.
He was really great to watch on stream, and he had a lot of fans watching in the comments. So like that was fun too, like interacting with the people that he brought in from his community on our stream.
And I think that's what like you have to love about Lorcana.
Yeah,
like you all see it every day with the Lorcana Muses, but we see it out here at today's event. We saw it in the chat. It's the community of Lorcana that really makes this game special and just makes it such an inviting thing. Like one thing I always like to say is like most people that will play Lorcana have never heard of Lorcana yet.
Absolutely. Like I
We're
was
so early.
It was so early in the game, and so many people are still like, "Well, what is that? Like, what is it?" And I was like, we always use other TCGs to kind of compare it to, and I'm like, but it's still not a good comparison when you're using another TCG as like the frame of reference, because I'm like, it's like the best of so many of them put together, but then the community I feel like it was like that driving point for sure, because like somebody else says they can't hear us.
Oh, we love audio issues. We were having them earlier. Can someone else in the chat share if they can hear us? Because we can hear ourselves on our end.
And our microphone is inputting through...
I think we're good, but yeah, maybe if someone else can comment if they can hear us, maybe...
Okay,
I can hear you.
So somebody else said, okay.
Okay, thank you, yeah. Loud and clear. Good,
okay.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah,
thank you.
We had to down mix
K-Whiskey,
some...
or K-Whisk? K-Whisk?
K-Whiskey? Woo!
It's like the kiwi.
It's like kiwi.
Yeah, Harlan Sweetie's in the chat? Sweden? Oh, I had to reset the stream.
Okay.
Oh, so yeah, thank you so much for letting us know, though. If there are any issues, technically, like, sometimes we don't even know, right? We're just jamming out in a hallway, in a closet.
We're literally in a hallway, so, like, if we have audio issues, like, or video issues, or...
Please let us know.
Streaming issues, which we had significant amount yesterday. We have a different internet option.
We're good today.
We're good.
We believe in ourselves.
We believe in it. We believe that we're not going to have streaming issues.
It's game time on Sunday. But let's go back to what you were saying. Like, you were talking about how community is important to the game. And the structure, that's a Disney thing, right?
It really is. And I feel like that's, like, the core of it is, like, I know there's actually a lot of Lorcana players that are not, like, Disney people, which is hilarious to me because I'm like, you're literally playing all this Disney. And I was a Disney person before Lorcana. Grew up as a Disney person. But it's the community of players. I feel like I'm like, is it because we're playing Disney cards that you have like more kindness to the other players that you're playing with, or more of a connection with other community? Like, I feel like we have so many awesome pieces together as a community, like how we work together as players. So,
Yeah, absolutely. And someone in the chat saying, so what's up on stream right now is still from last night's final. So it was Mark versus Spins. We're going to reset that now. Round one
No,
is
so-
about
They're gonna
to.
reset the iPad.
Yes, we're gonna.
They're
They,
gonna
they
knock
can't see
on
this
the
right now.
store to let you know when they're ready to start.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Yeah.
Our great partner Stephanie has informed us that round one is about to begin. So we are
Yes,
very excited to
so
get ready.
I'm just gonna put in.
We are going to put the players up on stream.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be fixing their names in just a
Perfect.
second. Right there, still. From,
Well, let me just introduce the stream to these players.
Yes.
We have
Great question. Q.
We have Q up, and Q is playing a Amethyst Steel deck. It looks like it's not, or it looks like it is the Broom deck. So basically, Q will be playing the
Oh, I
Amethyst
know
Steel
what's
Broom deck, and then we have Emily, and Emily is actually playing. Gosh, I'm pretty excited to see this deck come together. But Emily is playing Amber Steel. Aggro with a whole new world and beyond the horizon.
Yeah, and
So
we
I'm
had-
super stoked
we
to
had
watch
Emily
this.
on stream yesterday. Sorry, I had to
Yeah,
check to see
Emily's
if
such
she
a
could-
great person too. She's a great
so-
addition to the community.
So nice.
She's so nice, such a positive player. And so we're gonna be watching Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel,
I'm
the
excited.
battle of the steels.
I like this matchup.
And this new Brooms deck is like awesome.
I'm super.
Like you know,
that's I
you know
that's
Little
why I
Mark in our
asked.
community, like
I
who
know.
just was like trying to make. There's this younger player in the Lorcana community here in Phoenix, and he just like loved Yensid. And his thing was like, I'm gonna make this work. I'm gonna make this work. Even when Amethyst Steel didn't include Yensid, he's like, I'm committed. And now look at this. It won CCS last weekend,
yeah.
I believe, or 2 weekends last weekend.
I think
it was last weekend.
Yeah.
And now, Broom, back in the mix. And honestly, this was the deck I lost to in top 16. So I am actually going to be rooting against it. Am I allowed to say that?
I said I was rooting against somebody yesterday, so it was their deck, not them.
Yeah. I don't really know Q, but I'm definitely against the Broom deck because, I just have some open wounds, scars, you might say,
Oh my
that I just, I'm struggling with. And also, I can't help but cheer for Emily.
Oh, I mean, yeah. So I was like, I'm super excited for this Amethyst Steel list. I was saying a few minutes ago how I wanted to see the list on stream. So.
Wait, this one, the Amber Steel one?
Well, I watched.
You watched Emily play
I
it
watched
yesterday.
Emily play
Oh, okay.
yesterday. I don't think she changed anything.
Doesn't look like it.
No, it looks like the same list.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing Emily and Q play and just.
Yeah, and they'll knock on the door.
They're just getting ready to set up, and we're going to be kicking off round one.
All right. And I put this on this
While we're doing that, I would love to know who's in the chat and what you all are interested to see today on stream. What ink combinations are you excited about? Obviously, today we have kicking off with Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel. But what are you playing right now? Like, let us know in the chat. What are the ink combinations that you're excited about this set? We're about to prepare for the Raid of Jafar, which is exciting. The set champs are coming up.
next
Next month, I guess, July.
Yeah, very, very.
Which is
very
incredible. It looks like our players are ready and they're going to kick off. It looks like Q is going first. Ink's strength and plays Captain Hook.
Captain Hook, yeah.
I love Captain Hook. I love the new art on Captain Hook. Have you seen the new artwork?
Yeah, I really like it. I think I like how the point of view has changed
Yep.
on it, and it just feels more Captain Hook.
Yeah, so what do you think is the priority here? Because obviously kicking off, like Emily kicking off with Cinderella is pretty strong.
Yeah, I agree. I think if she doesn't, I think he's gonna. I don't think he's gonna quest and bounce, but like, it's definitely one of those options. Ooh, is that?
So it's the new Broom that gets evasive
Yeah.
on your turn. But here, like, the play right here is obviously
It is a storm.
Emily has to decide whether she's willing to trade her Cinderella
Trade
for
Cinderella
the Captain
for
Hook, which she's
Captain
likely
Hook,
not.
but, yeah, I think she's gonna wait. Oh, she didn't. She didn't flip her two right after the
Yep.
first round. I was like,
Yeah.
Nice. She did not.
So we're playing a speed round here. Yep, the Yensid on the screen already. And if you're unfamiliar with that, it's a 1/3, and when you play it, if you have a Broom in play, you get to draw a card, which is incredible, especially at 2 and an Inkable. If you have 2 Brooms in play, it quests for 3.
So
Fire the
Fire
Cannons. That's the card that killed me yesterday.
That is the play there to get rid of the singer.
And I think that's the risk there is like do you let them trade? I don't know if Emily actually had a song in hand, but I do think that's a valid question. Whereas even if she did have a song there, do you take out the Captain Hook or not? Or do you wait? In this case, obviously Q had the Fire the Cannons for the Cinderella, which took it out, which is unfortunate. And this game is looking very favored right now towards Q.
I don't disagree, but I think once Emily gets to 4 ink is definitely that's.
Oh, there's the storm.
For her,
I think she dropped
after
that just
watching
this
her,
storm.
yeah, after
Yeah.
watching her play yesterday, she has.
Oh, and now look at that.
She does not worry about keeping everything on board. Like
Yeah.
she does not mind trading board space, but I think in this instance, Q probably has better board presence with larger attack and like the ability to bounce characters, and I know he's got crabs and goats.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to obliterate her board state.
Yeah, Emily's in a tough spot here because again, Rabbit's been around for so long since set 2, always causing challenges. Obviously, we have an Ariel here. She's looking and picking. She's going with Storm.
I'm trying to pull up the chat.
So Emily just played Ariel, and she chose to go with the Storm Rage on. I think there was a Whole New World in that set too, so she must have Whole New World already in her hand, or she's not prioritizing Whole New World in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think in this matchup that, I mean, you don't want Q to have exactly what he wants, but he already's going to have significant card draw, so I think having the Whole New World disrupted.
Oh, Fire
so
the
many
Cannon.
Fire the
There we go.
Cannons.
And just like that, 3 Fire the Cannons is really just set Q up for success. He has, I think, 1 card left in hand, which I believe is Elsa. And Emily's kind of on the back foot here.
I think she's definitely in. I don't think she can. I don't want to counter out because.
You don't want to counter out
know
too. She has a full hand.
She has a full hand, and I know she has a full play set of Zeus's in that deck. So she could clear that board. So the storm.
Yeah, so she's storming Smee here, which is an interesting choice.
Thinking
With the
she-
expectation that yeah,
when he'll quest,
Yep.
he will banish himself.
especially because the other 2, there's really no point in doing that. She didn't have another 2-drop here, so she's just on her back foot, just trying to be efficient. Currently, Q is at 5, so again, we still have a lot of gameplay left. But now, just like that, Q's at 9, so we're almost halfway there, and that's exactly where Q wants.
That's
to be at
exactly
this
where Q
point.
wants to be, like with the. Oh, and then Q.
Oh, Q just showed Zeus by
showed
accident,
Zeus
but played
played
Crab.
So now she knows that he has
He
the
has
Zeus
Zeus.
in hand.
Has Zeus in hand and has a
Okay.
singer for it on board too, which may actually shape Emily's decision now. But it's an honest mistake. It happens to me all the time where you just go to
you're-
play one card and you play
and
the
then
other.
you're like, oh,
Ah,
so now
it
you know I
happens.
have this.
Yep, exactly. Okay, yeah, so what the players just corrected was that Smee takes 1 damage at the end of the turn if you don't have a captain in play, right?
Correct.
And so Smee actually died, or was banished, and so we are now back to the appropriate board state here.
Alright, sorry. The chat won't pull up on my phone.
Yeah, Emily's in a tricky spot here, just as far as being able to think through the play lines, especially
And
knowing
so she inks
that he has-
Rapunzel, which means
that
she
Q has
her.
Zeus.
But
What
with
did she use for all of her ink? What?
she played Lawrence, but I don't think she used up all of her ink. She has 5 ink. I think she just turned all of it. I don't think she.
Yeah, so Q's now at 12 with 1 card left in hand, so we'll see what they do now. They don't play it, so it's likely an Elsa or
Elsa or another song.
another song.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably another song for removal. I'm wondering how many he has.
Does Emily play Grab Your Swords? No, she doesn't.
No.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
she has a
I
tough
don't
path to
remember
get
that
back in here. But again, she's just going to keep digging like Steel Song does to try to find some songs here. It looks like Whole New World is the only song
But yeah,
that she
no, I know that
finds.
she she.
But
had
she's just
the
choosing
Misty,
not to.
She's
She's choosing not to take it.
to take it. Yeah.
She must have Whole New World already. Cast Pete. Pete Referee, great card.
I
played 3 of them yesterday against
yeah.
Ruby and
No,
Ruby
I
and
think
Spawn.
Pete is it is well known that steel is my least favorite ink color.
Another rabbit. This is
So
gonna be.
I think that
This game is going to be
Sure.
tough to come back
So-
from. But again, I think what Emily's thinking here is like, okay, I have a big singer and a small singer on board. I know my characters are. I'm going to get my turn back. Yes, my opponent's going to be at 15. Yes, they have a big board. But we all know with Steel Song and Amber Steel is that because you have that efficiency with your singers, you can do a lot in one
Yeah,
turn.
well, and then she has Naveen's too, so like she can pull out a body and a song at once, and then have Ariel do a song as well.
Exactly.
And then Pete has a lovely
Well, and
singing
he can
voice, and Pete
take
can
out-
take out again Sid.
Another character, we're taking for more songs. Taking the strength, which is great. Again, this is exactly what Steel Song can do to get
She's
back in this
fine.
game. Is find another song. She's gonna ink it. She's gonna do this. She's gonna Zeus here. Does she have another song in hand? She must have another song in
I
hand.
believe she did, but I don't know what it is. Now I'm curious what her thought process is here.
I think I would have most like.
challenged with the
I would most
Pete
likely
and-
have Zeused the crab here.
Yeah.
And then challenge with Pete, challenge with Pete onto Yen and Sid to be able to take out both characters without losing yours.
Yeah.
She did take out both characters anyways, but again, you lose your Pete there. So that's interesting, but again, maybe she's thinking through
Her next.
her next turn.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
now she has double Ariel, Naveen. I think she has Soul New World in hand. too.
I'm wondering, but
I
do
don't
we
think you
do-
cast it. I don't think
I
you
don't think
sing
you
it
wanna
here. I
load-
think you wait till you get to untap.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you want to be able to first to play
first be able to play
off all of
characters
your
and-
yeah.
Yeah. So I think she's gonna want to be able to play whatever she draws off of it. So singing Zeus.
Singing another
on
Zeus
Naveen.
on the bean. That clears up
Okay.
some singers here. We got another broom and we got a dock. Yeesh.
That Doc, man. Oh, so Daryl, my husband, Sigmund plays Doc a lot.
Yeah.
And he actually had a deck, he called this Doc a clock. And so he would just, but whenever I feel like I ever played Doc, I would always end up with more than one of them in hand at a time. And I'm just like, that never feels good to me.
Yeah. So again, Emily's kind of in a tight spot here. She's been on the back foot the entire game. Again, Steel Song or Amber Steel can usually get out of these situations, but I think she was a turn short
Yeah, I think it was.
on kind of like how she was approaching this. Okay, she has Beyond. She didn't have Holy World. She had Beyond the Horizon.
Okay, she's
She's
choosing
just
to
hard
trust
casting it.
herself.
Draw 3.
I'm curious. So she has
I think that's
Bianca, a Smee, and
yeah. This is
and
a tough
Goofy.
spot.
That Goofy is an interesting choice in this deck because she has the Goofy groundbreaking chef in the deck.
And what does that one do again?
So it's when you can like remove damage when you're questing at the end of turn. I believe that's when.
Oh, I think it's at the end of
it
the turn you heal any
You
damage.
heal
Any
any damage.
character that
has. I think it's like 2 damage, and I think it's all. But then
all characters that they
all
ready.
characters and
Yeah.
then ready. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's definitely an interesting tech. Or she only has one of them in there, and I'm curious how it's actually playing out. 'cause
Yeah.
She never played.
Oh,
it
there's
before
Yensid,
yesterday.
Yensid again. Again,
Yeah,
Q
I
just
think
has the ability to
He has
refill.
refill his hand, as Amethyst does often, but I think
Yeah,
that
we're at
the
19.
19,
Let's see what the opportunities are. You know, bouncing there, drawing another
drawing
card.
a card and challenging one of the singers.
Yep.
But yeah, no. So now Emily just has one singer on board, and Q has a full plate.
Yeah.
Like,
I think
so
this game is
I think it is over, and I
it's
think
a
we're
World's
gonna-
Greatest Criminal Mind, and I believe
Which-
she has Naveen as well in her hand. They're gonna scoop it up
Yeah.
and go to
Go to
game
game
2.
two.
So game 1 goes to Q. Congratulations, Q, for game 1. If you're just joining us, we are at the Reign
of Jafar.
of Jafar.
Our State 48
Our
Reign of Jafar 2K.
2K. Yesterday we had a 5K with over 80 players, which was just incredible. What a great event. I got to compete in it, was able to top 16 with Emerald Steel, which was really fun. The winner, the finals was a Ruby Sapphire mirror match. There's only 3 or 4 cards difference between the deck list, the items deck. Incredible. Congrats to Mark, who ended up taking it
Yeah,
down
and there
and
was
winning
a-
a Jafar staff.
Oh, it is the coolest thing. So somebody 3D printed this
It's amazing.
Jafar staff.
Or like look-alike, yeah. It's not the
Lookalike.
actual
It's
one.
not the
yeah.
actual stuff,
Yeah.
correct. But it can unfold like a lightsaber.
That's
And
amazing.
So
yeah.
it comes to travel size.
But Spins didn't go home open or empty-handed.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
They received a trophy as well, and again, 2 great players to top off the 5K yesterday. I believe we'll be releasing deck lists at some point.
Yes, absolutely.
And so that's really exciting for everyone to be able to see.
Yes.
Again, thank you all for joining. If you're just joining, we're in round 1 of the Reign of Jafar in Arizona. Phoenix, Arizona, we're live casting right here. We're in round 1 of the 2K. It's going to be exciting. I think there's going to be 6 rounds.
There we go. There's gonna be 6 rounds. I don't know exactly. We'll find out how many players. They have less players than yesterday.
Yeah, but we'll have 6. Yesterday we had 7 rounds cut to
Yesterday
top
was-
16.
Yes, and today we're gonna do 6 rounds cut to top 8, I believe. Is what
Exactly, yeah.
With cutoff is one.
Yeah, so I think it's going to be still an incredible day of competitive play. Again, Emily and Q are shuffling up for game 2. Q got game 1. They'll be resetting here,
Yeah,
so
they're,
Emily will be on the
shuffling
play.
up and picking new cards. But I wonder.
And one thing here, I do think, like, again, Q being on the play last game, he was able to just get a jump start on Emily, and Emily was just never able to recover. And I think, too, Emily drew let the Storm Rage on, like, 1 turn later than she could have, so she was not able to use her Cinderella efficiently. Q had triple Fire the Cannons, which was tough.
Which is, honestly, like, I think that's all the Fire the Cannons he has.
Exactly. Yeah. So what do you see as the play line here for Emily? Like what is she looking
think
for
she's
as she's
still-
altering?
I don't know if she tries to. I think she still wants to have a Cindy on
Turn 1
board,
Cindy,
turn
yep.
1 Cindy, and hopefully get a Storm so that she can remove, Captain Hook or a Broom off of the top, so
Yeah,
that he
Chernobog,
doesn't.
any of the one drops
any
you
of the
can
one
take
drops,
out.
just so that the card draw stops early on, and I think if she gets early advantage, that's where she's gonna have. She has the better long term, because Q's deck is very low to the ground, like.
Yeah.
And so I think she has the better long-term game plan
Yeah.
when this deck, if she gets enough songs, because I think that is definitely the play. Now, if Q starts getting the Pete bouncing,
Yeah.
that's going to really significantly change.
Yeah, but it's interesting. So Emily's lines here is on turn 1 she can play Cinderella or Rhino. She has to. I think no matter what, if she has one of those, she needs to play them out on turn 1, unless she doesn't have the Rhino shift, and just lean into the Fire the Cannons and just say, okay, if Q wants to take their first turn and Fire the Cannons my character, that's fine. I'm just going to play like they don't have it, because I think if you play scared in this matchup, you just lose.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, and I don't think that she's going to have that issue. I think she will play it out.
So the players
Till the
are
very
up. I
end.
can't. So it looks like she. We'll see.
So now,
Let's dig in.
it's definitely one of those things where.
So
you wanna
Inked
have
Bianca played
play
Cinderella, just like we talked
Yep,
about.
Talking about turn one Cindy, and then.
Yeah, so
he's
Q-
gonna also look for.
Yep, there we go.
There we go. The Fire Cannons.
Just like we said, and you have to.
Yeah.
And again, too, you're also slowing down Q.
You
So
are
in
because
theory,
like that,
you
that
still
changes his curve.
exactly took out an opportunity for them to ramp up and get out some of their draw cards. And so now again, like turn 2, we have a 4-cost singer. We're in a better spot than we were last game already. And so Q here is going to be looking for either Smee or double 1-drop. Honestly, double 1-drop here would be pretty rough, but I think he'll likely lean into Smee if he has it, just because he doesn't want to risk getting stormed.
Yeah. He inked us me.
Oh,
and
played Broom. I forgot about the Broom. He also has the
That-
Broom.
that-
I'm used to the
okay,
the traditional Amethyst Steel decks that
Yeah,
they play.
no, I was like,
Yeah.
I was pretty sure he's gonna play a Broom, but I wasn't quite sure which, either 2 of the 1-drops or. that
Interesting card
Imperial
he has in his
Cleaner
hand
is
is
that
he currently has. I love this card. I don't know if you've seen it much. Is the Madam Mim Elephant? He has one in his hand. That card was
Yeah.
a menace on me yesterday.
I have that.
A
in my
menace,
deck,
a menace.
Actually, I have a Ruby Amethyst.
Okay, so
damage
we're
movement
still
deck, and
we're still leaning into Storm here.
Okay.
So put 2 damages on the Broom.
I
Play
think- I
Pete,
think
so no
she-
actions.
I think she was looking more for the card draw off of that versus the damage, just to.
Yeah. And one thing
Yeah.
here is, and then now we're
and
going to
then
take it out and
grab
trade.
the Troubadour.
But again, we're still kind of in a back and forth spot here. Again, Emily has the ability to just get out of these circumstances by being able to sing efficiently.
Yeah, no,
Um,
this deck definitely has more advantage on the play for sure. And
Yeah. This is a tough matchup, I think, regardless. So she's gonna take
a strength?
Strength the Raging Fire. With Ariel, I believe she still has Naveen in hand and World's Greatest Criminal. And so she's gonna be looking. She's gonna want a Whole New World soon if she has it, because she's gonna want to get
She wants
more
to
efficiency from Q before Q plays this whole hand. And so we're still in a great spot. I think we would have probably preferred to get Whole New World there.
I think so too.
Obviously, we didn't have it, but does
Well-
she have Beyond the Horizon in her hand?
I believe that's what she has in her hand. It's
Or Rhino? Rhino's strength?
it might be the Rhino in hand.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell quite on that angle. I think it's a Rhino.
Yeah, so we're on turn 4.
Turn 4.
So
So we know that I know Q has strength, like you can see it
Yeah.
on top in his hand. So we have Smee, Ink, and the Inkwell. So that's the second.
So
Smee
Q
and
right
Inkwell.
now is thinking through, like, do I need to play Pete here? Like, do I care if she sings, basically? And I think he's going to play Pete, which I think is the right decision to delay the singing one more turn. Because I think if she would have unreadied and sung Whole New World there, I think it would have been pretty, like, it would have put Q in a pretty tough spot.
For sure. I think that.
And so Pete's a great way. It's similar to the 3-drop Ursula, where your opponent plays 3-drop Ursula, and then you play Pete back into it to delay
that's
another turn.
interesting.
So Emily's
She's
choosing
playing-
a hard
she's-
cast.
Well, she's playing the Naveen.
So I think you can still play. No, you can't actually. No.
Because it is considered playing an action.
Yep.
So
So maybe again it was the best thing. Hey, I want to build out the board. I got to play to the
Just have
board. I need to
play
have
the
2
board.
singers because I don't want to untap and him Zeus my Ariel.
yeah. So now
And
now
then-
he has to remove both singers if
Exactly.
he wants to avoid having a song played, or he's
Yep.
gonna bounce the Pete. I just don't think he has enough ink to bounce and play it again.
Yeah. So we're only on 5. His only bounce in the deck, or I guess he has the Madam Elephant, but his traditional one is Fox.
This Fox, yeah.
So typically you see on turn 6 where you can bounce the Pete back and replay the Pete to keep the Amber Steel deck off of their songs. And I think too, if Amethyst Steel can control singing and the efficiency that's gained here, that's when it can pull off a win. So we see a strength on Naveen.
Yeah. So it's with the 3 characters in play, and questing with the crab.
Yeah, but again, Q's only at 1, which is a lot different than game 1.
than game 1. Yeah.
A lot different than game
He
1.
had really early lore game that I think Emily just couldn't come back from.
Exactly.
But like I was saying earlier, I think that Emily has a better long game in general in this matchup,
Yeah.
depending on how aggressively Q is planning on inking. If he's planning on getting enough ink to do a lot of bouncing to like bounce those Petes and to
Yeesh.
try to have that. But I just
So
don't
what
think
just
that's the
happened?
play.
Sorry, I want to jump in here. What just happened here is,
Did she ink the Rhino?
she played the Rhino to reduce the Chernobog's followers, and then she
Okay.
used both her songs to take care of Q's board, prioritizing board clear over that. And again, maybe she's saying, hey, if I keep Q's board clear, I know that I have a better opportunity to draw off the top and be able to drive forward, and so she's prioritizing that.
Yeah.
There's the elephant, and so bouncing back the Chernobog followers. So this elephant is a 3/7. When you play it, you have to bounce a character back or banish it. And what's crazy about this character, which is super frustrating in a lot of games, is at the beginning of your turn, if it has any damage on it, you can move the damage to another character. I believe
Yeah.
it's up to 3.
I think it's up to 3 damage. Yeah, actually, I know it's up to 3 damage because I have this card in my deck.
Okay.
It's like I have a ruby amethyst damage movement deck that the elephant is in. It does a lot of.
Yeah.
It does some work. I think it's better in this deck versus my deck though, for sure.
So Emily prioritizes to go ahead and quest here. Q just plays down a dock and chooses not to use the ability.
Yeah.
Usually when we
means
see
they have
that,
another dock in hand.
they have another dock in hand, and so they're choosing not to use the dock now for the ability, or they have a bounce to be able to bounce it back, depending on what they're doing. Right now, Emily's drawing off the top, so she played Pete last turn. She's played Lawrence this turn. She's kind of in a tough spot. She's going to take out. She has to trade.
Trade.
And
two
just go back, and
backers.
you have Lawrence
So
and Ariel on
you can't
board.
do the movement. She's just doesn't. She doesn't.
She doesn't want
wants
Ariel.
To, yeah, she doesn't want
Yeah.
Ariel to have that damage moved on because that's where Q would have moved that damage.
And so I think we're in an interesting spot where if Emily can draw a whole new world or Beyond the Horizon off the top, she can get back into this. But again, Q understands this, and so Q is keeping Emily in check on all of her singers.
Yeah, and then he has momentum.
Just played that second
the
dock.
Second deck. Yeah, the second dock that we said we hand in hand. But with the Zeus clear there, Storm.
Just for the card
Just
draw.
for the card draw, yeah. Which she did earlier too.
Yeah.
Even if she couldn't remove, she.
Yeah, so again, we're in an interesting spot where both players have been prioritizing cleaning up each other. So they're basically both playing this game of kind of like cat and mouse, where they're like, hey, I'm going to clear your board, you're going to clear my board, using their songs and their efficiency there, and then obviously Q being able to use Doc to fill back up. Unfortunately, Emily really hasn't had the ability to draw any cards here.
No, and I think Q has a better draw engine in his deck versus hers.
Oh, Pete, and there we go.
Strength on the Lawrence. Oh.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, so Lawrence is a 4/4 when without damage, but with damage it's a 0/4.
0/4, and so the Doc was able to banish without taking any damage.
Yeah, and Emily again now is completely on the back foot.
With a
Again.
single Troubadour.
But
But
we still in the game. It's
Yeah.
only 3-3.
only 3-3. Yeah, no, this is
There's a
going
lot
to
of
be
game to play.
A lot longer of a match than the last one.
Okay.
Well, and now we have
So
some.
Q's fully loaded, no cards left
No
in
cards
hand,
left in
playing
hand.
to the board, basically saying, "Hey, now is my time." And so Q's going to make a run for it here.
Yeah, I agree. So now Emily needs to hopefully that card is a song.
Yeah.
It's like hopefully that card is a song to help get some removal options there.
Yeah, again, we're in a tough spot where there was a few turns where if Emily would have been able to find Whole New World or Beyond the Horizon, she was in a really, really good spot.
Yeah.
Just to be able to refill. She's also playing Rapunzel's, which we haven't seen at all.
I think she inked one, but I don't remember if that was the last. So she's got Zeus on. What did she choose? The Smee? Oh, and then she challenged Doc. So
Yep.
now that.
Again, songs again, just clearing the board, but
Yeah.
both players are now drawing off the top. Again, Hughes draws here. If they draw a bounce to bounce Doc, that would be pretty brutal to be able to then take out the Troubadour
Yeah.
and be able to draw.
Yensid.
Yensid.
Yensid would also.
No draw here because there's no Broom in play. But again, Yensid is a new card that we've been seeing back in Amethyst Steel.
I know. I was like, it's so funny because I've played against that card so much because Little Mark is a local player who plays Broom Package
Yep.
often because it is his favorite.
Oh, and Emily just had to pass back there, which is tough.
Oh,
Okay, now
Yeah, I'm curious.
again,
what she
Q
has in
is
hand.
just
Q is just gonna build board and quest.
and just
and
quest. So I think Q is just like, hey, now's my chance. I'm gonna run away with this. And Emily is just hoping she
for
draws something off the
some
top.
songs and some removal to.
She's played a lot of removal already
She
this
has,
game, so I think
she
she's running
has.
out of resources
She
here.
yesterday when she was on stream, I think she played 4 Zeuses 4 turns in a row.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. Like, but then she like ran out. She's having the same issue she had yesterday with the card draw problem.
Yeah.
So, which is what I mentioned yesterday was that she had a card draw issue in her deck. Like she wasn't seeing the Rapunzels. She didn't see the
She didn't see Whole New World.
She didn't see
Yeah.
like she saw the storms.
Oh,
but,
Doc off the top to refill.
Oh,
Again, that's what the deck does, you know. And you have Docs, but you also have Foxes, and so I think it's just a matter of time before
and there's the
the
broom.
Amethyst Steel deck is able to run through this. And so now we're at 18, staring down game.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know if Emily has any outs here.
I can't think of any because she does not run swords to do.
Yeah, grab your swords.
Grab
Yeah.
your swords to do the splash damage. She'll need to be able to
Yeah.
banish for the other card.
But I do think we're going to get to see one more Zeus before the end of this match.
Nope.
Oh, she's not even going to cast it. Ah, give us the pleasure. We just talked about it.
Yeah,
So
this is
game
awful.
2 goes to Q. Q takes it down 2-0 against Amber Steel. Amethyst Steel Brooms just cleaning up. Sweeping up, as I would like to say.
Sweeping away the competition.
Sweeping it away. Again, if you're just joining us now, this is round 1 of the Reign of Jafar in the Desert in Phoenix, Arizona. It's the 2K. We had a 5K event yesterday. Had over 80 players, 7 rounds of competition, cut to top 16, and when it all settled in the Desert Storm, Ruby Sapphire was at the top.
And 2 Ruby Sapphires
In the
were
finals,
at the top.
mirror match.
Both item variants. 3-card difference on those deck lists,
Yeah.
which is kind of insane when you think about
Yeah.
how close those decks were, and that the fact that they were on top all day with those decks just.
Absolutely.
I was like, they were playing out those mirrors, and there was a significant amount of Ruby Sapphire yesterday. So today,
Ruby Sapphire is crushing it.
yeah. So today we actually have our deck list spread. So 20% of the field is Amber Steel, which is not surprising.
Amber Steel, yeah.
And
Even
then,
though Amber Steel really, like, even though it's the most represented deck,
but it's
it's
such a
the
wide.
least represented in, like, top cuts.
That is
So the conversion
true.
rate on Amber Steel right now is just, it's just not working. For
It's
them.
not whatever. Well, I think it's because they're when they get mirrored, it is a grind for sure.
Yeah, I also think early in this set development, set 8 meta, Amber Steel was like such praised. You know, you have the new Rhino line, you have Beyond the Horizon, you have this play, and it's like, oh, it's the rise of Amber Steel again. And so a bunch of players turned back to it. And I think the meta has just kind of evolved. We saw this last weekend at CCS where there was literally 0 Amber decks in top 8. Amber was not represented.
Yeah, somebody in the
all.
chat was saying how like everyone expects it and so everyone is teching for it.
Absolutely. So what's the rest of the spread look
So
like
we
for
have 16% Ruby Sapphire. We have 16% Ruby Amethyst. We have 13% Sapphire Amethyst. So that Blurple list we were talking about. We have 11% of Emerald Amethyst.
Okay.
So I'm hoping to actually, I'd be interested to see if it was the
Some
pull
Emerald
the lever,
Amethyst, yeah.
pull the lever tech. I've been seeing in some
Super
interesting
fun.
deck lists for
it's
that.
super good.
I'm curious if it's just like all evasive and all of that, like we've seen as well. Then
Pretty spread out
yeah,
across
spread
a bunch
out,
of things.
spread out for the rest of it. Emerald Steel we have at 8%, and that's next. And then we have a few.
I
don't
will
think
say
it's-
I'm very excited about seeing the Sapphire Amber deck. So I know who's playing that deck out there, and I am stoked
yes.
to watch Sapphire Amber.
Oh,
Round 1 he lost.
Sapphire Amber lost round 1. That's okay. That's okay.
Alright,
we
yeah,
can
yeah.
get there.
He got grab your swords. Who plays that card anymore? Who plays that card?
Yeah, so
yeah, no,
I
that's-
hope we get to see it, but if we don't, he's playing a very much warded Sapphire Amber aggro deck. But it sounds like in round 1 he got Grab Your Swords, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I mean,
So,
that's-
you know
I-
who needed to Grab Your Swords? Emily.
Emily did need it. She really
So,
did. She did.
Yeah,
need
Grab
it.
Your Swords would have been
Um,
super helpful in that matchup
And,
there. So.
Yeah, she needed splash damage, something fierce there. So we just saw the only Amethyst Steel in play today. So
only one.
He's the only one. I didn't realize that when they brought him up. But
Wow.
Yeah,
So
he's
the only
one.
Amethyst Steel deck was Q on stream.
Yeah. So
1-0.
The 1 of 1, and he is now.
He's 1-0.
He's 1 and 0.
He's one of a kind. as you
One
would
of a
say.
kind. I'd also be interested to see the Emerald Sapphire deck. So there's one
Emerald
person
Sapphire.
playing Emerald Sapphire.
I like it.
So I like some of those deck lists that I've seen. I really like when they lean into all the Floodborn elements in that,
Yeah.
in that color combo. But we'll see.
I think that's what I was excited about the Amber Sapphire deck is because
Yeah.
he's playing Thunderbolt.
Oh, I know.
And I was like,
Stephanie helped
so
make
excited
that
about it.
deck list
So
that
fun.
he got from. So
Got it.
he got it
Yeah.
from a teammate of ours. So I was like, I know where he got that deck list.
Either way, we are so excited that you're joining us today. I think we're going to take just a quick break.
Yeah, we're gonna take a quick break here
while we
before
set up for round 2.
Stick around, everybody.
Stick around for the Reign of Jafar.
Reign of Jafar.
Sunday edition.
Ooh,
Sunday edition.
Sunday edition.
So here
Okay.
for Amber Sapphire, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I'm talking about,
Forgot
Lorcana
about-
Bell.
We're definitely it's a
We need to
it's
get it
a
on
spicy,
stream,
fun
even
list.
if it's a
It's
spicy
spicy-
list.
it's a
It's
spicy
super
list.
fun.
It's a super fun list.
He's a
It's
great
great.
player,
Yeah.
very talented player, and so I'm sure that he'll get it back.
Yeah, no, I
Forget
think
about
he has great matchups into a lot of these color
Yes,
combinations.
Grab Your Swords is like the most unfortunate card
For
to
sure,
run into.
for sure.
Like,
It's
not,
like,
no one
yeah,
even really
no.
plays that anymore, and the play around 1, you're probably like, gosh,
Yeah.
yeesh. So,
Yeah. All right. We
We'll
will
see
be
you
back,
soon.
folks.
thanks for being here.
We're good.
We're live?
We're live.
We're live. Welcome back to the Reign of Jafar 2K event. This is a weekend of Lorcana here in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's been incredible.
Oh, it has been so fun. I actually am super jealous of people who have been playing.
You need to get back in there.
I know.
You need to get back in there.
I was like, because I streamed the last one, and then I streamed this one, and I was like, wait a second, I really missed this. So next time I will not be streaming because I will be playing. So.
And that's what I did. I chose to play yesterday instead of stream, and it was a blast.
No, I was like, oh, I'm like watching all the players, and I'm like, this is what I would do, but I would be playing a different deck,
exactly,
right?
Exactly.
What would I play in this instance?
Well, we had an incredible first round. It was Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Steel Brooms ended up taking it down, and now we are setting up for round 2.
We're gonna knock on their door when they're ready.
We have our players setting up for success here. We have Mikey on Amethyst Sapphire. And then we also have Adam, who is on... Oof. I'm excited about this one.
Oh, what is this one?
Another Amber Steel.
Okay.
Not surprising. Not surprising.
So Adam?
So we have Adam on Amber Steel, and we have Mikey from the Lorcana Muses.
From the Lorcana Muses, yes.
On Amethyst Sapphire. So we're going to have Amber Steel against Sapphire Amethyst. It's going to be an exciting event. This match is interesting. I think a lot of times...
Amber Steel?
It's...
Oh, he has the prince in there. And Little John? Okay.
This is a very interesting
Amber
Amber Steel deck.
Looking over there. That's fun.
We're just gonna let you see it on stream because it's very interesting.
Sure.
It's not your traditional. It looks more aggro, so it's not your traditional like aerial into Whole New World Amber Steel. So it's more of the Amber Steel aggro deck, but very interesting. Lots of interesting cards in this one. And then we have Mikey on Amethyst Sapphire and playing a very traditional Amethyst Sapphire deck. But there's some interesting cards in here. So Sorcerer's Spellbook.
He does have
I haven't seen that card for a while.
That's one of his favorite.
I remember playing that back in Ruby Amethyst, back in Atlanta, where you would play that and just be able to like get over the line. So excited to see how that works. Also having Anna, Magical Mission. That's the new card, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe that's
Anna,
new.
Magical Mission, the 3/6 drop that quests for 2, and when you play it, or when you quest, I believe, and you have Elsa in play, you get to draw a card.
Yes. All right.
We are ready to kick off round 2. Again, thank you all for being here in the chat. We appreciate it. Let us know that you're here. We always appreciate the commentary. So let's get into round number 2. Mikey on Amethyst Sapphire with Adam on Amber Steel and Amber Steel aggro with Prince.
And then he's got Jafar Aspiring Ruler in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of spice that's going to be happening.
I actually like the Jean Nice Land Resident because I played that often when we were drafting for this set. So
Okay.
I think it's actually an interesting choice to put in there because it gives the resist for a character on play. So I think that especially with this.
Oh, Jean's like the little bird thing.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with
No,
that
so
one.
Jean is the generic character from Wreck-It Ralph who is like lives in the town, that's in the building that always wrecks. Ralph always wrecks that house.
Yeah.
And so we have that as our.
Okay, our players are shuffled up and they are
finishing their altar.
ready to get started. Again, I think commentating on this is normally if it was Amber Steel songs, I actually think Amber Steel songs is actually favored into the Sapphire Amethyst deck.
It is the
especially this
matchup.
version of Amethyst Sapphire because Mikey is not playing all of the 1-drops.
No.
He's playing a no 1-drop version of Amethyst Sapphire, which is definitely a popular one. My son's actually playing it out there today, same type of format. And so you kind of go with the 1-drops where you have the full 1-drop package, or you go with this where your only first play is if you want to play Popsicle into Bell, you can. I think that's going to be really important in this matchup.
No, I actually think that Popsicle into Bell is probably what he has altered for.
Well, he doesn't know what his opponent's playing. So.
That is true. So he doesn't know what his opponent's playing, but I still think that's what the go-to play would be either direction.
Yeah.
For any matchup. that's still.
You at least want the option.
The option.
So unfortunately, didn't have first turn Popsicle. He did have Bell, but just didn't have the Popsicle there.
The popsicle, so
He inked Tipo.
And passed. So either Tipo helps with ink or he becomes ink.
Yeah. And unfortunately, the Amber Steel player just inks passes as well, which is not great for the Amber Steel aggro deck. But it looks like
because they have
a lot.
Bunch of one drops.
Yeah, they have a lot of one drops.
It looks like 12.
At least 12.
At least 12 one drops.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Adam, the Amber Steel player, didn't have a one drop. We were able to see Mikey do what Sapphire Amethyst does, which is ramp on two, cast Sail, ink your third card, going into your 4-drop, usually either Genie or Yago.
Yeah, and he has both of those options.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has both of those options.
He has Genie in his hand. I'm not sure about Yago. Oh, Lilo. This card's lovely. I love Lilo. I love how Lilo and Stitch like have all of these like we can come back or we can be cast for free.
I love the synergy between cards and that as an option, and so that's for me one of the fun parts about this game is cards that are together in a story, right? That have similar mechanics or mechanics that work together in decks that would have fun. So I like the theming. On our podcast, I always am a big proponent of like I would love more tribal options to be more competitive.
Yeah. Oh, Lady, the new card.
Lady.
I
like that Lady into Bodyguard Prince, and that's the card of choice I put on our for his.
I think Prince is going to be a big part of Amber Steel winning. If Amber Steel is going to win, I think Prince John's going to be really helpful.
Yeah.
A lot of Mikey's removal has to be through questing or through challenging, and because that 0/5 bodyguard is pretty tough. Honestly, Mikey doesn't have an efficient way to get rid of that, and so honestly, in this case, I think there's an option here where Mikey's going to need to figure out what their path is here. It looks like they just sung Friends to refill the hand and see what we can do. The most efficient path would be to basically challenge Prince with Genie and then Fox to be able to take it out. Again, it's going to take multiple cards each time to be able to do this, and so it's just a matter of Mikey being able to manage resources appropriately, not let Adam get too far ahead. Because the other thing about Amethyst Sapphire is once your opponent gets too far ahead, like there's no way to recover.
Yeah,
and so if your Amber Steel player can just crawl over the line.
I always love when someone asks you to read their card. Because I was like, that means that whatever I'm playing is not always what's on the
And that's the Ana Magical Mission. Again, this is a 6-drop Sapphire Amethyst dual ink color. Our card, it's a 3/6, which honestly the 6 defense is really, really difficult. So as someone who plays Emerald Steel frequently, not being able to Zeus that, it's similar to Hades where it's a 3/6 and it's like, gosh, it doesn't get Sisu'd and it doesn't get Zeused, which is really tough.
Yeah, no, for me, I'd be like, if I start seeing that card more often, I have to put Maui back in my deck.
So what Mikey chose to do here, which was like quite risky to be honest.
It is quite risky, especially on 3 ink ahead of time. Like if he has the Rapunzel in hand, like you just gave.
Luckily for Mikey, he's not playing. Adam is not playing Rapunzel.
But you should always assume Amber.
Yeah, so that's tough. I guess again, he was just trying to get the damage in when he could, which is great. He also has Fox again, so he can do back into Fox, and then take out Lady. Next turn. So maybe he's just saying, hey, I want to be able to get this done next. Like I want to be able to do this next turn. He was going into 6 ink, which is also interesting. So he could have actually done it all on one turn. But maybe he's just saying, hey, while I have the ability to put damage on characters, I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah. Well, and then he inked that blue. Is it blue?
Yeah, so he inked blue and then played
Smash.
Smash to take out the Fox.
Which is really smart gameplay on Adam's
Absolutely. Side. And so now Mikey's in a tough spot because he doesn't have anything to bounce yet with his other Fox to be able to take out that bodyguard.
And like we were saying, and the fact that he doesn't have that 1-drop in there to quickly play 1-drop to then play the Fox.
And I believe he inked Bell earlier, and so he's not able to benefit from the Popsicle to play Bell for free, and then to play Fox, and then replay Bell with the ink. And so again, Mikey now seeing Adam at 7, and trying to figure out what to do from here. And so it looks like so Adam actually inked that card. It wasn't in play. It looked like he casted it.
Yeah,
but
so
no,
I
right now he just has
just
Lilo,
Lilo.
Lady, and the Prince. Prince is sitting with 4 damage on it. So we just need to get that 1 more damage. And so again, Mikey's trying to map out his turn here to say, how do I efficiently take out the Prince while still resetting the board? Where if we can get rid of the Prince
because
here...
like if you want to get rid of the Prince, then it'll be easier to. But unless Adam has another Prince that he can play quickly. Is the Prince his only bodyguard? There was some deck lists yesterday that had the Prince and another bodyguard. Either the.
It doesn't look like
we
it.
We had a few that were playing the Prince and Pluto, the Prince and something, and another bodyguard.
Okay, so we do have Bell now. We actually just had to hardcast Friends.
Okay, so
We're able to take out the Prince efficiently. Again,
Alright.
Mikey's back in
He's
this
back
game.
in the game. As he just had to remove that Prince, and I think he's better. I think that Adam's card draw, like, because he doesn't have the Rapunzel, like he
He's
has
going to
the
run out of
docks.
resources, yeah. So he has to think through that.
He has docks and storms.
But only 3. So his,
Yeah.
and, unlike the Amethyst Steel deck, doesn't have a way to bounce it.
Doesn't have, yeah, no.
So he really only has 3 card draw here, and so what you have is what you have. Wait, he has
He does
Rapunzel.
have Rapunzel. Did we not see it on the list?
Oops.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so either way, I guess he did have Rapunzel. We just missed
we
it.
just missed it.
And so again, now he was able to smash again. Smash to take out Fox.
That
smash
smash
is
is-
that 3 damage is so
Yeah, well, and
efficient.
when I saw it on the list, I was like, oh, I guess it is a direct option for those foxes, which
Yeah.
are actually brutal for the board states that he is running. So.
Absolutely. So we were completely wrong. So Adam, man, Mikey got out of a tight spot. So he did have Rapunzel.
did.
He just drew it a turn late on that bodyguard, but Mikey was able to
Mikey
play
was able to
Zeus to able to recover.
Oh, Hades.
Or sorry, Hades.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Zeus, Hades. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So same movie.
what did he Hades?
I think he Hades something that was new, because it was whenever it was on the left.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, no, Lady Lilo. They are playing quickly, which is kind of good. So he's playing Rapunzel without healing, probably just to build up boards.
Exactly. Again, because
he's at 15 lore.
yeah.
Which
And the one thing we know about Sapphire and Amethyst is they don't have an efficient way to deal with your board, and so you can just go wide against them.
Yeah.
And if you go wide against them, they have to deal with your things kind of like one at a time. And unfortunately now we're staring
curious
down.
if he has Monstro
Yeah.
in hand. If Michael has
Monstro, yeah.
Then he can.
We're okay.
Yes, I'm like. Mikey's on my team, so I'm like,
Yeah.
I know he runs that
So
card.
yeah, we really need Monstro here.
And-
But even so, Monstro
But
takes
even
out the 2
Monstro
characters.
takes out the
Doesn't
2.
look like we have it because we're gonna take out Lady here.
Lady.
We're gonna take the 2 damage.
How many is that?
5 for Elsa.
Elsa.
I know Belle to be able to take that out. Another didn't think through that. That's a good line.
Yeah, it was a good line.
And then we're gonna play. We're just gonna hardcast Belle.
Hardcast Bell to have more.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's gonna play Lilo from the discard. That's why we call her Zombie Lilo.
Zombie Lilo. Yep.
She always.
Lilo's
comes
always
back.
coming back. And again, we're just in a tough spot. Like Mikey had an opportunity earlier on, but now this is kind of exactly where Adam
It's
wanted
exactly
to get
where
to.
Adam wanted to get to, and so Mikey just has to continuously have removal and not get that lore gain, and I think that's where he's gonna struggle for sure. Oh, strength.
Strength,
on
yeah.
the bell.
Quest to
Quest to
19 or 18.
18.
18.
And then, unless Mikey has more, because those 2 characters are not going to do enough to take out all of that board state. unless
Yeah.
it has some
So
bounce
Mikey needs
options.
something here
Some
to be able to
bounce
either
options,
play another
another
Hades,
Hades.
Fox, Bell, like another Bell would do it, Monstro would do it.
Yeah. So
Really, Monstro would be ideal here.
Monstro would be the ideal
Yeah.
play for sure. With I don't know how
I
many
don't
cards he has in hand. I think
see-
he has enough to do Monstro again and again. He's got Spellbook in hand. And does he have another Bell? I believe he does. Oh, Genie.
No, we're just digging.
Yeah, no, he's searching for options.
Yeah,
but he's not
I
gonna
guess
have enough to play.
if we drew Elsa here, we would be able to ink and then basically use Hades plus Hades plus Elsa to take out the Rapunzel,
And
which is a
then
good
he's-
option line here because he's on 4 ink, so he could ink, play Elsa. No, he didn't
okay,
have it.
He did not have it. So
Oh, Adam takes game 1.
Adam takes game 1. I know. All right, so I'm like watching it. I'm also like watching it from like a team point of view right now because I was like, oh, this is what I would do. This is what he would do against me. And then, which is kind of one of those funny things because.
Yeah, they're just talking about it right now where they were able to, the smash on the Foxes was,
Which that it just.
it was brutal.
It was brutal.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he had them too, like right when he needed them. Was,
Exactly. Yeah, that
was
3
really
damage
good.
from Smash is interesting. Obviously, it's not a song, but being able to do 3 damage is really efficient, whether it's take out Fox, whether it's take out 3-drop Ursula. Again, there's a lot of 3-drop
Just making sure.
or 3 defense characters that being able to efficiently do that is great. And you usually have Strength of the Raging Fire to be able to help with that. But again, Smash doesn't require you to have characters on board.
No, it does not, which is the benefit of that over strength. He has both in his deck. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
So I think that game went exactly how Adam would have hoped. Again, going wide with the board, playing the bodyguard Prince. Lady and the Prince was brutal
Yeah.
for Mikey there. So now we're going to game 2. Mikey's going to be on the play.
So-
What do we think we're doing now that we know? Now that he knows.
Now
he's
that he
playing against
knows,
aggro?
I think he's going to alter more aggressively for the bell
Yeah.
on turn 1 because he knows he's going to need to have bodies on
Yeah.
board, and then his secondary would be to get those more of those foxes out
Yeah.
because
Fox is critical.
foxes.
I think Bell into Friends would be ideal here.
Yeah,
So
that would-
Popsicle
that would be
Bell,
good.
Friends
Popsicle
would be ideal. Because again, if he can have more card draw, that's going to allow him to set up for those turns 4, 5, 6, 7,
Yeah.
which are critical. Again, last game we saw too, Monstro would have been monstrous.
Monstro, yes. Monstrous, yes,
and
that
so I
would-
think in the late game,
So
you
he altered
he's
for
going to.
5, so he is definitely
digging.
for
Yeah.
what he needs.
And I think the play line here with Adam is, again, being the aggro deck, you kind of pivot to a different style of play when you're on the draw with this deck.
Yeah, I don't
Where-
necessarily feel like you need to have the same. Like, you still want that lady play line, but it's one of those things where it's like, what 1-drop would you play first in that instance? I would probably go for a Cinderella
Yeah,
Because-
I think Cinderella, or honestly,
or the Daisy.
Daisy's tough or Daisy's helpful because it does protect itself from Belle, and it sets you up for Rapunzel value later. So I think Daisy on turn 1 would be critical.
Yeah.
And I think honestly, like Daisy into Smee or Captain Hook into Smee, because the great thing about that is Captain Hook can then efficiently take out Belle if Mikey tries to sing with it.
Yeah.
And so I think those are some 2 play lines I'd be thinking through. I think Rapunzel's going to be critical here, or Doc, and so I think being able to efficiently drive your resources and then basically get Mikey into a situation where he has to give you Rapunzel value, it's going to
Well,
be
yeah, but
Adam's play line.
now Mikey knows that he has the Rapunzel, so like open.
Mikey didn't have the Popsicle Bell on turn 1, but that's okay. Ink pass.
Ink pass, but he's still going.
Looks like we have
to be
ramp
in a
on
better
2 though.
place. Yeah,
He has
does have
Sail
ramp.
and Fox, so we should be okay. Okay, so turn 1 into the Cinderella. So
There we go. Yeah,
again, much better that you're not staring down a bell.
for sure. Yeah, no,
Like
no,
to be
no.
honest, like
Yeah, no, I think it would be like if you didn't have the song to go with the Cinderella, you start building a board. You don't even do anything until you have more characters on board.
so we ink Friends. We play Sail, so Sail allows us to ink again, accelerating to that 4-drop.
Accelerating to 4, because
Mikey's
4s
deck needs to get up to that 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's where Mikey can really pull away. Until then, he's just kind of in like a little bit
He's
solitary.
he's in kind of a limbo area.
Yeah.
He's what he's inking is always very important. I feel like that is something in this game that people are still working through. Like
Yeah.
what you ink is critical, and I for our team I'm always like, do you remember what you inked? Do you remember what your opponent inked? And so like that's something as I think competitive players need to. Well, somebody says, wonder if he has time for double sale. I don't know if he has time for.
I
double
think-
sale
I think he does.
In this,
Right now, it depends, right?
Depends, yeah.
Again, okay. Like we said, Adam knows that Amethyst Sapphire Mikey can't handle going wide.
Yeah.
And so Adam's play line here is to go wide and then refill with Doc.
So somebody's saying he has a second sail in hand. Depending on how aggro Adam goes, he might be able to sail again.
Yeah, they're all one questers,
They're
right?
all one questers.
And
yeah.
so you're absolutely right. I think sail again here might be helpful because again, Mikey getting up to 5, 6, 7, 8 is efficient.
If you look at his list, he has 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's definitely like 8 with that monster on board.
Yep. Just like you said in the chat, he's going to sail to just keep ramping. He's saying, hey, you're only at 1. You're going to go to 4 next turn.
4, but I can deal with you.
I'm fine with that. And it looks like Adam's setting up for turn 3 Lady Leela. Is that right?
That's kind of what it looks like.
No.
He has another Cinderella.
Does he have the prince? No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
And so, yeah, we were able to double sail and then just play Bell, which is a great turn. Now we're heading into 6 next turn, which is great because we can play down pretty much a lot of different things. We can go with Bell line, we can...
Hades.
We have Hades now online, we have Anna online, we have Fox into replaying Bell online.
So now Adam has, I believe, 1 card left in hand.
Well, he hasn't played the lady yet, but he's going to, yeah.
Lady into
And the Prince, which is going to be
he
really...
has 1 card.
I didn't see the Prince originally. And so either
must have
drew it off the top or not. So this board state is tough, but again, we can get out of it here. We're going into 6 ink. If we're able to potentially, we know he has Fox, so we know he can take out the bodyguard here because he can challenge the Bell and then Fox. What would be ideal here is if he had another Fox, but he may just have to settle for
Just
taking out the bodyguard this turn and then replaying Bell. It looks. Oh, he also has shift line Bell,
and he does have shift line Bell.
but it's not very helpful when you're challenging into a 0. Yeah.
But he can move the damage from the bodyguard onto one of these other.
Oh, onto the other characters. That's really smart. I hadn't thought about that play line.
He can move it onto Lady.
So he could move 3 damage of it. So the play might be to challenge in and then be able to move that damage. That is a play line. That could be here.
Depending on what else he has.
In that case, he'd probably hard cast the Bell instead of shifting it just to get another character on board.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I would do.
What else do you think, or what else is Mikey thinking here? Obviously, Mikey's on Lorcana Muses.
Yeah, so he's on. Oh, so he also has the crab. So
the crab line. There you go.
Yeah. So for me, I probably would have done the Bell line, but I also probably, but I didn't see that he had crab.
I didn't either. Yeah, this is very efficient. So again, he's able to bounce crab back to give more, and then he's going to be able to take out the Cinderella here. We're in storm range now. Again, that was a pretty good turn. Again, that double sail to get into 6 was super helpful.
I'm curious to think about, like Storm, fine. I think I would have challenged the Captain Hook instead of the Cinderella in that instance.
Exactly.
For me. So like, I know he's on my team, so like we're gonna analyze this whole gameplay later, but I'm definitely where I'm. I was like, what are they had some...
Yeah, so I think what's interesting here is, why did Adam prioritize clearing Mikey's board? What do we think there?
For me, if I was playing this Amber Steel variant, I would not care about Mikey's board at all. I would, unless I have songs or the smashes for removal, I would not use my own characters for that removal option.
Yeah.
Because you already are going to have more of that board state, and you want to have that wider board state. So it's one of those options where you're just like, why? Like, I think that Adam must be a control player at heart because you just have that option of he's like...
Or again, maybe it's like here, Mikey's reestablishing board. Adam has no cards in hand, so Adam's just really trying to play off the top. He chooses to put Zombie Lilo back into play. Again, just to create board states.
Well, and then Mikey is also, he's off the top right now, so...
Oh, he is. He doesn't have any cards.
Adam has 1 card, but Mikey has no cards. Because he inked Friends.
To be able to do the double, to do the 6, yeah.
6, so...
I think there's...
I'm just like... I am... That Adam challenging across the board board was interesting to me, and I still am wondering quite. Like,
Again, maybe
precisely
Adam's like,
what
hey,
it
this
was.
game, I need to play the longer game here.
Yeah,
And
longer
I
game.
need to get rid of some of the resources. Oh, okay.
Okay, he has Rapunzel.
Yeah, walked into that one a little bit. Yeesh, that's pretty brutal.
That-
Again, you
oh,
never want to
yeah,
give you never want to give Amber Steel
full
Rapunzel value, but
value.
he was able to do that now. And again, he's just building up the board because Adam knows long term. Mikey can't efficiently deal with the board. So now you actually go more into control. You sit,
sure, and
you
then-
build out the board,
I
and
guess
then you
if
quest
that's
long term.
He's thinking long term,
Yeah.
which is like not something. Oh, I wonder. I was like, he looks like he's either going to trade into that
Into goat.
goat. Okay. What did he draw? He had.
I think he
there's a
drew
daisy.
double daisy, or maybe at least single daisy. So now he's gonna sit and be patient, which I think it's a smart move here.
Yeah.
What is Mikey looking for here?
Monstro. But does he have the?
He's at 7.
So no, he's not looking for one. He's looking
Well,
for me.
you probably want like Finders Keepers here,
Finders Keeper,
or
something,
Friends
more
to be able to just
friends,
draw.
something, same.
Honestly, even Genie just to be able to like pick back up some more cards.
Yeah.
He's really gonna need that to be able to get out of this game.
Yeah, 'cause
so Mikey's choosing to challenge into the Daisy to take that out. Again, that's opening up Rapunzel value again on Rapunzel. So Rapunzel on Rapunzel. We'll see if Adam has it. He's just saying, hey, you know what? If I'm gonna already do it, I might as well quest while I'm at it.
Yeah, because
You've already given
opened
it,
up
yeah.
there.
Absolutely. So it's very interesting to see kind of this play line. Adam was now able to take out Goat very easily, like a lot more efficiently than previously intended.
Yeah, because
Mikey decided to trade out the Daisy, which again, like he's just having to build and play to the board. Jafar gives +2, so Doc's going to take out Crab. Cinderella and Tipo are going to take out, or are going to heal.
Yeah, because Jean can, I believe Jean is who can heal. I was misthinking about him and another character from this set.
Yeah, so Jean helps efficiently heal up the Rapunzel so that the Tipo can't take out the Rapunzel. And honestly, now Tipo can't really do anything. And so again, Adam's able to really set the board state up in a way. Yep.
Yeah.
In a way that allows. I think we're just working through maybe a question here with the judge, so they're just clarifying something. I'm not sure what it's in regards to, but what are we doing? Where are we going from here?
What does the score say for not Mikey, Adam?
5.
Oh, it's glitching on here.
Oh, okay.
What does it
It
say?
says 6. On your
I can refresh.
So we're just working out some of the lore totals here for the players.
Now, I'm gonna.
And so we're fixing the lore totals. We just want to make sure the lore totals are appropriate before we move forward. Again, we're in a tricky spot where, yes, Adam is at a small enough lore total that Mikey can kind of draw out of this game. And so we'll look to see where we go from here. So we're just trying to fix everything. There we go. We're back up to the right lore total. So Adam has 7. Mikey has 5. Let's get back into it. So what we missed just while we were stepping away for a second is Adam was able to play Lilo into Daisy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
so he
Like-
Adam inked, and then with the last 2 ink, he was able to play 2 questers, which is, again, Mikey's staring down the sports state now. He's running out of time.
Well, yeah, if he doesn't have significant bounce and like Monstro, Fox,
Yeah.
all of the.
So Mikey's going to cast Hades here, and I think the question is, like, what do you Hades? Which I think is going to be a critical decision. I believe he does have an inkable in hand. The challenge with even drawing Monstro here is he won't have any
Cards to discard
cards to discard.
keep moving it.
So he's kind of in a tough spot.
So he Hadesed.
But
The
Adam's just going to.
Jafar?
I think he Hades the Lilo. No, he did the Jafar.
The Jafar.
Yeah. So here, Adam is probably thinking, okay, when is the right time to quest? Which, again, with these aggro decks, what's so interesting is on the surface you think, okay, we're just going to play down characters and turn them sideways.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, that's how some people play it, but that's not the most efficient or the best way to play it.
Yeah.
Sometimes just building board and waiting, especially when you know the play.
Oof. So he was able to play a sixth character and then
play strength.
Strength of the Raging Fire for 6 on the Hades to efficiently clear that out.
I think that is.
Now
I think that's
Adam's seeing an open door, and it's just saying, "Hey, I'm going to push for lore," and I think it's a 2-turn clock, and so Mikey's off the top. And again, I don't believe there's any cards in Mikey's deck.
I know he has a Fox in
he can
hand.
draw off the top. Elsa's not bad.
I like how Mikey's like, I know.
Oh no, so he's getting off Daisy. It's a Daisy trigger. Yep.
That was a Daisy trigger.
So he has Fox and Elsa, which is not terrible. So I think there's a huge opportunity now for Mikey to get out of this, where if 2, 4, 6.
Yeah, I'm just like, believe.
So he has 2 on tap, so he's at 17. He needs to clear 3 characters here, including Rapunzel, and I think that's going to be the challenge.
Yeah, the 5 willpower on Rapunzel is going to really.
Or I guess you could clear the other Daisy deck if you could clear both Daisies here.
Yeah, that's indirect removal, or without challenging.
So he has Elsa into Fox, or Monstro. Here we go.
Monstro.
Nice. Okay. And this is exactly what we needed. So perfect hand. He had to discard. Yeah. He had to use all of his resources to be able to survive it, but was able to get out of it. And now we kick it back over to Adam. Adam only has 4 on board, so he's able to get to 19.
And now he put the Lilo out from his discard before.
We need to draw Finders Keepers off the top. I think Mikey needs Finders Keepers here.
He needs the cards.
And not right here. Oh.
Wait.
Goes to the bottom. Where did he put the friends?
I'm very curious though.
Yep. So Mikey has 1 card. Or does he have 2 cards? What just happened? Did he put friends in his hand? We'll look into that just to make sure, because I think the friends was revealed off of the Daisy deck, so the friends should be at the bottom of the deck. Do you want to just see if that's what happened, just to make sure? We want to always correct play as much as we can if that is in fact what happened. It's just not.
It was just the way he did
okay.
it. He drew it on the turn.
Got it. Okay.
But
so we were able to make sure what happened was he got Elsa off of.
And I guess we told his opponent that he had the friends.
He was going to cast the friends, but it looked like he flipped it over, revealed to his opponent.
Yeah,
so we wanted to make sure what was going on in the game state. Everything is kosher, and so we're good to go and keep playing. So Mikey was able to draw friends, which he really needed. He needed to be able to get out of that.
Somebody is saying Adam also put that Jafar into his discard instead of his Inkwell. But it happens.
That's fair. And I think this is what's important about these types of casting, is we're able to find those things and try to correct them as much as we can.
Yeah, and then we definitely, we can't make the judge calls, but we've had a few judge calls when did they actually put it back on top or whatever, they come and asked us.
Yep, and that's game, so Mikey just scoops it up, because Adam had enough untapped that even if he was able to efficiently take out the board with Monstro, which he could have, he wasn't able to actually deal with the untapped characters in a way that was effective. Yeah, and this is definitely
probably one of the worst matchups for this deck.
It's pretty tough.
With an aggro Amber Steel variant, especially with that Prince Bodyguard.
Yeah, so congratulations to Adam for winning round 2. With his Amber Steel aggro deck. Yeah. Incredible feat. of just watching it play out. And gosh, what a turn though. Mikey had it where he was able to come back with Monstro. But again, Adam was just too far ahead.
Yeah, he had too much of a whiteboard state in that time. So.
Well, we are just ending round 2 here at the Reign of Jafar in the Desert 2K. This is part of a full weekend of Lorcana. We've had a 5K yesterday with over 80 players. We have a 2K today with over 40 players, and we're just getting started. But we're going to go ahead and take a little bit break before round 3 starts, and so we'll be back with you soon.
Farewell.
Okay.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Reign of Jafar in the Desert 2K, hosted by Top Cut Games. I'm Noah Barnett, the founder of Purple Shadow Gaming, and I'm joined by
Nikki Chapman. I am part of the Lorcana Muses team here, and we're excited for you to be joining us on round 3.
Yeah, we've had an incredible event so far. Yesterday we had a 5K with over 80 players. Today we have a 2K with over 45 players, and we are entering in round 3. And today we have an interesting matchup. We have Kenneth versus Eddie. Eddie is on Emerald Amethyst, and Kenneth is on
Emerald Amethyst.
Or Ruby
Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst, there we go.
An Emerald Amethyst.
So looking at Kenneth's list, what's interesting, or what, obviously with Flynn Rider up here, Flynn hasn't
come out in a long time. That was, what, set 4? Right?
Set 4.
Set 4, and it was the Sisu package we always saw, and it looks like we'll be seeing that here in Kenneth's deck. I mean, it's a pretty typical, to me, looking at the list, pretty typical, standard Ruby Amethyst, what you want to see, bounce and, removal.
Yeah, it's very much of almost like the kind of going back, right? Like.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't see any Maui sharks in here. There's definitely our standard Maui that we see in Ruby Amethyst. So it's going to be interesting because I think I play Ruby Amethyst a lot and trying to just use, the regular, I guess you could say regular cards that you typically play with. They're not really standing up in this meta, I've found.
Absolutely. Well, our players are ready to get started. And again, we have Kenneth versus Eddie. Eddie's on Emerald Amethyst. It's a very traditional Emerald Amethyst deck. We're excited to see Lyle, our friend Lyle. You got Gogo's, Elsa's. You have Flynn Rider as well.
Yes, but the nice discard Flynn Rider.
So we should have put Flynn Rider. It should have been Flynn versus Flynn.
Flynn versus Flynn.
There we go. We'll see which Flynn wins. Okay, we're off to the races. So typical start by Ruby Amethyst.
Absolutely.
With a 1-drop Broom. And I think what Eddie will be looking to do here is to kind of just match pace, play card for card. I think at the end of the game, this is going to come down to who draws more cards and who grinds it out. Like who can grind out their opponents.
And definitely, I mean, both of them have plenty of 1-drops, so it's good to see they both got on the board starting off. You never want to miss that 1-drop.
This is Rafiki, and Rafiki's the one...
Challenger 3.
Challenger 3 is, but it's a 1-3?
It's a 0-3.
Okay.
So he gets that extra boost only when challenging. So
absolutely.
If there's a brawl that comes out, it will be gone very fast.
Well, Kenneth's going into turn 2, and again, this is kind of like old school Ruby Amethyst, and so I'm sure we'll likely see he has Flynn Rider in his hand, so we'll see if he chooses to play it or not.
Yeah.
I imagine though, because Eddie's characters are really small, like their challenge, their attack or strength is actually quite low, and so a Flynn into Sisu would be pretty rough for Eddie.
Yes, absolutely.
And so he inks.
There's the Flynn.
There it is, and he chooses to pop Broom and passes it back. Let's see what Eddie has.
I think he can do with that Flynn, because right now...
Yeah, his 2-drop options are pretty limited. He obviously has the Flynn Rider as well, which he might choose to play. But again, he does a typical 1-drop, or he does double 1-drop.
Double 1-drop, which is not bad, because that Merfolk definitely puts the pressure on with the additional discard there that you have to deal with, which you don't want to deal with. But.
Yeah. And luckily, the Chernobog followers actually blocks the first Flynn trigger, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see kind of what we do here. And Kenneth's actually questing Flynn.
Kind of surprising because the Rafiki's probably going to slam into it, but we'll see what he has next.
Oh, okay.
Oh, bounce. Okay, well that works, and nothing he
sense.
can rush into. So I guess the fox will just hang out right now.
Yeah, and again, too, maybe playing, or like, I think the good thing about Kenneth thinking about this is, one, he's putting the Flynn back into his hand, likely to enter the Inkwell later, just because then you can prioritize those high-end cards.
Yeah,
because
definitely getting the Sisus.
Medusas, big Sisus, Tremaines, so he has a lot of top end that I think is going to be important.
Yeah. And not running a lot of the evasive that we're seeing right now in purple red. Only the Genies is pretty much his only evasive line. And we don't see the Diablo on the Emerald side, so
Yep.
that might work in his favor to have that Genie out.
And so Eddie's doing, what this deck does really well. So he was able to quest with Chernobog followers, draw a card. He was able to play Lyle, so he's forcing Fox either to sing here. So if he's actually not playing Friends on the other side.
Yeah, no,
He is
got
playing
4.
Friends. So
yeah.
here, Fox has Reckless because of the Lyle.
Lyle.
So Fox is either forced to challenge and then thus having to discard. It also means that the Lyle triggers where Kenneth is going to lose his lore and go back to 0.
Yep.
So huge value there for Eddie, knowing that he gets 2 lore.
Yeah.
He forces the Fox, forces the discard.
Yeah. That's always a bummer, but name of the game with discard. Well, those Chernobog or the Curse Merfolk.
Yeah,
really
so
helpful.
looking at Kenneth's hand, he's in a tough spot. I think he's struggling for Inkables.
Mm-hmm.
He has a lot of top end with.
I thought I saw a Maui in there. So there's the Flynn. Let's see. Can't really quite tell. Okay, so good singing Friends. I mean,
interesting
definitely.
choice that he didn't choose to sing Friends with Fox and chose to prioritize taking out Merfolk.
Yeah,
Because
that's true.
I would have likely, depending on his hand, I can't see exactly his hand.
No.
Thought Eddie's kind of early enough in the game where maybe prioritizing the card draw there over the challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that you could then either, in this case, he drew into another friend, so he could have cast that.
Yeah, and you definitely could have been searching for that brawl to see if that brawl would come out. You have the 3 ink, but you would have to wait another turn, obviously, if you're gonna not sing. But he could have definitely done that.
Yeah, I think singing with Fox there could have been interesting, but again, he chose not to, and he's prioritizing keeping Eddie's board clean.
Yeah.
As he builds up.
Yeah, and he's
Another
definitely
Lyle.
building up.
Second Lyle is tough. Right now, Kenneth's at 0, so Lyle doesn't really matter, but Lyle can get busy later.
Yes,
right now,
absolutely.
I think this game is kind of an interesting turning point, and this is what Ruby Amethyst does really well. Is it kind of puts you in a place where you're kind of on the defense for a little bit, and then you kind of turn the corner. And so in the next 2 turns, I believe we're going to see Kenneth turn this game around.
I think so. As long as he's got that Maui to take care of that Lyle.
The first Lyle,
because he is there, definitely, whatever he inks. I thought I saw Maui, so I think that's going to be the next move.
Yeah, I think the play here is interesting because the question is, do you care? Because you have B-Prep.
Yeah.
Do you really care about this, or should you just keep drawing?
Yeah. He definitely seems like he's looking for something, possibly. But, okay, so we see a Tremaine. I think we do see that B-Prep, so...
And we have Big Sisu in hand.
And Big Sisu,
Plus we have, Sisu in Folded Warrior as well coming down. So, next turn he's going to actually have the option to basically play Sisu.
And then shift.
Into shift Sisu. Ursula's taking a
Alright,
look at the
so
hand.
there goes that Be Prepared. There's no other songs, so we know that Be Prepared is now going to go in the discard, unfortunately, for Kenneth.
Hey, maybe Eddie will choose not to choose a song. You don't have to choose
You don't have to. I mean, I would, personally. I don't want my board wiped.
You never know. But again, Eddie's just trying to grind out and kind of control the board. But ultimately, we're in a spot where Eddie's just kind of got to push as much as he can and see how he can drive this game forward, playing another 2-quester.
Yeah, he definitely has the questing power, but not as much removal as we know that Ruby does have.
Yeah, and it looks like Eddie in his hand right now has Improvise, and then he has Bruno.
Yep.
And he has Fox. So he definitely has the ability to
make some big moves.
Unfortunately, it's all moves that would require Kenneth to have something going on.
Yeah,
and
right
currently
now
Kenneth doesn't have anything going on.
No, nothing going on. So we'll have to see. I mean, definitely those Lyles being exerted can work in his favor right now, having a Maui. But it looks like.
So it looks like Eddie's prioritizing, hey, while I have it, I know I'm going to get Sisu'd at some point this game, so I'm just going to go for it and try to gain as much lore as I can while I can and kind of push the needle before Kenneth turns the corner.
Absolutely.
I think there was an interesting play here where Eddie chose to ink the Bruno. Whereas I would have thought you would have kept the Bruno so that when my opponent played Sisu here,
Yeah.
I would have known I would be able to
Try to get it out of the hand.
I would try to push it and then try to hit that other Sisu.
Yeah.
Also, it prevents you from getting shifted next turn.
True.
Because even if you miss the big Sisu on the Bruno trigger, you would still be able to. You would now have 2 more turns.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting play. You know, Eddie is obviously thinking here, I want to get more lore on board and I want to draw more cards.
Yeah.
And so he didn't prioritize that Bruno line.
No.
As someone who plays Emerald Steel, I hate inking Brunos, and so I just think
Yeah.
there I would have likely kept the Bruno, hard casted the Bruno this turn,
Yeah.
and kept pushing. Because right now I'm about to lose my whole board.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, now he's got a goat out, so at least the goat would stay, but everything else would
Yeah.
be gone.
And then you're staring down this.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Ruby Amethyst does its well. So
Mhm.
Eddie's at 12, so he did what he needed to do in the early
Yeah,
game.
absolutely.
But like
We
Ruby
know-
Amethyst does.
Back end of Ruby Amethyst, you kind of take control, and it does hurt a lot.
So Eddie's sitting with 2 cards in hand. So he
Mhm.
knew it was coming, and he
Yeah.
obviously prioritized playing Goat this last turn.
Yeah.
Knowing that it wouldn't die to the Sisu. Kenneth's saying, hey, you know what? I gotta start going.
Yeah, I gotta apply the pressure, definitely, since he created the most board presence. But, you know, if Eddie has a fox, we can bounce, get another
We know
lore.
he does have the fox.
Yeah, so definitely that might be his next move to gain another
Fox
lore.
gets to take out the Sisu
Yeah,
if he chooses to. So questing here to go to 13, bouncing.
yep, bouncing, getting another lore, and taking out that Sisu.
Maybe the line.
Yep.
So he's
Well,
going to go to
looks that
13,
way.
and 13 is a dangerous place. Now he's going to go to 14,
14.
with Goat in hand.
Yep. Is he going to challenge?
I think Eddie's probably thinking right now, how am I going to race? And he already
Mm-hmm.
knows Kenneth has, I don't know if he had Medusa or Tremaine in hand, but he knows
Yeah,
he has
Tremaine.
it, and he also knows
Yeah.
that he can't just leave this fox on board. But again, you have to remember those things.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so if it was Medusa, then maybe he's fine. But I think it's Tremaine. And
Yeah,
so
it's
he just
Tremaine,
leaves
yeah.
the fox up here prioritizing
There
lore
it is.
gain.
Yeah.
I think Eddie's in a tough spot if that happens.
Yeah,
But he's thinking
yeah.
through that right
There you
now.
go.
Makes the decision to take out the Sisu, prioritize that.
It's the right decision. Clear
Absolutely.
clear his board. Don't give him that opportunity. Oh, okay. So we're putting out. Well, that's okay. I mean, if that gets. No, that's the questing one. Right?
Yeah, true love's followers.
yeah,
Yep,
questing
it's-
and
yeah,
banish.
when you quest, you can banish,
You banish and
and draw. A card.
draw. So.
But again,
not
he's just
give
gonna,
him that.
it's gonna get him a lore, and it's gonna get
Yeah.
him a card. And
Yeah.
honestly, at this point, that's what Eddie needs. He needs 1 lore at a time, and that's gonna be his game plan. He's gonna say, hey, can I crawl these last 6
Yep, there it is. There's
Um,
Tremaine.
while my opponent, or before my opponent really gets over the line.
Yeah.
And so we see the Tremaine there because again, Kenneth knows this too. We can't let Eddie get any more lore.
No. At this point, he's in a tough spot, only being at 4. He's creating the board presence now and taking the control, but we don't know what's gonna happen here.
Yeah.
He could definitely benefit from maybe pulling that Elsa with Rush at this point to get rid of that crab. That would probably benefit him, and then have that evasive target that Kenneth can't touch unless he has a genie. So, but we'll have to see.
Okay, so Eddie's, so we know Eddie has Goat. I don't know what the other 2. So 2 mystery cards.
Yes. We
It
see
looks
the
like
genie. I see the genie,
Yeah,
so
I
we'll
think
see.
Kenneth has follower. There it is.
All right.
There's the green Flynn. So
Yep.
we'll see if the green Flynn. So again, Eddie's at 15. He's challenging 3 more lore. Plus, you obviously have that one with Goat if Goat is indeed banished.
Yep.
So right now, Eddie is kind of posing a position where he can quest to 18 next turn.
Yep.
If he needs to, and then he's obviously Kenneth's gonna have to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah. Because he's definitely going to have that discard dealing with the Flynn.
Unfortunately, it looks like Kenneth is kind of just
Doing his
needing
best.
to push.
Yeah.
So he goes to 8.
8.
Plays a library
Library.
here. I think he's going to move the team. I think he has Chernobog's followers, so I'd imagine he's going to put Chernobog's followers down on the board. Now the question is then, is he going to ink to be able to put the followers in? He chooses not to. So his remaining cards, I believe, are Crab and Genie.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, definitely good cards to work with, but okay, so Eddie's going to go ahead and quest.
So now what Eddie has here is Eddie's at 18. The lore isn't updating appropriately here, but Eddie is at 18. So basically he has game on board because if we're able to remove the fox or remove the goat, Eddie's going to go to 19, and then he has that broom that might push him over the line.
Yeah.
Luckily, Kenneth can draw 2 cards off Chernobog's followers here if he chooses to.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to focus on challenging first.
The goat. Okay, so we're gonna give.
And gets to draw a card.
Okay, so now we know Eddie is at 19.
So Eddie is at 19. I know the lore isn't updating appropriately, but Eddie is currently at 19, and so that broom is game.
Yeah.
If that stays on the board.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we're gonna banish and draw. Yeah.
He is.
Let's
Interesting choice to not put it in the library first, but again, maybe he sees something we don't see.
And he could be looking for a Be Prepared to see if he can reset the board, and at least he has the library that'll stay for that passive lore game for him. Maybe just a
so you can quest a 12 ink and play B-Prep. That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has B-Prep in hand. I didn't see.
No, and that's why I think he banished and drew with those followers just to see if there was the Hail Mary there and could have that.
So unfortunately,
chance.
It looks like it wasn't because he's challenging
the Flynn.
He's challenging the Flynn.
And now he'll have to discard. Discards the Chernobygs, okay.
So now the question still becomes is how do we get rid of the broom?
Yeah. I mean, I don't see a brawl.
No, I think we have Genie, Crab, Rabbit. So I think we're going to have to play Rabbit and hope we draw a brawl.
Okay.
Or Genie.
Yep. And we still don't... Well, he hasn't inked, so, I mean, it's very possible he could... If he drew a brawl, he can still play it.
Unfortunately, he didn't. He drew Snake off the top. So unfortunately, if he was able to get that Snake earlier, he would have been able to bounce the Tremaine, which is a great play.
That would have been a great play.
But unfortunately, he wasn't able to get it over the line. That was really smart playing by Eddie. Really valuing I know what I need to do, and that's to get over the line with the lore.
Yeah, he flooded the board early and knew that he needed to take that early control because Ruby Amethyst will take control on the back end of the game.
Totally. Yeah, and I think, again, he got just there, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need. You need 20 lore.
That's it.
That's how the game works. I think there could have been an opportunity that was interesting to, with the library, to be able to draw 2, to prioritize not trying to draw into Be Prepared. He was only playing 3, and we saw 1 already.
Yeah. It would have, I think
playing to your other outs into Elsa or into... Is he playing Brawl?
Yeah, he's got 4 brawls, so
so
I'm sure if you were digging for that broom would have been gone, but it just didn't happen.
I think I would have pushed on Kenneth, and so I know he did it for a reason, but just to try to dig further by putting that Chernobog follower in the library to draw 2, so you get 1 further. Yeah,
for sure.
The other thing that was interesting, okay, here we go. We're going to get started in game 2. Eddie, the Amethyst Emerald player, got game 1. The lore is not currently updated, so I'm going to go check on that real quick just to see if we can get a reset here.
Ooh, we haven't been watching comments, so we apologize we haven't been watching comments here, but...
Yeah, we just need to get the
lore. Was it that? Yeah, it's that one. So I think we just go to... I think there's a reset on it.
So we actually need to do it in here with the overlay.
Okay.
So hey everyone, we're just trying to get the lore fixed. We're currently in game 2. They're in the middle of altering their hands. But just give us 1 second while we... trying to.
I think it's in the inkwell thing. I want to say, is it that? Yeah, the inkwell overlay. Yeah. Oh goodness. There was a reset. Oh, I think it like stopped. There we go. All right.
There we are.
I think transition.
I think we need to just reset this. We need to be able to reset the ink. But again,
Yeah.
our players are getting ready. They're off to the races on round 2 or on game 2.
I'll message Brittany so she can come help us.
We are here at the 2K in Reign of the Desert, or Reign of Jafar in the desert in Phoenix, Arizona. We have an incredible opportunity with 45 players today. For today's event, we had around 80 players. We're currently watching Ruby Amethyst, very traditional Kenneth version of Ruby Amethyst, against Eddie, who is our Amethyst Emerald player. We know that the lore counts are not correct, but we're going to get that updated in just a minute. But in the interim, we're driving this forward, and we're already in the game too. So we know that players here are prioritizing just building the board, drawing cards. We see Kenneth play Broom, and we see that Flynn Rider from Kenneth, which we haven't seen for a while in some of these decks. So I love seeing that Flynn Rider come back. Again, one thing we observed in game 1 was that Flynn Rider could have played a huge part because a lot of Eddie's characters have really low strength. So if you can get a Flynn Rider plus a Fox or plus a Goat, that Flynn Rider can do some damage.
Absolutely. I know Brittany's playing draft, so I don't know. Can we reset it from there?
Yep, we can. Just need to find this layer, which is what I'm struggling to find. Nope, that's not the right one. So these players are off to the races. I don't want you to miss any of this commentary. So it looks like we have Gogo coming down to prevent the Flynn Rider. So we had to play Gogo without the additional cost to gain lore. But again, it's basically like gaining lore because Eddie basically prevented Kenneth from gaining 2 lore.
Definitely the right move. That Flynn can get very dangerous.
Yeah,
especially if he puts a Sisu out.
Exactly, and I think that's one thing we just want to make sure is both players know exactly what they need to do to be able to keep their opponents from being able to get to a place where they're really just jumping off and jumping to the races. So now we've got the lore count fixed, so we are off and pushing.
All right.
So again, this is going. Oh, so Kenneth chose to brawl the Go-Go. Again,
Good choice.
Kenneth's deck, even though typical Ruby Amethysts that we've been seeing have a lot of ways to deal with evasives, honestly, Kenneth's doesn't. So getting that Go-Go off the board was important.
Yeah, very important. Brawl's the right way to do it. And yeah, because he doesn't. He's not. Well, yeah, he is playing the Elsa. I didn't see that earlier. So really, those are kind of the matchups between the two of them. They both have genies. They both have Elsa. So.
Yeah. One thing I thought was interesting about Kenneth's list is he's choosing to do the 2 genie, 2 rabbit. And so there's always this debate between rabbit and genie.
It's true.
You said you're a Ruby Amethyst player. Mm-hmm. What's your take?
So I took a little break from the game for a little bit, and then when I came back and this genie card was so present, I was like, no, it's all about rabbit. You got to keep that bounce package going. And then I realized how important the genie was, not just for the lore, being able to quest for 2 lore, but being able to get that card draw right away on top of that, and him being evasive. And so I think Ruby Amethyst didn't have a lot of evasive to deal with the Diablos that came with set 3.
Yeah, so interesting thing here that is a really heads up play from Eddie is so Eddie had Diablo, which is a 0/1. Doesn't have much strength, but when you combine that with Crab, with the +3, now it's a 3/1. And so he had the opportunity, Eddie had the opportunity to either challenge Flynn or Broom.
Yep.
He chose the Broom.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Because the Crab has 3. Okay, so maybe he had something in mind that we didn't know.
So I think there's an opportunity here where what Eddie was prioritizing potentially, which is what I'm thinking, is that he knows that whoever draws the most cards in this game is going to win.
Yeah.
And he needs to keep Kenneth off of that. And so in theory, he was able to Crab into Diablo. He gets to draw a card off his Diablo.
Yeah.
He prevents Broom from being able to quest again, saving a lore similar to Flynn, but also preventing that card draw. And I think that's a huge heads-up play by Eddie.
Yeah.
And very impressive play, and just showing the depth that Eddie has of the game.
Yep.
And specifically this matchup and what it's going to require to win. And we saw that game 1 where he he crawled his way to exactly 20.
Yes. He definitely knew what he was doing with this deck, and he knows what he's facing with the Ruby. Oh, is that the second Maui that's had to been
It is the second Maui in the Inkwell, which is tough because Maui's that perfect partner for Flynn.
It is, yeah. And he only has 3 in his deck, so I don't know if we'll see that other one. Might have to dig for it if we need to go through card draw with friends or anything like that. So we see a fox, and we're pulling back the goat, so he'll get another lure there for Eddie.
And Eddie right now is just, again, taking it slowly. Again, if you're just tuning in and you're looking at this board state, you would say, wow, Kenneth clearly has the advantage here.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's too early to tell.
I think so.
They're both players are heads-up players, and they're just really thinking through how do we play the next 3 or 4 turns? Because I think the next 3 or 4 turns is going to set us up to see how we're going to move to the end game. We know that Kenneth has a very, very strong end game.
Yep.
He's very top-heavy with B preps and then into Sisus.
And if he does find the Maui, that's going to be helpful as well. If he can get some libraries out for that passive lore, Eddie will have to deal with those libraries. So there's definitely a chance for Kenneth to maybe take this one, and we might see a game 3.
So it's going to be interesting to watch. But again, these next couple turns are very critical. I think one thing that's interesting that one thing that Kenneth is running into right now is he's yet to have that additional card draw.
Yeah.
And again, that was a heads-up play by Eddie earlier to take away that card draw because every little card matters. Kenneth is, again, advantaged because he does have the evasive genie, and so he's going to push forward with that 2 lore. Kenneth inks to 6. I apologize. We see that he has Big Sisu in hand, so that might come in handy in a few turns.
Absolutely.
But again, what's tough is if he's having to ink to 8 every turn and not have card draw, at some point you run it out.
Yeah. Or you're sitting with a whole bunch of unequals. Okay, so the Ursula comes out, so he didn't have anything, no songs. So
yeah, no songs, so Ursula misses.
Yeah, Ursula misses. Nothing to discard for Kenneth, so that's a win when you don't have to discard from that Ursula, especially if it is your B prep.
Yeah, so he kind of guts checks him for that. One thing I think that's also interesting about Ursula that I think is undervalued is that you now know what's in your opponent's hand.
Yep.
So Eddie now has critical information. He's obviously advantaged. He has 4 cards in hand to Kenneth's 2.
Yep. And
he now knows kind of like
that Sisu's coming.
And what Kenneth has is kind of all he has is Brawl and Sisu. And so if he can work around that, that's going to be critical. Okay. So we're just playing to the board because again he knows that it's just the Sisu, and so because of that it's not the B prep. Eddie's prioritizing putting more on board and going wide.
Yeah, and he's definitely putting ones on board that the Sisu can't touch, which is nice. And at least the ones that are going to go away, he'll get a card draw from that Diablo, which is always helpful. But we'll lose the Ursula as well, so it's not a huge disadvantage for Eddie at all.
Yeah. And again, it's so critical in these matchups, and we saw this even last round with the Amber Steel aggro deck, where even though, yes, you have these characters that can just turn sideways, knowing when to turn them sideways
is the important part.
Is extremely important. And so Eddie here has been sitting back, building up his board, and he said, you know what, now it's time to go.
Yep.
And so Eddie's pushing because he wants to get lore when you can.
Yeah.
That's critical.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely playing this right.
So right now, Kenneth is thinking through, okay, what do I do here? What are my play lines? He's choosing to take out Fox with Snake, which feels reasonable. But what else do you think what else is Kenneth kind of trying to figure out here?
I think he's trying to figure out how do I get rid of, I mean, he can definitely quest with the Genie. I mean, because Eddie has nothing to deal with that. But Inking the Brawl is interesting.
So I think
he's just trying to get that Sisu out. I think that's what his ultimate plan is.
Or at least threaten it. I think that's critical because Eddie's clearly played the cards he knows he can play before Sisu. And so he prioritized playing Crab down without really much of an upside, which is not usually what you want to do. He played 2 Crabs with not much upside.
Yep.
He played Fox down, he was challenging, or he was questing in, he gave away his Fox to Snake. And so Eddie here is just basically like, I'm going to gain as much lore as I can while I can.
It's the time. It's the time.
But because now Kenneth is threatening Sisu,
Yep.
Eddie has to think well about what characters he plays, and he had it.
Yeah, and there you go. And you got a goat out, so you know you're getting that one lore. You know the Sisu's coming, so you'll get another lore. And
well, luckily
drop.
the goat doesn't.
The goat won't go away. That's right.
So again, he's heads up that information off Earth Slave, and the DK song now knows I can quest. I'm going to put big, stronger strength characters down on the board, and I'm just going to push because right now
there it is.
And he still gets to draw a card off that. And so, again, the board situation's kind of shifted. One thing that's interesting now is because Sisu's a 5/4, Flynn will trigger if Flynn's around. But Eddie almost doesn't care right now because Eddie's challenging board. And so I think it's a race.
It is. And I think Kenneth will probably protect that Flynn at this point. Because Eddie doesn't really have anything to get rid of it.
Except for, I guess, Elsa.
Elsa would be the only thing. But
Elsa would be the path.
Yeah, that is it. But we don't know what he has.
He only has 2 Elsas, though. That's a key thing. So, but he does have Bruno's. So he seemed to prioritize like Bruno plus Elsa here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, this is one of those like plays right now where I think Kenneth might have 1 card in hand or 0.
Oh, there's the Bruno.
So he's Brunoing, and so now it's gonna be a coin flip whether he gets to keep that Sisu or not. So they're gonna roll a dice to randomize it to see which of them is.
Alright, let's see. Is luck in Eddie's favor here? 6.
And it's
it's Tremaine. So
that would have probably been. I would almost rather have the Tremaine than
the
Sisu.
The Sisu's a little scarier, I think.
Yeah, questing out the 13.
Yeah, he knows what's
Sisu
coming.
doesn't really. But Sisu doesn't.
He's not gonna hurt any of those. So I mean.
So Kenneth's kind of in a weird spot where I think depending on what he draws here, he might even just have to play. He again might have to prioritize that if I can put down the Sisu.
Yeah.
And he does not have an answer for the Sisu or the Flynn.
Oh.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Is he gonna?
He drew B prep.
Ah.
That was a good draw.
Yeah.
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Don't leave that Flynn like that.
Yeah, because again, he could have played a different line where if he just quests with Genie, he goes to 12.
Yep.
He plays Sisu. He has game on board if Eddie doesn't have it. And what Kenneth might not know is Eddie only would have 2 answers out of that to be able to pull away. He opts to not take the aggressive line and assume that Eddie has it and kind of play it more safe.
Yeah.
And plays the B prep.
Yeah. Give it a reset, start over.
It is an interesting tactic, though, which I've spent a lot of time really thinking about lately, is in these situations, you have these opportunities where you're like, okay, if I go this route and he has it, then I lose. But if he doesn't have it, I win. Yeah. Or I go this route where I'm going to prevent him from winning or your opponent from winning. But then the crawl back is really tough. Because Kenneth actually doesn't now have a path to win, which is really, he doesn't have a clear path to win.
Yeah.
And neither does Eddie. Eddie's only on 15. But we're kind of in this tricky situation now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tight for both of our players, I think. And just seeing the crab go down is kind of interesting. We don't know what else he's holding. He doesn't have a lot of ink out on the board either. So, I mean, he has enough to play in Elsa, but...
So interesting play. Kenneth just decides, you know what, I'm going to put Sisu back down and make you deal with it.
Yeah, apply the pressure,
And
for
he's
sure.
going to go to 16 here. We know he has Fox, Improvise, Flynn Rider, and maybe, I'm not sure what the fourth card is, but he has Fox, Flynn Rider, and Improvise. Improvise is the +1 draw card.
Yes. From what, set 2?
So the fourth card is Curse Merfolk.
Oh, okay.
So interesting enough, like, you know, Eddie's been holding back these characters. So
Yeah.
Kenneth must be
why.
thinking, hey, I'm going to play Sisu, and I'm expecting you to play your other characters. And what we don't know is we don't know what's in Kenneth's hand right now.
No, we don't.
So there's a potential here that Kenneth is playing Sisu because he drew another one, which would
Yeah.
be baiting out you to play your smaller
characters, yeah. Yeah, 100%.
and then basically replay down a second Sisu and clear this game out.
Yep.
Eddie's like, again, this is a great opportunity where he's like, if you have it, you have it. I have to go for the win
Yep.
because now he's threatening game on board. And so Kenneth needs to have an answer here
Okay, Genie.
into a draw. And again, this is a great example where Eddie's like, if you have it, you have it, but if you don't, I win.
Yep. And right
that's
now,
just the
he will.
decisions you have to make. And again, being a game up, Eddie can make those types of decisions.
Yeah.
And I think, again, you know, this goes back to where, like, Eddie's saying, hey, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah.
Kenneth decided not to go that route earlier in the game.
Correct.
And we'll see kind of how this fleshes out. Obviously, Kenneth didn't have the second Sisu,
No.
but he had a Genie into draw. And so there's a few outs here. He obviously could have drawn into the last B prep to be able to sing B prep.
Yep. Yeah.
Not ideal, but an option. A brawl would be pretty great here because he still then threatens
Yeah.
to...
Get rid of something. The Flynn or the Merfolk, but he would still have to discard, correct?
Merfolk is only in a challenge.
In a challenge,
yeah,
okay.
And so is Flynn. Yeah, they both basically do a
So-
similar thing. Yeah.
I mean, at least he would get rid of one of Eddie's cards to prevent him.
From winning,
Yeah,
because then
from
you'd only
winning.
be able to quest this, and you threaten Goat, but again, this is where Kenneth's going to have to play to his outs, and so I can't see exactly what's in his hand.
No. Mm-mm. That's
But this is a
definitely-
critical turn.
Yeah, definitely thinking thoroughly about what he wants to do here.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, if we have... Again, this is what gets really tricky about this turn, where it's like, instead of being at... like, he quested the 13 earlier. Okay, friends.
okay.
He's just still digging for an answer,
digging,
because he
yeah.
has to have one, or Eddie has game on
game.
board. And
I
now he actually has to be able to deal with Merfolk or Flynn.
Yep. Yeah.
So this is a tight game. Again, this goes back to like which player is willing to make the hard decisions and really push
Oh,
forward. And he didn't
alright,
get into
he
it,
didn't.
so Eddie takes it down.
Yep. 2-0.
2-0, our Emerald Amethyst player. And again, I think my
Yeah.
biggest takeaway, and I would love to hear yours, Nikki, is like, you got to make those bets sometimes. And I think
You
it's hard to make them in the moment, but I
Yes.
think Kenneth getting to 13 created a very like unfortunate path to victory.
Yeah.
Whereas if he played the Sisu that turn and passed, and Eddie doesn't have an answer, he wins in the next turn.
Yeah, definitely. I think Eddie made the right decisions by just putting out everything he possibly could on each turn. Just
Yeah.
even having such little ink, he really took the opportunity to flood the board, put that pressure on Kenneth. I mean, he did use the B prep once, but it still just wasn't enough. And he still had those bigger willpower characters to be able to have that Sisu not do too much damage to his board.
Absolutely. And I think, again, it goes back to doing things that don't feel natural, right?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
saw Eddie play his first crab was helpful.
Yes.
He played 2 more crabs just as 3/3.
Yeah, you just
like 3
just
drop
to get
3/3s.
something out.
and was really efficient with his ability to stay above that Sisu threshold and be able to grind out lore.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that's where it was. So congratulations to Eddie, our round 3, beating Kenneth 2-0. Again, it's round 3 of a 6-round event, so we will be back. We are going to take a bit of a lunch break, I believe, to give our players much needed energy and filling back up.
Yeah, get that brain power back.
So we will be back in about an hour for the next round. But until then, we are so grateful that you're here and really value you being here and spending your Sunday afternoon with us.
Yes, thank you so much. And like Noah said, we'll be back in an hour for more Rain in the Desert. I think we're good. Do you hit transition at the top?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. All right, here we go. We are back.
Hey everyone, we are back from our little break.
Yes.
Had a great lunch.
Hopefully everyone got some sustenance.
Yeah.
And
I feel very full. We had a great food truck outside.
Yes, both days.
Both days. I wish I knew what they were, so I'd shout them out, but I don't. But it is incredible.
I think it was called Little Farm Food Truck.
Little Farm Food Truck in Phoenix, Arizona. Look them up. It is incredible. Have their chicken sandwich.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Very good.
Round 4.
Round 4.
Round 4,
Yeah,
day 2. Not day 2, our 2K, Reign of Jafar in the desert.
The desert, yeah. State 48.
State 48. Top Cut Games, thanks so much. And we have
got
2 great players. We have Ariel and Justin.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin's deck?
Well, let's see.
Sapphire Amethyst.
I like Sapphire Amethyst. Oh, sorry, we have a visitor.
Oh, the players are ready to go. Okay, thank you.
All right. Wonderful.
Okay, we're going to get into it, but Justin's playing...
Yeah.
Sapphire Amethyst?
Sapphire Amethyst. I like the incorporation of Royal Guard. That is a new card, so it's nice to see some new cards incorporated. That's an interesting one, having the Donald Duck Flatfoot in there. Hi.
We're ready.
Oh, you're good.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Ariel and team are ready. So here we
Yeah.
go. Royal Guard's really interesting. It just
Yeah.
helps, obviously, like, play some more defense against some of the aggro decks. I think one thing that's clearly missing from Justin's deck, which is actually in Ariel's deck, is Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam.
Yeah.
So typically what we see in this is we see Tamatoa, but there's no Tamatoas in this. There's no popsicles either.
No, so I guess that could be the reasoning behind that if you're not going to be doing any item at all. So
and you're playing a bunch of 1-drops, and so you're really not worried about the needing to play Popsicle into Bell, and so instead you just have a curve out similar to the green-purple deck, or sorry, the Amethyst Emerald deck we saw last round. So you'll see it even here, turn 1 ink into a 1-drop. But Tamatoa Happy as a Clam is in Ariel's deck.
yeah, I mean, especially I haven't had a chance to look it over, but if we're definitely looking at a lot of items, I definitely see the Sapphire Coral. We've got a Lucky Dime.
Yeah, very traditional.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's interesting, and I'm going to see how it plays, is the Queen of Hearts. Sensing
that 2-drop.
weakness. The other thing that's interesting here, too, is she's really not playing the item version, like fully.
No.
But she's also not playing the action version, because there's no sharks in the deck.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
so
there
it's
are
just
some actions, but yeah, there is no.
But there's no sharks, and there's no kind of like workshop, which is what we've seen all weekend long. Even in the finals of yesterday's, it was Ruby Sapphire versus Ruby Sapphire, both the workshop versions.
Both.
So this one plays a little bit differently. These players are both 2 and 1 going into round 4, and so let's get into it.
Yeah.
Typical start, you got some 1-drops from Justin, kind of the typical Amethyst start, which is like play some 1-drops that draw your cards.
Yeah, definitely want that.
Similar kind of what you expect from Ariel. Turn 1 popsicle. Again, she's not playing workshop, so she doesn't have to hold back those popsicles. And so she then sailed on 2 into second popsicle.
Definitely could banish one of those though to get that bell out for free, which would be nice. Does she have that bell? I'm pretty sure of it.
Yep, she's playing that. Yeah, unfortunately she doesn't have it right now. That would be really helpful just to kind of like fend off Justin. But again, both these decks are very slow. Justin's is a little bit quicker because he is playing the kind of 1-drop package, but really the 1-drop package is to defend off the aggro decks and give him early draw. But again, ramping into Iago on Justin's side, let's see what Ariel ramped into.
Well, there's
the bell.
There's the bell, so that was a good thing to get out. I mean, still getting rid of that Iago is going to be quite tricky. Okay, so now we got to Grandma. Okay.
And one thing that's really great about Ariel's hand right now, and it's great in Blurple, is she has a lot of ramp. And so she's going to be able to just continue to draw cards and continue to ramp, and really it's going to be back to Justin to figure it out.
Yeah. If he can't get enough characters out to answer them, she'll definitely take over here. And it looks like she's got a Medusa out in her hand.
Thanks everyone for being here. We didn't welcome you. We're grateful that you're here and spending your Sunday afternoon with us. It's a beautiful Sunday here in Phoenix. and a beautiful day for Lorcana.
Yeah, and it's not 100 degrees today.
It's not. It's only 96.
Yes. So.
But that's glorious. I was out earlier for lunch, and honestly, like, there's a slight breeze. It's dry. It's dry heat.
It's a dry heat.
But again, here we go. Like, Ariel has How Far I'll Go off Victala, which is a beautiful play. I played Ruby Sapphire for such a long time, and being able to ramp into Tala into How Far I Go is like a dream. It's really what you want to do with this type of deck. The other thing too, Ariel is playing is really like a manor deck.
Yep.
So she has
Just saw her put that in her hand.
Micduck manors in her deck. So instead of playing Shark and instead of playing items, she's really playing like manor control.
Yep. Yeah.
And so I think what we're going to see is her build up a board, clear Justin's board, and then really try to get 1, 2, 3 of those manors down and close out this game. Because one thing with Sapphire and Amethyst, they really struggle with manors.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no answers for them.
Yeah, they have to like Fox Crab.
Yeah.
But even 9 is just, it's so big for them.
It is. Yeah. It is. You definitely, you're going to have to clear not clear your board, but use all of your characters, no questing, just to get rid of one location.
Absolutely. And Ruby Sapphire is notorious also for just making sure you don't have any characters in play. So on top of you having to deal with their characters, them removing your characters, you now have to keep characters in play to be able to deal with their manners. And so this is going to be an interesting matchup to see what Justin's approach is here.
Yeah. And I think with us seeing so many more item-heavy Ruby Sapphire decks, I think it might be a surprise for Justin to not see as many items, and then once those manners come out, he might know that he's maybe in a little trouble trying to get rid of those.
Well, and two, he definitely might not be. He might be more expecting. I guess the Shark deck does play manners as well. And Justin's a great player. Justin's on Purple Shadow Gaming, and so well versed in these matchups. A longtime Blurple player, and so he's gonna know what he needs to do. And I think the matter is, hey, I'm gonna ramp. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna try to gain lore when I can. He's already at 4 now. I'm gonna hold back my Hades for when Ariel either plays Crab in this case or Shark. Obviously she doesn't have Sharks, but he doesn't know that, so he's gonna make sure he keeps his spot removal for those threats. And Sisu too. Let's throw that out there.
Definitely. And we did see her pick up some Sisus. I think she may have 1 or 2 in her hand, but she definitely has a manor. And
McDuck.
There's the McDuck.
McDuck 5/5. That can be really tough.
Yeah. So Justin is really putting the pressure
Singing
on.
How Far I Go again.
All right, let's see. Can we see what she pulls? B Prep. B Prep and a Queen. B Prep and a Queen. What would you choose in this situation?
So I think what's interesting is you're building up a board in a way where you'll likely need to be prep in like 2 turns. Because what Justin's going to try to do is to gain lore and know that your typical out is Sisu here. I think so she ends up choosing the B prep because I think like what is helpful here is knowing that you have B prep actually allows you to play differently, where you can now just begin to continue to play your ramp draw game, because either next turn or the following turn you can be prep. And Justin will still be under 10 lore at that point. Which allows us to, on the Ruby Sapphire side, like still be well in range to keep you in check.
And if she does get the location out, that's not going anywhere.
No. And so what she's going to actually want to do here is end up be-prepping into a location. I don't know how much ink she has in play right now. I think maybe it's 7 or something.
Oh, she just put out a Medusa, so definitely 6. As we know, I think she is at 7 ink. So, okay, so questing with the Grandma and the Bow.
So she is on 7 because she played Medusa and she How Far I Go to put 1 more in the ink. So she's at 7.
She is at 7, so that could come next. She might hold on to it for a turn. We'll have to see.
So Justin's doing what we expected, which is just say, hey, I just need to keep drawing cards, filling up my hand, because at some point this game is going to turn out of my favor. One thing we're going to see here is whether Justin decides if he's going to keep questing or if he's going to try to deal with some of these other Talas on board. I think he's doing, what I would expect to do, which is just continue to quest, because now he's at 8.
Yeah.
He's threatening 13 on board. What we're gonna see here most likely is quest for 4, or what I think what's gonna end up happening here is
Okay. So
Ariel is probably thinking, hey, I want to hold off on Be Prepared as long as possible.
Well, yeah, I mean, she definitely has more of the board presence.
And so I think what she's leaning in here is that she played down the bell, so she's clearly, I would expect her not to be prepping at this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Picked up Maui, which is huge here. Huge.
Yeah, that's
that is
definitely
huge.
something she could use right now for sure to get rid of at least the McJock.
Yeah, I think what might be interesting for her to do here, actually, if it was up to me, interesting choice by Ariel is to pick the Big Duck Manor in the Inkwell.
She does have a lucky dime in her hand too. Okay, so there's the Maui.
Play Maui, trade that out, quest with the team. That's an interesting play line. Like, I wouldn't have suspected her to ink the Manor there.
Yeah, definitely with the B prep, because at least you want something left over.
Yeah,
I would
but
think.
Ariel must see a different line here where she's like, hey, I'm not going to play the Manor game, I'm just going to race you.
Yeah.
The challenge with that strategy is Justin already is showing 10 on board with Genie. Genie's pretty tough to deal with. But we do have Medusa, so Medusa can take out Genie next turn.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, but now we have another Genie to deal with, and no evasives on Ariel's side. So, could be a little tough.
Big Sisu would be
helpful.
a brutal top deck right
yes.
Again, Justin's sticking to the game plan, which is just draw cards.
Yeah. And I'm a little I mean, I guess I've always used the songs and saying, with my characters. I think it's interesting watching him hardcast it instead, to keep that availability of questing or challenging. So it's nice to see some playing it differently to get that card draw.
Absolutely. And again, I think that's a thing that comes a lot with time, is learning when do you quest, when do you sing, when do you challenge, when do you not do anything. Like we saw last round where Eddie was just very patient and was like, hey, I'm going to do this. Also, the round prior to that, the Amber Steel aggro player, again, you expect them to be questing every turn, patient. And so I think this game is it's evolving. And I think that's what we see with some of these top players, where they're making these hard decisions.
Yeah, and it's something I'm learning as a player, watching these games. It's so helpful to me because I still feel
I think she just put Dime in the Inkwell.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. So Ariel has a plan.
She does.
She has a plan.
It's gonna be
and we're just trying to
interesting.
figure out what that plan is.
Yeah.
But she has a plan of what she's trying to execute here. And I think that includes just kind of continuing to quest and race.
Yeah.
Again, she must see a path here to just basically say, I'm going to go wide. We know with Amethyst Sapphire, they really struggle with dealing with broad boards.
Yeah.
And so here, even Iago's already kind of getting tired. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah. He's got 4 damage on him.
Banish one more, and then that's really it.
Yeah.
I think this is, if I'm Justin here, I'm looking at my hand, I have all the resources in the world.
Yeah.
I think I now need to say, okay, my opponent's chosen to kind of race me here. I need to not hold back, and I need to start taking out some characters.
Definitely. And we see he used the Elsa there, which now he has 2 evasive threats for Ariel. I'm not sure how many Medusa she has or any other ladies in chairs that might be available.
She has 3.
3 Tremaines, so
3 and 3.
we
She's
haven't
playing the full
seen
package,
that. So we haven't seen any Tremaines yet, so there's definitely possibilities for her to get rid of those evasive characters, although with Tremaine is tricky.
Very interesting to play here. So
Fox.
Justin chose to quest with Iago to get the lore. And again, this is these heads-up decisions players have to make, which is when do I get the lore?
Yeah.
And when do I keep pushing? And so he prioritized getting the lore, bouncing his Elsa, playing it conservatively, very mindful of the resources.
Yeah. We have a comment here that Blurple can't deal with a wide board.
That is true.
Yeah.
And so Ariel was able to draw Brawl off the top, which it was able to take out that pesky Genie that was causing a lot of problems for us.
Yeah.
And again, Ariel's just continuing to push.
Yeah.
And
She's doing a great job.
I think a few turns ago when we were like, we don't know what Ariel's plan is, but she has one. She's
Yeah,
showing
she
us
does.
right here.
Yeah, and
She's showing us what it is.
holding one single card, and it is B prep.
It's basically like the escape button when
Yeah,
she needs
yeah.
it, and she's like, until you deal with my board, I'm gonna keep playing.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You don't need it until it's crunch time, and right now, she doesn't need it.
So we know that Justin has Elsa in his hand because he foxed it.
Yeah.
He used Fox to bounce it back last turn, so he's going to have the ability here to play Elsa. Unfortunately, all Ariel's characters are too big
Yeah,
for Elsa.
yeah. So I mean, they'll do some damage, but they're not gonna go away unless he's got a crab. I don't.
Yeah, Crab would be really strong here. Justin's going to
Interesting.
keep digging.
Yep. So we're gonna get 3 cards from Finders Keepers.
What is Justin looking for?
I'm not sure. Oh, I see a bell in hand.
It's pretty
That's
strong.
definitely gonna help out giving Iago some strength back,
Yep.
which is great.
So Iago, so now we're going to efficiently be able to take out 2 characters. So
Yep.
again, Justin was playing to his outs to be able to play down the bell. Obviously, Iago has done some work on Ariel's board.
A lot of work.
But again, Ariel's going to continue to push. She has a plan. She's now staring down
A Brawl and
a
another
Brawl
Brief
and a
B
second
prep.
B prep. She chose to go with the Brawl.
I think that's a good choice.
Now the question here is like, when does Ariel's plan have to change? And I think right now we're in an interesting spot where I don't believe she 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe. I think she might have. I can't tell if she has 6 or 7 ink.
I think she has 7
1,
because
2,
we know
3,
she.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, she got 9 ink.
So I think this turn becomes tricky. To be honest, I actually would have probably taken the other
The other B prep.
B prep so I can quest here and actually just pass. Let Justin overextend one more turn.
Yeah.
There we go. So
Yeah.
Ariel's on the same page here,
Yeah.
and I think she's saying, "Hey, until you deal with my board, I'm not dealing with yours."
Yeah, I think that's a good plan for her.
Already at 16, being the aggressive player. So
Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire,
Yeah.
kind of just being the
Doing
aggressor.
what it does.
Yeah, which is really great.
What's the record of these players?
They're both 2-1. So this is round 4.
Yes.
Ariel actually played my son round 1, so I got to watch that, and she was able to take out my son.
There.
Okay, there we go. Hades. Again,
Hades.
very smart heads-up play here by Ariel, though, because now I think what she's forecasting to Justin is, hey, you're free to extend your board,
Yep.
and now we have the option to B prep here.
Yep. Definitely.
This is where that manor comes into play, so I hope we see
Yeah.
another manor,
Okay, so we're inking the brawl.
which I believe puts us up to 11.
Can't
Or
see
no,
what
maybe
she
9.
drew, but she's definitely counting her 7. But yeah, I think she's at 9 or 10.
She's questioning whether she can sail first to
Sail
draw.
first, okay.
I think it's how far I'll go.
Looks like, or is that a duck?
It's hard to tell. No, or Sapphire Quill? Does she have Sapphire Quill in her deck? Yeah, she does.
Yes, she does.
So she drew
Yeah,
Sapphire Quill,
Sapphire Coil.
which is not the draw you want to see here.
There's the 7. So we're definitely going to see the B prep.
Yeah,
There
obviously
it
B prep
is.
clearing the board. Again, Justin's been waiting for this moment. He's been drawing a bunch of cards.
Yeah, yeah. He's ready. He definitely has the ink to get his board presence back. And
is at 15, so
yeah, and unfortunately,
Doesn't need
Ariel
much
doesn't
more.
have a character in her hand, so that.
which one is that? Sorry, I can't see it.
Oh, that's the flat-footed Donald Duck. So.
Oh, the one that lets you ink off
Yes.
the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So
So it's
that's
like the
just-
Mickey Mouse from first chapter.
Correct.
But
I think it quests better.
It quests for 2,
yeah, it quests for 2.
So what Justin's going to do here most likely is, so he only puts 4 on the board, which is
Yep.
interesting. He doesn't want to overextend.
Mm-hmm. Pulled
Ariel
a
draws
Maui.
Not what you needed.
Okay.
Pass the turn here. So Justin's going to be able to get to 19.
19. I don't think he has any goats or anything like that. Oh, he does.
He
He
does,
does
yeah, he
have
has 3
goats.
goats.
So I don't know if he has one in hand, but he could dig for one. Yep, banishing.
Yeah, he's
the,
drawn a lot of cards, so I wouldn't expect him not to have. He hasn't used any of his ink, so he's correcting that right now.
Yep.
Has some options to figure out what he wants to do here. He's just going to play
another
2 quester down, and likely pass here, just because he's already kind of well extended. Really, I don't think there's an out except for V-Prep, which again is not going to help Ariel get over the line. But again, Ariel had a plan, and I think she executed that plan well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just fell a little short.
Yeah, I'm wondering if her inking that McDuck Manor might have hurt her to have that passive lore out, particularly after the B-Prep.
Yeah, I think what's interesting again is, what Ariel was thinking is like, hey, I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Honestly, she got all the way up to 16. A few different draws, like maybe she gets there.
Yeah.
Justin was able to really manage that well.
Mm-hmm.
He stuck to his game plan, which was, hey, I'm going to ink, I'm going to draw cards, and I'm going to play some board.
Absolutely.
Evasive threats that you can't really deal with, but they can deal with you.
Yeah, definitely. So it looks like Justin took this one.
Justin took game 1.
All right. Well, I thought that was really great gameplay from both of our players. We saw some really good tactics on both sides. So what do we have here? Does Ariel play APL?
No, she does not. So Ariel's version for those in the chat is Ariel's playing Ruby Sapphire, and really a kind of different take on it. And so instead of playing your traditional items version or your traditional shark version, she's kind of playing your your kind of like bread and butter Ruby Sapphire deck, where she's really focused on ramping. Yeah. And then playing kind of mana control.
Yeah, definitely that. I love one of my favorite Ruby cards, the Super Goof. I did see it in her hand at one point. I think it might have gotten inked, but I think that is a really underrated card just because it gives you that quick lure very fast, when you're maybe in a little bit of a crunch with board presence on the other side, if you can make it work.
Yeah, and I think again, like someone was asking in the chat if she was playing APL, which she's not, but again, like she was just really pressing for lore, and I think threatening that, where it put Justin into a tough spot where he had to actually play into it and say, okay, well, I'm gonna have to hold you off.
Yeah.
And again, I think if Ariel had slightly different draws towards the end, she could have been able to likely get over the line. So again, she had a plan, well executed plan, just wasn't enough.
Yeah. But I mean, it was very tight game. I think all around they did really well, both of our players. So
Ariel's going to be on the play. So what do you expect? Same game plan, or kind of what's her path here?
Maybe she might reconsider playing the locations to have Justin have to go into them, prevent him from questing and dealing with that 9 willpower location that we all know McDuck Manor is kind of a pain to deal with.
Yeah. So interesting thing there, we didn't see what Justin altered, but Ariel chose to keep develop your brain into TPO, which is your typical thing. You want your ramp, you want your 1-drop.
Absolutely. And she did the right thing, getting rid of those B preps. You don't need them right now. You don't want to sit with your uninkables in the beginning as much as possible.
One thing that was surprising about Ariel's alter, again, we couldn't see Justin, so we're just commenting on Ariel's specifically because we just didn't have the vision there, was she didn't keep How Far I'll Go, or a 4-drop. I think, yes, it's uninkable, but you're going first, you have Develop, you have TPO, you need to hit 4.
Yeah.
And typically on turn 3, being able to ramp again, using something like How Far I Go into a Sapphire mirror match, or a Sapphire kind of challenge, yes, they're playing different secondary inks, is important. That was a little surprising, but again, keeping that uninkable is also a risk.
It is. It always is a risk.
I don't know exactly how many uninkables she has either. No. I think the reason I would have kept it too is because if I keep TPO and I draw an uninks, I can still TPO the How Far I'll Go.
Yeah, exactly. I wish these deck lists would show us how many uninkables.
Yeah,
we really know how many cards.
The stats. So
yeah, we do.
Right now we're just kind of looking at it and guessing.
Yeah. What is interesting is they're both playing 61 cards.
That is interesting.
Yeah, so...
Are you a 61 carder?
I'm not opposed to it. I usually try to build 60, but I don't think there's an issue with going 1 or 2 over. And I know a lot of people frown upon that, but I think sometimes it can benefit you.
Yeah. We're jumping back into the gameplay, so typical first starting turns. Very interesting that Justin didn't have a 1-drop. He's playing 12.
Yeah.
But Ariel had Popsicle into Belle.
Yeah.
Which is a great line, into Tipo. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, she has Tala, so playing Tala on 3 is going to be really, really strong, and then she has into Manor.
Yeah.
There's a case here that, do you just play Manor? And all you're staring down is Tipo.
Yeah.
It's going to get you at least 4.
It will.
Or at least 2, but you're forcing him to deal with it while you're questing with your others, so I think it's actually a net 4.
Yeah.
And is it worth it? Oh, that's a big draw. She drew Tamatoa
Alright, she
off the
did.
top. She already has 1 Popsicle in
Yep.
the discard. Nope, going for Tala,
Okay,
more
Tala.
conservative play, which I think is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean...
Just keep digging.
Okay, so we have Develop Your Brain and...
The Queen.
The Queen? Okay.
I'm actually not sure what the Queen does. Do you know what the Queen...
I want to say that's one from the second chapter, Queen. I think it gives, I think it does something with lore. We can look it up.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and see
We'll
what the
take a
Queen
look at
does.
that. It's been a while since I've looked at that card.
What's so interesting about these Ruby Sapphire decisions is every time you look at the top cards of your deck, whether it's Tala or Develop or How Far I'll Go, they're big decisions. And they can shape games in the same way, what you ink or what you alter.
Yep.
And so with Ruby Sapphire, you're making a lot of these micro decisions to be able to determine what are we doing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So it is the Floodborn shift, so shift 2. But I don't think she has a shift line on this Queen. So it would just be playing it, but it's whenever one of your characters challenges another character, you may draw a card. So it's
Very
another
interesting.
draw
Another
card.
draw engine.
Yeah, so it is interesting. It's an interesting choice. I don't hate it though.
Yeah. I do like Ariel. Like, we're starting to observe maybe what Ariel's game plans are in these mirror matches, where she's just continuing to press. And so she's questing away. She's taking lore when she can. Justin played Duck, which is a 5/5 quest for 2. She did choose the Queen over the Develop.
Interesting.
So I think what's going to be interesting here is seeing how much she values the Queen. Is she going to ink McDuck, which is
There
an
we see it.
opportunity?
Yeah, but she has inked.
So she's going to play this again. Drawing cards in this matchup is so important.
It is. It really is. Yeah, but we see another again. The McDuck Manor gets
It's
inked.
being close.
Yeah.
I was that makes me so sad. I love that card.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to see it get played this
Especially
time.
when you're staring down Scrooge
Yes.
on the other side.
Yes. Yeah.
So-
Yeah. I think she's definitely contemplating what do I do here. She has the board presence, but there's definitely that Scrooge to deal with.
I think what's interesting here, though, and again, we'll see if Justin reads into this, is that she can quest to basically force Justin to think about questing into her.
Yep.
So that she can then challenge in and draw cards. Because she played that Queen down, and so I think what's interesting is sometimes you can quest knowing that your opponent can, do an easy trade, like 5/5 versus a 1/2 is a clearly, easy banish.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's challenging them back so that you do that so you can efficiently take it out.
Yeah,
And she
yeah.
can regroup by drawing again.
Yes.
I think questing with the Bell might have actually been a better play than questing with the
The
Tipo.
Tipo. Yeah.
Because then if Justin chooses to kind of fall into the trap and take out the had Elsa to take out the Queen, and so we're
Okay.
not going to get to see any of that.
Yep.
But what I was saying is if you quest with the Bell and Justin takes your bait, you
Yeah.
challenge in the Bell, you can then take out the Scrooge with your Tala, you can draw a card.
Yeah.
Which allows you to take out Scrooge, whereas if he challenged into the Tipo, it has 1 damage on it.
Yeah.
Now you still have to lose 2 of your characters, so you lost 3 for 1
Yep.
instead of 2 for 1,
Exactly.
which doesn't feel that great.
No.
One thing we're noticing, though, that's different is last game, Justin was prioritizing card draw, and right now, Justin's sitting with 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, definitely. We haven't seen him use any friends yet, or he has enough ink for Finders Keepers, but if they're not sitting in your hand. Oh,
There we go.
okay. So
You get to
Thomas,
see Tamatoa
Tom?
happy as a clam. Only 1 popsicle.
only 1 popsicle, so
Sometimes it's still good.
yeah. But
So what ended up working out there, if we notice, is that because Scrooge challenged into the Queen,
Yeah.
had 4 damage on it, and so she was able to challenge back and take it out with Tipo.
Yeah.
Again, maybe that's a line that Ariel saw that we didn't see.
True.
And maybe that was her plan all along.
Yeah, could be. And we definitely see she's got a B prep, but you've got board presence. I wouldn't want to lose that Tamatoa right now. Even though you only have one item, it's still,
Absolutely.
beneficial in the lore gain there.
Yeah, and speaking of card draw, friends on the other side showed up right
Yay!
on time, and Genie to draw cards. So again, Justin's strategy here is like, how do I efficiently, deal with what I need to deal with, but also then continue to press forward with card draw. I can't see Justin's hand, but I imagine that his tactic and plan for the Tamatoa is to take it out with the Hades on the next turn, or a Elsa into a Fox later on.
I see a broom, which is not going to help anything other than getting another card, but wasn't able to see anything else. But
Oh, Sisu off the top, which is really helpful.
Yeah.
I think we're only at 6 sync, or 6.
Yeah, 6.
Because she played the crab last turn.
Yeah.
Or the clam last turn.
Yep.
But again, she's sitting in an interesting spot where she chooses to just keep questing. And as Dory always says, sometimes that's a good plan.
Yeah, just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming, just keep questing. And so maybe Ariel is just driving forward.
Yeah.
Again, we have Sisu in hand and B prep, so we are well prepared for
removal time
for Justin's board. And currently Justin's sitting at 0, but has a handful of cards, has a bunch of evasives, which we don't have the 8th Inkable to play Sisu yet, so we really need to draw the Inkable off.
There it is. There's that Hades.
We got that.
Well,
Now
there's her
it.
ink. There's her ink. So
just like that, we have it.
Yeah.
What's interesting here is whether or not. See, this is an interesting play here. So now Ariel's fleshed with the decision of, do I do anything here? And I think what's interesting is there's a spot where you could just quest with Belle. Like play goofy, like she's thinking about doing. Quest with Belle and pass. To try to get Justin to overextend.
Yeah, that's really
like you
great.
don't have it. It doesn't look like maybe she's taking that route, but I think she's thinking about it. Because again, Justin's only at 2.
Yeah.
Ariel's at 10. If she can put Goofy down on board, and we're gonna do it. Yeah.
Okay, doing it.
I think it was both lines.
Yeah, I mean, either way, she definitely was able to get rid of a majority of his characters there.
Yeah. I think in that case, the line, I think it's interesting, like I would love to chat with her afterwards about why she chose to play B prep there and not Sisu.
Yeah, definitely.
Because you have Popsicle too, so you can get to a place where, is the duck a 3/4? I think it is. So Sisu can't take both of them right now.
But I mean, before this, I think the Sisu would have been the better call, because you would have gotten the Genie, you would have gotten Elsa.
And you don't lose Belle.
Yeah. So, okay. So we just get rid of a broom.
And again, maybe I think that's a heads up play there too, because again, Justin's running low on cards, so letting Justin draw any cards here could be a threat, because we're running out. I think it was also given her options. She had a few different options. There's more card draw, unfortunately for Ariel.
Yeah. Tough break on that one.
Amethyst Sapphire deck is doing what it does.
It does, yeah. I mean, that's why I think Amethyst is always good to play. I know I need to try other ones, but you always want that card draw.
Do you have a favorite ink?
I do favor Ruby.
Ruby?
Yeah, I do like the control. There's lots of threats in it, but it's more important for the end game. And so I think it's always combining it with something that helps you in the beginning to get you to that end point and take over the game. Yeah. But if you don't have the card draw, this is where you kind of end up, is like, what do I do
Justin's
to deal with it?
Again, Justin doesn't feel like he's in kind of a sticky situation right now.
He's not.
And so he just drew. He Find Your Keepers and Friends this turn. Again, just using the turn to recruit.
Yep.
Questing for 2, get lore when you can.
Yeah,
He's not really worried about Ariel. He expects Ariel to quest here, because again, Ariel's been kind of exposing her plan thus far that
Yeah.
she's going to just push.
Mm-hmm.
And so we'll see what happens here. We do have an opportunity, though, to play the Tremaine and see the choice here. Yep.
Okay.
Again, Justin prioritizing card draw.
Yeah.
So Ariel's at 13, so Ariel has a path. She has 5 on board because Tremaine quests for 2, which is a great difference between Tremaine and Medusa.
Yes.
Yes, Medusa is a 4/4, but it only quests for 1. Tremaine and lets you target, but Medusa is a 3/4 that quests for 2. And often in these decks, like questing for 2 is extremely important.
It is. It is.
Do you tend to play like Medusa over Tremaine in these cases with your Ruby decks if you're a Ruby person?
I have favored Medusa lately, but I think if I were to go back, I'd probably, go back to playing Ruby because I've kind of gone away from it. I'd probably get Tremaine back out because I think that is more of a threat.
Yeah, this is what we expected here. Sorry, really quickly.
Yeah,
Fox trades with
Yep.
Sisu conveniently. Was able to bounce the broom.
Yep.
Was able to draw a card again. Play Genie. Genie can't be touched.
Yep.
And so Justin's just managing the board.
He is, and he's doing a really great job of keeping his hand full
Yep.
and being able to keep that presence up. And now we're just flooding with some 1-drops, which is great.
Yep. So right now we're watching game 2. Justin got game 1. Ariel kind of pushed out front early in this game, and is now. We're kind of at that pivotal moment.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
Is Ariel going to be able to push it forward?
Yeah, and I think she is sitting with 2 big characters there with the Super Goof and the Maui. So I think she definitely has an opportunity to do a little work. Unfortunately, not on the Genie, but there's definitely opportunity to get rid of some of those smaller characters and gain some more on the Goof.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see what she's thinking through right now. If I had to guess, it's like, do I just play Maui to board?
Yeah.
Or do I? Yeah, I think what's interesting here is I would likely, if I'm thinking about Ariel, I'm saying, okay, I'm at 13. I really just need to get 5 more because she can surprise attack that Goofy.
Yeah.
The challenge is Justin might not be aware of the Goofy, but also Sapphire Amethyst doesn't often keep non-evasive characters tapped.
Yeah.
And so the challenge here is for Ariel to figure out, okay, how do I get the 5 more lore while also maintaining the opportunity to surprise into that Goofy.
Yeah. Because she has ink too, so he has no idea how many more she has. They're looking at each other's discard, I think, right now.
Yeah, I think Ariel had asked to look at the discard just to see maybe what's going on. She's trying to think through her lines, figure out how many else's he's had, how many else's he's played, and trying to figure out, do I just play Maui to board here? And I think that's if I had to guess, that's what Ariel's thinking. Like, do I play Maui and then do I quest?
Yeah.
Or not? Those are the 2 decisions here. I would be surprised if she played Goofy to board here.
Yeah, I'd hold on to it just because there's nothing to swing at it right now.
Exactly.
And you want to, to me, I like to be able to get that two lore right away.
So Ariel's deciding to take like a quick breath.
Yeah.
And say, hey, I'm going to slow down. I'm not in a rush. Justin's only at 5.
Okay.
Justin's only at 5, and so I'm just gonna pace myself.
Yeah.
So Justin quested with Chernobog followers, drew a card off of that, like we would expect. Now again with Broom.
Broom, requesting goat. Building up here, we're gonna take away.
Again, just being efficient.
Yeah. Cycling through what this deck does with the bounce packages is always nice. So here we go, getting the bounce groove going here, which is really great to see.
And again, this is kind of that position I was mentioning where I don't think it's fully intentional. I just think it's how Sapphire Amethyst plays. Is that it's very far and few between that a non-evasive character is turned sideways on your turn.
Yeah.
where getting that Goofy value I think is going to be pretty tough.
Yeah.
And so you kind of need to figure out a way to force the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so she drew Tipo off the top, which actually could come into clutch. And the reason here is I think there's an opportunity to basically end up questing with Tipo either next turn or the following turn, pushing the opportunity to then get maybe a Fox or a Crab to challenge into the Tipo, leaving it unreadied, and then Goofy can come down and get that last 2 lore.
Yep.
Again, if I'm Ariel here, I think I'm playing Goofy.
Oh, okay. I'm playing Goofy. All right.
Curious, why do you think she's holding back Tremaine? What do you think her thought process is there? She didn't quest with it last turn. Obviously, she didn't want to lose it. It's probably only going to get 2 more lore.
Yeah. I mean, I would use it while I have it. Unfortunately, it can't swing into anything right now. Maybe she just wants to keep her board presence and make, I don't know.
Yeah, I think
pressure to Justin.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's these situations are so tough. Like when you're in these games, like I was on a featured match in round 5 yesterday. And like you just kind of get locked in and loaded, and you might not see the fuller picture.
Yeah.
I think if we have the advantage to kind of have like this aerial view. Yeah. Ironically.
Yeah, aerial.
That Ariel doesn't have, where we're just really leaning in and saying, hey, what are the opportunities here? And I think if I was looking at that from that vantage is like, I know I'm only going to get 2 lore out of this Tremaine. I have no way to reuse this Tremaine in the future, so I'm not playing Bounce like Ruby Amethyst or something along those lines. And I want to get the 2 lore while I can.
Yeah,
because what I don't want to do is have my opponent play Elsa, tap my Tremaine, kill it with Fox, and now
I missed that opportunity.
Exactly.
Yeah. Especially because you can't challenge anything at this point. Get what you can while you can.
Exactly. Yeah. And so right now too, like if you think about 2 turns ago, Tremaine would have quested, we'd be at 15.
Yep.
Justin would have played Fox. Justin would have challenged into Tremaine with Fox.
Yeah.
So right now we're leaning into a board where it would be Genie, Goat, into Tipo, into Goofy or Maui. And it just create a different situation here.
Yeah. We have a library out.
Yeah. And library is the 8 defense.
Yes. 8 defense and draw a card when character's banished.
Yeah.
So,
and do you gain a lore at the beginning of your turn?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's gonna get that passive 1 lore. It's interesting to see how favored the library became over Queen's Castle, where Queen's Castle was just a menace for so long, but it was easier to take out.
Yeah, so Ariel was able to play Belle and Maui. So Maui does efficiently add 6 damage to the location. Goofy now has to kind of like take out the location.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not getting any lore for challenging a location, but okay, so we're gonna go up 3 more for Ariel.
Yeah. And Justin's threatening 4 more lore on board.
Right.
We do see.
I think it's a crab.
Yes, crab on board. So likely Ariel's board's going to get kind of cleaned up here.
Yeah.
And then Genie's going to be able to quest to 16 or take out Tipo. So again, Justin's just doing some math here, thinking like, hey, I'm in a good position. I feel strong here. Yeah. What do I need to do to make sure that we don't do this here? He's looking at his options. I think one thing that's interesting is if he does have Crab, he can crab his Genie to take out the Tremaine too, if he needed to.
Yeah.
And then Fox can actually. There we go.
So the goat
we're basically gonna do some efficient trades here. We're gonna take this out.
Yep.
Ariel is at 16.
Okay.
Justin's gonna go to 15. Justin's basically just gonna say, "Hey, I got game."
There you go. Yeah.
Ariel, if
she pulls a B prep, that would be helpful.
B prep does put into some pressure.
Oh, okay. We're all on the Genie there, so that is helpful.
Yeah, I think Ariel needs to. I think Ariel is going to need to quest for 1 with Belle here.
Yeah.
To get to 17.
Yeah, exactly.
And then take out the goat with Maui and put Justin at 16. So then Justin's only going to 19.
Yep.
Yep,
There we go. So that's what Ariel's going to do. So she's at 17. The interesting thing now that happens is Ariel's in that range where she's just short still with the Goofy.
Yeah, that Goofy not getting her that extra lore. Okay, so Scrooge is
questing. So to 18.
18.
All we need is bounce, and we got
Yeah.
this one.
Definitely need a bounce. I don't know if he's holding anything. Oh, Elsa. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Yep.
Okay.
So Justin's kind of just saying, you know, I'm leaning all in.
Yep.
So Ariel needs B prep here.
Yep. And that is not it.
Tipo, unfortunately.
Tipo.
So Justin takes it down.
Yep.
Sapphire Amethyst pushes over the line. Again, just doing what Sapphire Amethyst does.
Yeah.
Draws cards.
The bounce cards, the card draw was definitely in Justin's favor. Maybe if Ariel had, more of the item package, it might have helped her put more pressure and use that Tamatoa a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, I think there was a few opportunities, again, that Ariel probably looked back and say, okay, I chose this line and I committed to it.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out. And there was other options, but I
Yeah.
think that's what's great about gameplay is you can kind of stop and say, hey, I chose something, I needed to commit to it.
Yeah.
Didn't work out this time, so what can I learn for next time going into round 5?
Yeah.
Both players, incredible day so far. Justin moving on to 3-1. It is a 6-round tournament, and then cut to top 8.
Yes.
So we'll see how these decks fare going forward.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Justin. And
Yeah.
I love Ariel's list. It's very creative.
Yes.
We didn't get to see the power of the Queen.
No, we
Because
didn't.
it got shut down right
Yeah,
away.
it did.
But
It
I would
did.
love to see kind of like what Ariel's thinking if we had the opportunity with that. And how that really plays into her strategy.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see her put a mana or two out on the field too, just to see how Justin was going to approach dealing with them. Would he have dealt with them? Would he just kept flooding the board with more characters and getting that card draw? But that 2 passive lore can be very detrimental.
Yeah, and we saw both games. Ariel got to 16,
Yeah.
or somewhere around
Yeah.
that number where a Goofy or
The manner.
Manor could have done that. And again,
Yeah.
I think that's where we had a really interesting turn. Ariel's on the play game 2, and on turn 3 she has the option to play Tala or Manor into a board that's just Tipo. And I think knowing that yes, my opponent does have Iago. And so now I'm only going to gain 2 off this. But what they have to do that is it allows your Tipo and your Bell to quest twice more.
Yep.
And so by playing Manor, you're actually gaining 4 lore.
Yeah, yeah.
And then next turn you could have played into Tala and still inked, and then played into Tamato on turn
Yeah.
5. That's that was a path that we could have seen, but we didn't. But would that have changed things? I'm not sure, and we'll never know.
Yeah, we won't know.
But that's what makes this game so fun is we
Yeah.
can just think about these lines.
These different themes and everything, and it's always, we know we're coming up to rotation as well, so things are going to be evolving. Let's see.
Absolutely.
Do we have any?
So grateful that many of you are in the chat.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Absolutely. So thank you all. We're going to be cutting to a quick break before round 5. Grab some water, have some caffeine.
Yes.
And we'll be back with you in just a minute. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you in just a second.
Thank you.
everybody.
We are back.
Yay, we're back.
We are back. Woo! Round 5.
Yes, round 5.
5 of 6.
Stretch.
And we're going to have a really, really exciting match. I think both these players are X and 1, so they're both 3 and 1, kind of playing in, need to win type situation to keep their tournament dreams alive.
And going into top 8, which will be around the corner here. So we are seeing another Ruby Sapphire.
It's been a weekend of Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, we know that that's really huge in our meta right now. I think probably internationally.
Yep, our players are ready. We do have, just quickly, intros. We have Robert on Ruby Sapphire, playing a very traditional, or not traditional, but what you would expect item version.
Yes,
with
definitely.
Workshop. We saw two of the Workshop decks in the finals yesterday during the 5K. Robert's on that. One thing I will point out that's very interesting is he's playing 2 Swords of Shan Yu. I have no idea what that card does, to be honest.
I mean, it's really cool art, and we know it's an enchanted, but I don't know what it is.
I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah.
Hopefully we get to find out. But that's really interesting. And now on the flip side, we have a completely different type of deck with Christian. I know Christian intimately. He beat me in top 16 yesterday. Playing a different deck. He was playing Amethyst Steel Brooms, and today he's playing
Chernadogs.
Chernadogs. Obviously, our best friend Chernabog is making the name stay, and then a bunch of animals.
Yeah. Sorry. Are they good to go?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if we're good to go.
Yeah,
No,
they're
they
good.
knocked on
They
the
knocked,
door,
and
so
that means
we
if they
thought
knock,
we were
that means
ready.
we're ready to go. Okay, let's do this. The players are ready. The judge confirmed that they are ready.
Yes.
We have a great judging staff, Lynn.
Yes, she's
Thanks.
amazing.
Shout out to Lynn for
Yes.
judging this whole weekend. It's a lot of work to manage the judges, the staff, everyone involved to make this possible. So huge shout out to her.
Yeah, definitely the players. Number 1. Having
players.
to manage the players is
As a player
probably-
myself, I know how annoying we can be sometimes, but the judge is here to make sure
Yes.
gameplay is exciting,
Absolutely.
make sure gameplay is fair, and
Fair.
also at the end of the day, just like keep us building this community in Lorcana. Brittany and I earlier were talking about it, which is like the community makes this game really special.
It does. It makes all the difference. It definitely helps, and it helps welcome new players because, people who have never played a TCG, me right here, never played one in my whole life. I felt so very welcomed when I started playing this game, and everyone was so helpful, giving you the opportunity to learn and grow as a player. And even if you do take a break, because sometimes this can get exhausting, you can get burnout, and you even hear some of top players, like on some of the vloggers, I think a lot of us watch, they even talk about their own burnout. So
Absolutely.
it's okay to take a step back sometimes and regroup. But
And I think too, you mentioned like judge staff. Lorcana has been great for new TCG players,
Yeah.
but as someone who's been playing TCGs since I was 10, it's also really welcoming to be in it because you've been a part of other TCGs that aren't as welcoming, that aren't as friendly,
Yeah, so
aren't
I've
as
heard.
community forward. And so because we've not seen nothing before, like you have, where you're walking into something new and feeling welcome, we've seen how other games can be, and this
Yeah.
game just isn't that way, and we're so grateful. And I think it takes the responsibility of all of our of us as players, as content creators, as judges,
Right.
as tournament organizers, to maintain that level. And so Lynn's been doing a great job.
yeah.
They're kicking off.
All right.
So Christian's game plan here is to play animals.
Yeah,
Quest.
I definitely see a lot of probably Lady and the Tramp. We'll definitely see. We've got some Go-Go's.
So we have a quick start right now. Both
Yeah.
these players are very experienced, so they're going to move very quickly. So just to explain what's happening
Very.
here is Robert was on the play. Robert played turn 1 item
Vitalisphere, yeah.
into turn 2 Tipo into Bell. So truly looking at a strong start for Robert, especially
Yeah.
on the play, to be able to set up kind of this defense, to be able to defend off some of the aggro that is pretty standard from Christian. So again, Robert has 2 cards left in hand. He has Workshop and Brawl.
Oh,
And Ursula's not going to miss. So Christian taking the more control route just to double
Yeah.
check. Obviously seeing, unfortunately, a card he doesn't want to see, which is Brawl.
and Workshop for that draw engine.
Yeah, and so what we're going to see here is an interesting opportunity. So Robert's thinking right now, again, both these players play really fast, so we're just going to talk really fast as well to keep up with them, does he play, he drew Sapphire Coil, and so he's thinking here, like, do I play Sapphire Coil so I can brawl something bigger, or do I play Workshop? I think Robert's making the right decision. Playing this Ruby Sapphire deck a lot, you really want to get Workshop down earlier, and the fact that Christian's putting on 0 pressure, perfect time to put Robert or to do that down. He's actually going to head an inking Brawl because he wants to stay on the ink.
Yep.
Which is an interesting choice when you think about aggro, to put Brawl into your ink wall.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's definitely 2 cards there. Well, I'm not 100% sure.
He has 1 card in his hand.
I don't know if you can brawl the lady. I don't know his stats.
Yes,
so,
can,
I mean, he definitely had two opportunities to get rid of one of Christian's cards, but, you know, maybe he's got something else in mind because he can just start to fill his hand with the Workshop, especially if he gets a few more out there.
Yeah, and so what he's doing here right now is Lady is, every time you play a character, it triggers the ability where it can quest, or it gets more strength. And so it was just able to take out the Tipo. Because it had 2 strength because Christian played 2 characters. Now, again, we're in this kind of interesting board state where thankfully he played Workshop so he can recover.
Yeah.
But honestly, very, very quickly, Robert's on his back foot.
Yeah. And we do see that Coil has come out, so that's definitely going to help Robert get some of these characters down in strength. So whatever he starts to build his board presence again, we'll have to see here.
Yeah, Robert's making an interesting decision here. He drew Maui, and then he drew into Scrooge, so he's deciding what he should do here. He ends up inking Maui. To go to 5 ink, which is a curious play, to be honest, where Maui does some strong work against this deck.
Yeah.
Because Maui can take out pretty much anything on the Chernobog side. Rapunzel's going to heal up Lady and only draw 1.
Yeah, draw 1, but, you know.
Still something, again, Christian's realized, very, very heads-up player. I'm going to get lore when I can. I'm going to get cards when I can. Knowing that Robert's only going into 7 ink, he could have B-Prep here. Yet, you know, he has to have 8. He would have to draw an Inkable or B-Prep ink and then play B-Prep here. Or no, he would be only on, 6. So yeah, heads up play by Christian to play that down. So he's going to get 2 lore off the Rapunzel no matter what. He got a card off of it. Well worth the effort there.
So we see that the Scrooge helped Robert get another Coil in his hand. So let's see what's next.
I think what Robert's thinking, just to give a perspective here, is he needs to get to Sisu or be prep in some capacity or another, or he's going to lose this game, or it's going to run away pretty quickly. Now, on the flip side, though, as we see under Christian, that even if we can figure out how to clear the board here, he has our boy Chernobog.
Yeah.
So Robert very quickly finds himself in kind of a tough spot.
Yeah, definitely. The more he's going to get that characters in his discard. All right, so he's questing
to 10. Yeah.
All right.
The Chernobog deck is notorious for just knowing what to do. So he's basically just saying you have to have it or you don't.
Yep. Yeah. Gosh, so fast. For not having, big card draw on Amber.
And unfortunately for Robert, he only plays 2 Be Prepared. So Christian, knowing likely what the typical makeup of the item deck is playing into his favor here. Where basically he's saying, I'm going to end the game now. And if you don't, I'm going to follow up a Chernobog because he has it in his hand. So.
Yeah. It's
heads up play by our Christian, just on hey, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, then I win. If you do have it, I still have more threats to play. So you're going to have to deal with that secondary threat. So I'm going to get lore while I can.
Yeah, it looks like Robert only has a Belle and a Tipo.
Yeah, that's
or
it's Belle and Tipo.
Yeah, Belle and Tipo. So, pretty tough spot there for Robert. He definitely has to do some work. Luckily, he doesn't have anything to discard getting rid of those.
Is he on 8 though? No, he's not even on 8. So he can't even draw Sisu here. Tough spot for Robert to be in. He can draw B-Prep off the top, which again is probably his only out at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, that's it. That's game.
That's game.
What was the last card that Christian played? Shock? I think so.
Yeah.
So I believe, if you don't mind looking up what Jock does, I believe Jock was how he was able to get to 20. I think it gains you a lore.
I think you're right. Let me pull up Lorcana here.
Pull up the Lorcana app. If you haven't checked out the Lorcana app, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
But we're going to look up to see, just to make sure. It was hard to see on there, but I believe Christian was able to quest to 19 and then play Jock down.
So yeah.
Which Jock says if you played this character, if you have 3 or more characters, you play, you gain 2. So Jock for the win to finish
for
it
the
off.
win.
What a powerful card again! A bunch of dogs running around, just doing its work. So a quick game as we expected, especially if Christian's going to take it. They're shuffling up for game 2. Again, Robert's going to be on the play here. Though Robert had a good line going into that game. You know, he had the item, he had the TPO, he had the bell. He was able to play workshop and then do it, and he just unfortunately drew out of gas. Like he just didn't have anything to do. Christian played it well, cleared up the board, and then just knew that, hey, I have 3 turns here to get over the line without my opponent being able to do anything. And again, this is like where you see some of the better players. Like both these players are high quality players.
Oh, absolutely.
They know the decks inside and out. They know what their opponents are trying to do. And when you see that opening, they're like, hey, I have turns 4, 5, and 6 to basically get this done.
Yep.
That's exactly what Christian did.
Yeah, definitely. I think we need to reset their lore.
I think it might be on their side. We'll just let them.
Yeah, we'll let them.
Actually, I guess we can check to see if it's reset on the. We'll let I think they'll fix it on their side once they realize it.
Okay. We'll let them do their
thing. We'll let them do it. So, what's Robert's path here? Do you have experience with Ruby Sapphire?
Not playing it, no, but I've played Robert on this deck.
Yeah, because Robert's on the Muses. Team
Muses, he is on Team Muses. So I played him. In the last set champs. I played him. I was playing Ruby Amber. Okay. So definitely, the heal type deck, getting the damage to draw you cards. But that Tamatoa is what got me. So I think really if he can see getting more items out and building his Inkwell to get Tamatoa there, I think that might be able to save him. I definitely, and if he can get more of that control for board wipe, because I think if Christian's able to flood the board again, then he's going to take it.
I think one thing that Robert's going to learn from game 1 is there's no need to quest. So often in these decks, again, we've talked about it all day. It's like you got to find lore when you can, and that's what Robert was doing game 1. He just realized that that ended up backfiring. Yeah. So him questing in with the TPO and the bell ended up making him actually losing board control. Yeah. And I think knowing that you need to hold off and really use your trades efficiently versus getting those lures is something that I know Robert, as a smart player, heads up player, is going to learn.
Absolutely.
I think he's going to follow the same line, prioritize the same things, but say, hey, I don't need to quest here because I'm not going to, basically Christian was able to take him because he quested there. I think if Robert doesn't quest there's an opportunity for him to come back.
Yeah.
So we have the same opening for Robert. So Robert opens with Vitalis Spirit. Not ideal. You would rather have Popsicle.
Definitely.
But Christian opens with Merfolk, which is not what you want to see if you're Robert. We have Sail here, so we're going to have 1 extra card.
There's that Popsicle, so that's...
no bell, but we're still chucking along. It looks like we have Brawl, Sisu.
And a Tipo? I think we can see a little bit.
Scrooge. So we have Scrooge. We have Sisu, Brawl, Tipo, Scrooge. So we're going to be able to play Scrooge next turn if he does prioritize. I think actually, depending on, he may actually end up wanting to prioritize Tipo here just to keep pressing, knowing he really needs to get to Sisu quickly. He drew Sail, which is really good.
Yeah.
But he's going to prioritize Scrooge here just if we get board presence.
Definitely.
And pull another item. Again, it's helping to replace. Unfortunately, it's not an inkable item.
He's got Lucky Dime there, but
it's not the item he wants.
Have to put a Tamatoa at the
be
bottom.
Prepared.
Yeah. It's going to hurt.
And again, it's an item that is just very unhelpful in this situation.
Right now, yeah.
And he did ink that Tipo, so he's not even going to be able to say, hey, forget it, I'm just going to do that. He has sail. What is he on? He's on 4, so we can sail next turn into 6.
Yep. Oh, no. Well, he's not going to get a song from Robert, which is okay with that Ursula there, but Christian has a lady out, and that is only going to probably flood this board some more with those lower cost cards, especially if there's
Christian's off to the races here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I think we're going to see Robert sail here. Again, he just needs to prioritize inking, draw a card, drawing workshop, which again is not really what you want to see right now, as these uninkables that are very unhelpful. And discard the dime to save 2 lore. He's going to have to ink Sapphire Coil here, which is not what he wants to ink either.
No.
Or Brawl.
Yeah, and he's already inked 1 Brawl, I believe.
I think you have to ink Sapphire Quill here and then
Yeah.
Brawl, just to keep off the lore.
Yeah.
Because yes, you have Sisu, but I think what ends up happening here is you just run out of cards. So I think that's what he's debating here now. He did sail, so he can double ink. So
Yeah.
maybe he's thinking, do I just ink Brawl and Sapphire Coil?
But
And
would
then
you
I'm
use
at
Brawl?
7.
Do you think using Brawl right now to get rid of something there?
Like, the lady would be able to get that lady off of the board, right?
So what's interesting here is he's basically saying, I'm not going to get to Sisu for 2 turns.
Yeah.
If he inks Brawl, he can Sisu next turn.
Yeah.
So he chose to save 2 lore by delaying 1 extra turn, which is actually a net 6. Or it's a net 4 at least. So he traded 2 for 4. So Christian's going to get 4 instead of 2.
Yeah.
So like, I think what ends up happening here is it's a little tricky. Yes, you have to draw the inkable off the top.
Yeah.
But these are the tough decisions you have to make. And again, he chose his path. And
Yeah.
that's what Robert's thinking is, hey, I need to... and then
Okay.
Christian had the cleanup with the tramp to allow Ursula to take out
The McDuck?
the McDuck.
Yeah.
So again, now we're in an interesting situation here, where I think we're on 6. Yeah, we're on 6.
Yeah.
6 ink.
Yep.
So he's able to potentially ink to 7. Again, Christian's then going to go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's going to prioritize playing Tipo down,
Tipo.
putting that workshop into
Yep.
the inkwell to basically have a character on board. He's going to give it rush. Great heads up play here
Yep.
to
Get
save
rid of
2
that
extra
lady.
lore to get rid of the
That
lady. Again, but you're having to deploy resources kind of
Yeah.
in an inefficient way, unfortunately, to
Yeah.
be able to get over the line here.
Yeah.
And Christian knows that he has Sisu in hand, or at least has the opportunity to have Sisu in hand. So Christian's ability to just quest here
Yep.
and then likely invite it to the ball or pass. He's actually not. He's going to say, do you have it? You have it.
Yep.
Again, same thing he did last game, which is like, I'm going to basically make you you
Clear
have to
my
have
board.
it.
Yeah, you have to have it, or you don't, or I won.
Yeah, and
This
I
has
think
been
again,
such fast play.
it's such fast play, and that's why we're talking so quickly. So I
Yes.
know. But we're just trying to keep up with the gameplay. So basically, what's happening here is Christian. I can't see what's in Christian's hand, or
No.
he actually doesn't have any cards in hand.
Oh, yeah, he did. He put everything out on the board, so interesting. So he.
He was one. We were miscounting his ink. So I think that's game. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeesh, that was tough.
That was really tough.
That's going to be it.
Yeah.
Handshakes coming in soon, but there's nothing
Yep.
Robert could do there.
Tough break.
Feel
Tough
bad. Feel
break.
for Robert
yeah,
there.
I definitely feel for Robert there. That was super aggro.
Yeah, great job, Christian. Again, this is what
Yeah.
this deck does.
Yeah,
Again,
yeah.
it sets up a play where it has a quick play line up front. It has strong back end, and that's why it's
Yeah.
such a great deck. And we're so grateful we got to see it on stream. Again, Christian's an
Definitely.
amazing pilot for it. Robert's an incredible pilot. Wish we got to see him play a little bit more.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this is a tough matchup.
It was a tough matchup. It's definitely not ideal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you would definitely want to see more aggro against against aggro, I guess, would be the better way to put it.
Absolutely. And again,
Not a mirror per se, though.
Game 1, again, Robert kind of had the line he needed, but it just didn't end up working out. He committed to a path and just it wasn't sufficient, and that's what happens against Turnidogs. Game 2, he had kind of a path, but it just didn't end up.
Yeah.
He drew he drew an uninkable. He scrooged into an uninkable, and again, that ended up really being the difference.
Yeah, if he was able to get that Sisu, that would have maybe given him a little bit of a leg up, but I don't think it would have saved him.
I don't know if it would have saved him early enough. Again, I think those uninkables were really what bogged him down because he wasn't able to efficiently ink. I think if he hits less uninkables or he prioritizes over inking, if he played Scrooge on turn 3, I would have again. There's a pathway here where you just ramp again on 3 instead of playing Scrooge, and you say Scrooge isn't going to help me here.
Yeah,
I have to get to Sisu.
Yeah.
And again, that's a choice though, because honestly, he could have played Scrooge, and Scrooge could have taken out 2 or 3 different characters.
Right.
I think Christian, again, being the heads-up player he's not going to let that happen.
No.
And so it's just a tough line to then draw. He drew Workshop, or he drew Dime off Scrooge into Workshop, into another Tipo. He just kind of drew cards in the weird order, and it just didn't end up for him. But that's what happens sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say the cliche, it's the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
It really is. It really is. And, it's just, it outpaced at this point.
It did.
Yeah.
And that's just how it happens. But again, we're super excited to be out here. That was a very quick match.
It was very quick.
We're going to go check on the other matches in round 5. We'll be back for one more round for round 6, where we'll have a play and in game, most likely, where 2 players who have to win to make top 8 are going to be up there on the stream. We'll be back in probably 30 or so minutes to be able to do that. So stick around and we'll see you then.
Yeah, we appreciate your patience with us. That was very fast, so it might be a little while before we come back. So make sure you take a bathroom break, get yourself something to drink, and thank you for sticking around with us this Sunday.
We'll be back soon.
Oh, the joys of
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are heading into round 6 here. Here at State 48 Rain in the Desert, sponsored by Top Cut. Right now we are waiting on both of our players. I do have their names entered here on the screen, but I'm waiting on deck list. They are doing some deck checks. They did it for the last round as well, since we are getting closer to our top 8 cut. So as soon as I get the deck list, I'll go ahead and make those updates. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that we are going into round 6 here. We're just waiting, so we're just on a little bit of a delay before we get started. So thank you for your patience. We appreciate all of you guys checking in with us today. Again, my name is Nikki. I'm part of the Lorcana Muses team here in Arizona. So if you guys have any questions or comments during this last round, please go ahead and post those in the chat. We appreciate your commentary and giving us, you know, your feelings on the game and cheering on our participants here today. And this is a 2K round. Yesterday was the 5K. So we had a bigger crowd yesterday compared to today, but we definitely have some great games and some great competitors. We just saw a Ruby Sapphire with against Chernadogs. The Chernadogs definitely reigned supreme there. It was a very, very fast-paced gameplay. If you guys were tuned in, I think we ended within a half an hour. So very, very quick gameplay, but it was really fun to see. I had never seen a Chernadogs deck in action, so it was really, really cool to see how quickly it played out. And Robert's one of our teammates, so it would have been great to see him win, but unfortunately the pace was just a little too fast for that Ruby Sapphire. So we're waiting. Our next players are Ryan and Eddie, which I believe we saw Eddie play yesterday. But again, those colors are not valid, so again, I'm just kind of waiting at this point. Deck checks might take a little bit longer. Hopefully we don't run into any issues with those deck checks, but we appreciate your patience. So if you guys will give me just another few minutes, we'll be back in action. Thanks for your patience.
Hey everyone, we are back for the final round.
Final round. So we have another Turnidogs deck.
Yep, and our players are already ready, so we're just going to jump in. It looks like we do have Eddie, who was featured on stream earlier,
Yes.
playing Amethyst Emerald or Emerald Amethyst, and then
Ryan, who's playing Turnidogs. So
which we saw
just
very
moments
briefly.
ago.
we saw very
quickly,
briefly,
very
quickly. I think the break was longer than.
Yes. I think we were finished within a half an hour or less.
maybe 15, 20 minutes. It was pretty rough. So.
It was. So we'll see. Maybe we'll see the same type of gameplay this time around.
I think this will be a little different. Obviously, the Trinidad
Yeah.
versus Ruby Sapphire matchup is pretty one-sided, unless they're able to turbocharge to Sisu, which we weren't able to see Robert do.
Yeah.
Eddie, in this case, can match
Yeah, definitely.
the pacing in
yeah.
a lot of the Amethyst cards that Eddie has. Like if we think about foxes, we think about crabs, we think about Elsas. Those are going to be very, very helpful here.
Yes, definitely going to have more an evasive presence against the Turnidogs deck.
The other thing too is Lyle's going to come in big here.
Yes,
he's only playing.
for sure.
Eddie's only playing 2 Lyles, but if he can get Lyle down quickly, not only can he force a character to challenge in a disadvantaged way. He then can begin clearing the board and keeping Turnidogs losing lore, which is going to be huge.
Yeah. So we'll definitely see.
They're already off to the races.
Look at that. All right. So we got a Daisy out and also a Cursed Merfolk out. So we'll see what's next here for our players. It looks like we're back over to Ryan. He has inked a Tramp and he's going to go ahead and quest. So we're seeing an Elsa that's going to go into Eddie's hand with that Daisy, allowing him to draw from his deck.
And we saw what we normally typically see with purple deck, or with the Amethyst decks is turn 1 1-drop, turn 2 double 1-drop.
Yep.
Turnidogs does the same thing.
It does. So let's see. Are we going to challenge the Daisy?
No, we're going to quest here.
Yeah. Tying things up. Eddie still hasn't inked or made any other moves yet. So
I imagine that he's kind of looking at the board. He's on the draw here, and being on the draw against Turnidogs, you have to be very thoughtful on what you're doing. So he's just trying to look, okay, what do I need to prioritize? What do I need to put down?
Right.
You saw there he inks Flynn Rider, the 2-drop, which is only a 1/2, which is great when you're on the offense, but when you're on kind of a defense in this position, playing the evasive go-go on 2 was the better choice.
It is the better choice. It's going to put more pressure on Ryan. But now we have a kit, so he could definitely bounce that go back, which would probably be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and if I'm Ryan here, everything's going exactly how I want it to.
Definitely.
Where I'm on the offense, the 1-drop was kind of undisruptive, meaning I can now kind of clear the board, keep questing, and kind of prevent you from being able to fox on 3. So that's the heads up play here for Ryan is like, why do you do it with Daisy? Now I prevent fox.
Yep. Yeah, and now we've got a cleared board here on the other side. So definitely Eddie needing to do some work to put some characters on the board.
He does have his own, it does look like he has his own Kit Cloud.
He does,
so he can choose to play that. But again, that's not a lot of pressure here.
No.
It does push Ryan back a little bit. But again, Ryan's kind of like game plan's going to plan. Push. And Eddie is now needing to really map out where he goes from here.
Yeah, and it might be, again, the speed that we saw the last game. It might just come down to that, because we're already seeing
we choose to
board
ink
present.
the kit to play.
Okay.
Instead of basically playing kit to bounce, to offset, he decided to say, no, you can keep your stuff. I'm just going to play double thing. Tramp comes down. Tramp's going to let him draw 4 and then discard 4.
Yikes.
Which the reason this is, you'd think like as a newer player, you might be like, why is he drawing 4 and then discarding 4? That doesn't feel very good. The thing is that Chernobog is discounted for every character in the discard pile. And so you basically get to choose which card you keep, because he already had 1 in hand. He draws 4. He picks which one he wants to keep, puts the other 4 in the discard. which gives him a lot of exposure to basically map out what does he need
Yeah.
to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, and definitely if he does draw into that Chernobog, now he's got, what, 5 in his Inkwell? 4 in
He
his
has
Inkwell?
5 characters.
Yeah, so he's only getting closer to have that
And he has
discount.
5 on board, and so Chernobog's free at this point.
Yep. So he's definitely set himself up. So this could be another very quick game.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, every move here, when you quest, when you don't quest, is very tricky. with these decks.
Yeah.
And so even though normally, like last game, we saw Christian with Chernodogs really press quickly, you're seeing Ryan
Yeah.
being patient here.
He
Didn't
very
quest.
much, yeah. He's definitely slow playing, which I guess is nice for us. We're getting to see a little more exposure into these two different decks and how they'll play.
Yeah, and so Ryan's very mindful here that he could walk into a Fox unadvantagedly. Eddie's not at Elsa yet, and so he doesn't have to necessarily worry about that. Eddie's just going to opt to play down a Genie. Again, Eddie's also going to opt to get Lore when he can.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
means, Ryan doesn't have any evasive threats, and so Eddie's like, I'm going to get Lore while I can.
And that's the best thing to do at this point. Not having the board presence, at least you can.
Okay.
Ooh, we got another Lady in the Tramp out. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're drawing 4 again to
No,
discard.
drawing 5 this time because there's 5 characters. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So you draw a card for each other character in play on your side of the board. And so last turn was 4, this turn it's 5. He's going to discard 5. He's going to have 10 in the yard. Chernobog's going to be free if he wants to. The thing he has to be careful with is that he knows that Eddie plays Bruno.
Yeah.
And so if he plays Chernobog without any cards in hand, he could then beat Bruno away very easily. But honestly, at this point in the match, I don't think that really matters. And so if he had it, he would have played it.
Yeah.
But he didn't so far. So interesting enough, last turn he said, hey, I'm going to hold back.
Yeah.
Now he said, I'm going to quest on.
Quest. Yeah. Applying that pressure.
Your move, sir.
Yeah.
That's what Ryan said, basically.
Here.
He has game on board already.
Yeah.
And so he's going to have some work to do here. But again, we know with these Amethyst decks that they can do work. They can clear a lot.
They can, and especially if he has any card draw, he can start digging into his deck to find more of those answers that he needs.
Yeah. My concern right now with Eddie, though, is he's got to have what he needs right now. He has 6 cards, 7 cards in hand, so he has options.
Yeah, I do see an Elsa that could be beneficial.
Absolutely. I imagine...
Oh, there is the Bruno. The Bruno is there. There it is.
Yeah, so he has the Bruno.
That's up the Bruno. He's inked another Flynn.
He might want to play the Elsa here to be able to clean up the board, and then next turn be able to sing the Bruno if indeed a Chernobog threat comes down.
Exactly.
The challenge here with Ryan's board is that Eddie needs to clear
something.
And he has a 0-4, a 1-4, a 0-1, a 2-2. So Cloud Kicker and the Merfolk can get cleaned up pretty easily. But then he has Daisy, he has 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is game.
Yeah.
And so Ryan knew that he was going to have trouble being able to clean up enough of the board.
Right.
And so right now, because he has that Diablo, which has 0 attack, even playing Elsa here only allows him to clean up 2 characters.
Correct.
Where he's going to need to... I don't know how he gets out of this, to be honest. He's going to have to maybe draw off Diablo, so he might have to challenge in to draw because he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's just taking the 1. Maybe he has Fox, and we just didn't see it.
Oh, yeah, he's got 3. I can't tell if there's a Fox. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there's the Fox. Okay, so
that's how he's going to be able to clean up one of the 4s. So the question is...
Which one? Which one is more dangerous? I mean, if he does go for the Merfolk, he would have to... No, he doesn't have to discard. So... I don't know, the Daisy? Oh, he does get rid of the Merfolk there. Oh, okay, Daisy. Alright.
Yeah, so now he's facing 6 lore to go to 19. and those the challenge with the tramps is I believe they have 6 defense, so they're pretty hard to clean up. But one thing Eddie's probably thinking right now is like, I do have the. That's game. He had go-go.
Yeah.
So he was able to get the last lore because there was 1 damage on Eddie's characters.
Yep.
Ryan was able to quest for 6 with a 19, play go-go, pay that additional 2, and gain 1 due to the damage left on the genie. And that's game 1.
Yeah.
It happens.
Another fast-paced game. I mean, a little slower, but I think we kind of saw the same effects take place with the board flood of characters and just kind of no answers from our opponent.
Yeah, double tramp was pretty brutal.
Yeah,
Because again, what we see with this Emerald Amethyst decks, and we even said with the Amethyst Sapphire decks, is these large defenses, they have a hard time dealing with it when they also then need to deal with everything else. So
right.
When you have a 1-4, a 0-4, and 2 2/6s, like, I don't know. It's really it's a tough situation to be in. And
Very
so
tough.
Ryan's draw was picture perfect.
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't have asked for a better first round, so we'll see. Maybe Eddie can have some answers. Oh, I wonder if his did reset.
I imagine they just haven't reset.
It looks like, though, Ryan's did.
There we go.
All right.
Okay, we're back. It's round 6. This is a win and in. So the winner of this round, or the winner of this match in front of us, is pretty likely to make top 8. I believe.
Yeah.
They'll be X in 1, and so because of how the things landed, these 2 players, even though they've played really well all day, for 6 rounds or 5 rounds, now they're in round 6, having to win to get into top 8. And so Ryan and Eddie are now battling out. Ryan got game 1 on the play, which honestly, Trinity Dogs is a hard deck to beat on the play, or on the draw. And so Eddie's now going to say, okay, I learned from that one. I really probably couldn't have done anything, to be honest.
No, he didn't teach us any answers.
It's not like he played wrong or anything.
No,
there was an opportunity potentially to prioritize playing a different card on 4, but again, I didn't see his hand specifically to know whether Genie was the only option or not.
Yeah, we can take a look here.
There's an option that maybe you play Crab there instead, even though yes, you normally want to play Crab to be able to bounce. He could have played Crab, used his Diablo to pump it up. But that was the turn that Ryan intentionally didn't quest. But again, then you have Fox on, or you have Rabbit on, or you have Crab on board to be able to Fox back the next turn. Which again may end up being. Let's get into it.
Look at that!
Typical Amethyst start.
No, this is looking really good for Eddie putting these characters out. But now Ryan definitely answers back, so they're both definitely creating that board presence right away.
Absolutely, and this is what you see with these 2 decks, different than the Ruby Sapphire Chernobog match, where they can get in there and just get off to it. I imagine, again, neither of these players need to spend a lot of time thinking about their turns. They know what they need to do. They're driving forward. I think we're going to see a Lyle here, maybe.
Well, I think the Ursula, which is safe.
Ursula's no good in this match. He's playing 60 characters too, unlike the last round where there was some actions. But we're going to kit.
Okay.
And then we're just going to pull this forward. So interesting playline here where Eddie is basically volunteering his Diablos to Ryan's Daisies. But Eddie's saying, hey, I would rather draw the cards and get the lore. And
please.
Technically, it's not even just doing that, but it's preventing Ryan from questing. And so Ryan now needs to say, I can quest, gain 2, and give you a card possibly off the top, and basically give you a lore by leaving your Diablo. So it's like you get a card and a lore, or you get or I get 2 lore, you get a lore and a card, or I just give you a card and basically no lore. Kit's bouncing Kit, the 2 daisies are going to take those out. So
Yep.
he's going down this line where it says, hey, I'm going to build up my board
Yep. Yeah.
and not give you fox value.
It's smart. It's very smart.
So
Let's see.
we had 6 characters on the board. Now we only have 3.
No, we have 3. But he does have that fox in hand, so it was definitely the
It was
right
the right
call.
move. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, this is where you knowing your opponent's decks with both these players. Eddie's very seasoned. Ryan, I don't know him as well, but I know he's a very seasoned player. They know what they need to do and what their opponent's trying to do. And so that baiting in with the Diablos to basically then be able to play Fox, bounce the kit, and take out a Daisy, which is not what Ryan would want. He said, no, I don't have time for that.
No, I'm going to make you do all the work, and here it is. And that Piglet is dangerous right now.
Yeah, and ironically, like, Ryan's at 0.
Yeah.
Which we don't think Chernodog should sit at 0 by turn 4.
No, definitely not taking the aggro approach this round as he did last round. So, I mean, let's see. Is he going to slow play this? But, I mean, how can you not quest with that Piglet next turn?
Yeah. See, Ryan, again, choosing to be patient here. One thing that he had open to him that he chose not to was to basically quest in with both Daisies.
Yeah.
He also doesn't want to give Eddie characters because Eddie's
No,
deck is
absolutely not.
primarily characters outside
Yeah.
of the 2 we don't talk about Bruno, so he knows every time he quests with Daisy, basically it's telling Eddie to draw a card.
Yep.
Which at some point he's going to have to, but he doesn't need to do it now. Which also then doesn't open up opportunities for him to get Rapunzel value.
Right.
He's saying, hey, we're going to be patient this game, and we're going to let you get in and do the work. Oh,
Yeah.
Elsa comes in and
Yep.
does what she needs to do to clean up that piggy.
Yeah, you got to. You have to. I mean, that's where he's going to get his most lore at this point. I mean, those daisies are also problematic, but
Yeah, and Ryan's just trying to build up a board enough.
Yeah.
And again, this is where I think we're going to see the Amethyst Emerald deck shine if Ryan doesn't figure out a way to turn the corner quickly, because the the Amethyst Emerald deck can start kind of punishing you. And in the
Yes.
same way we see Amethyst evasive decks where like
Yeah.
they're getting to quest and deal with your board, and you can't quest back because then they can take out your board.
yep.
So you have Tramp again.
Yep, so definitely going to see some discard. I don't know if we haven't seen the Chernobog yet, so I don't think he's drawn into it. See an Ursula there. What is he going to
So he has 2
discard?
cards in hand. He just drew
He's
4 off
4.
Tramp. He's discarding 4.
It looks like he pulled another Daisy, so
yeah.
there goes another Daisy on the board.
And I think he still has Rapunzel left in hand.
Right.
And he's just going to probably just try to quest out in a way that potentially, but again, this is what gets dangerous. So Ryan's going to have to be really thoughtful here to say, hey, is now the time or do I just sit?
Yeah. It's definitely it's tricky because he has nothing to deal with those evasives at this point.
Exactly. And, you know, what Ryan could have done there, and you see often, is basically you quest in a way that kind of traps your opponent into giving you Rapunzel value. The challenge with the Amethyst decks is that likely it would have been with a Fox challenging in, and I guess then he could use Tramp. Maybe that's where there was a line there where if he quested in with both Daisy, yes, he gives his opponent the ability to draw 2 cards, but then the only way to deal with the Daisies would be to either double challenge with those 2.
Right.
Or then play into Fox to bounce, but then you have Tramp into Fox
Yeah.
into Rapunzel to draw more cards.
Yeah.
But he didn't feel like that line was necessary yet.
No.
But we
no.
might see that play in a few turns.
Yeah.
Right now, Eddie's just getting lore when he can. He's already at
Yeah.
9.
I mean, can't blame him at this point. But I think he's definitely taking his time to be considerate of what he wants to do next. Okay, so we see a kit, which, okay.
Kit and a Daisy.
Daisy.
Interesting.
It is interesting just because, I mean, you can put that back out very fast. Okay,
Yeah, I think he's
improvise.
just playing slowly. This turn he's putting down the crab without
Yep.
the value. Again, I think we saw last game
Yeah,
where there was an opportunity maybe to do that. He also still has Fox in hand, which can bounce and instantly give the +3
Three,
to one
yeah.
of his evasive characters. Oof. trawling a second tramp off
Yes.
the top
Okay.
is brutal.
Wow.
Is brutal
Yeah.
for Eddie here, because now he gets to look through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Five.
6 new cards.
Yep.
He has one in hand, which we already know what that is.
Yep.
And now he has to decide, is what card he wants to keep.
Yeah. Might be that Chernobog. We don't know. I thought he grabbed a Piglet there, but I could be very wrong. Maybe he'll put the Rapunzel away. Might not see the value of keeping it right now because
He knows he's not
a-
going to get it, the value. But I
Yeah.
will say, because he put Kit and Fox on board, there's part of me that says, if you keep the Rapunzel here, there's an opportunity for you that there's not going to be efficiency on Eddie's side.
yeah.
Yet we know Eddie has Fox.
Yeah.
But Ryan has a 2/6 that
Yeah.
can clean up.
Yeah.
It looks like he did keep the Rapunzel, and
Yep.
now it's time to go-go. Not go-go, Tamagogo, but Quest Go.
Yes, he definitely needs to put the pressure on Eddie at this point.
And just like that, it's 9-9.
It's 9-9. So we can see here what the evasives are going to do to his board state.
He probably has a lot of options here. He's going to 7
Yeah.
ink, and the 7 ink is a lot to, 6 ink is a lot to be able to do some nifty things.
Yes, yes. Definitely Eddie can definitely create his own board presence at this point, but he knows he probably has to do a little bit more work.
Yeah, and so what Eddie's doing now is mapping out kind of like, what are my paths here? I think one thing that Eddie probably has already quickly realized is there's likely no way he cannot prevent Rapunzel, but he's going to likely try.
Yeah.
And so I think what's going to be interesting here is where he tries to figure out where are the opportunities here to basically prevent that.
Yeah.
And so what he would need to do is he would need to get his Fox or his Crab and Cloud Kicker off the board
Yeah.
by playing Fox and actually bouncing.
The crab.
I think this is where I don't think there's any path here to prevent him being able to Rapunzel here. But again,
Yeah.
I think it's like we've been talking about for the past little bit, is that even if there isn't the ideal path, you just have to make a decision and go for it.
You
And so
do.
if you're like, okay, I'm going to give Rapunzel value here, you have to think, how can I give the least amount of Rapunzel value
Yeah.
while still making the most advantageous trades?
Right.
So
Okay,
we'll see what's going on here.
Okay.
He first off challenges in there,
Okay.
challenges in there, challenges in there, has to
Alright.
discard. Now we're going to see Fox come down.
Yep.
Fox is going to bounce Kit.
Okay.
Fox is going to take this out. Again,
Yep.
he just has to see, hey, this is as best I can do.
Oh.
We're gonna bounce
okay,
this, and we're gonna
another
take that
fox.
out.
Nice.
So again, best he could do,
Yeah.
best path there. Incredible work by Eddie to figure that
Absolutely.
out. And again, you just have to find the path. You have to find the way.
Yeah.
And that's what we just saw.
Yeah. I love the fact that he lined everything up and took his time, made his moves, and I mean, he doesn't have a lot. I mean, his characters are still viable, so it's not like he's out.
Absolutely. So what we're going to see most likely on this time is we believe Ryan has Rapunzel. So he's going to quest in. Maybe he didn't keep Rapunzel. Oh, no, he didn't. It's right there in the discard.
Oh,
We missed
look
that.
at
We lost
that.
discard. So he chose not to keep the Rapunzel, which I think that's going to come back and haunt Ryan.
Yep, yeah, it
Um,
very well could. But we did see the Daisy was used to quest. Eddie did pull an improvise, so that went to the bottom of his deck. So
Best case scenario. Oh, I forgot that is the other card that's in here. And I guess Friends on the other side. He does have a few more misses than we originally expected.
Yeah.
But not many. And so great scenario for Ryan, not giving Eddie any more cards.
Yep. Is he still holding 5? I believe?
Yeah, Eddie's sitting comfortably. That last turn, having 2 foxes was amazing.
Yeah, it's
for
brilliant.
Eddie. It was really a great path, and you saw the art. It is to play these Amethyst decks where you just have so many different options and you have to figure out what the right line is. And Eddie was able to do that. He was able to set him up for Rapunzel value, and luckily for Eddie, Ryan didn't have it.
No, and I think we definitely saw the value of a bounce package, which I would assume a lot of Amethyst players would like to see that stay come rotation.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's so far away that, like, in theory, it's so far away that we just don't know.
No,
But
absolutely
we
not.
can watch the magic of the
Yes.
bounce package while it's still here.
Well, it's here. It's
Right
beautiful.
on our screen. So, we just it was basically art class the last turn.
Yeah.
Now we're going to, we know that he bounced
The
both Kit and
the crab.
crab.
Yeah. So you can definitely give the crab use the value of the crab at this point to beef up Fox, a Genie, Elsa. I mean,
Probably, I would think Fox here
Fox
to take out Tramp.
take out the Tramp. Yeah, absolutely.
Because then the other Fox can just take out
Daisy.
the Daisy by
No
itself.
problem. Yeah.
We can then quest for 3 here, go back to 12, and then just kind of be back in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
I think what Eddie's doing right here, I see him counting with his fingers, is he's trying to make sure.
Yeah.
He's just saying,
Yeah.
like, okay, I feel like I see a path here. Let me make sure. Which is, again, take a breath.
Yeah, you want to set yourself up for the future.
Yeah, take a breath, take a few turns
Yep.
here. I think we'll see the other Fox go into the Daisy. I think we'll then quest for 3 as expected. We
Yeah,
still
all
have
the
4
right moves.
ink left. If Eddie has another Genie here, we
He
just have to
does,
be
yeah.
calling
There
it.
we go.
There
Yeah,
we go.
there's that Genie. So, okay.
So I believe he has game on board. No, he's one short, so he's gonna just make it a reality.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Inks sets up board and says, "Your move, sir."
Yep.
And we're gonna go to game 3.
All right. I think this is our first game 3 we're seeing today.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
incredible play by Eddie again. Just the power of Fox.
Yeah, definitely. That bounce package, having that crab come in too to beef up the what was it? What did he use there? The Genie? I can't remember at this point. But you've got the right moves there, which helped him out. So it was nice to kind of see that we didn't see that aggro play that we did in the previous game where we were just at this point closing up session.
Yeah, I think what was interesting, again, it goes back to like how important individual card choices are, right? And so there was a line, Ryan prioritized this, Eddie had 2 Foxes, which was able to set him up in an advantage position while still exposing him to Rapunzel value. But because Ryan took a different path off that second Tramp, keeping a different card, I wasn't sure which card he kept, but kept a different card instead of Rapunzel, missing the opportunity to be able to regroup there and draw 3, which could have changed kind of the dimension of what he was able to then pressure to board. Because Ryan's deck is basically every card I draw could be 2 lore or 3 lore. And so if I can play those to board, that could have been the difference between this going to game 3 or not.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All right, let's see. We're getting set up here with our hands, waiting for. I think I see 3 daisies in
So
the
Ryan,
hand.
Turnidogs is on the play. So we're going back to that very aggressive line. So Ryan's going to be looking for a similar path that he had game 1, where it's 1 drop into multiples, into Kit, into Tramp, into
He's definitely going to try to get that. Yeah.
And Eddie's going to be looking for a very defensive line of ideally Chernobog's followers or Broom instead of he's opened up with Diablo both games, which I don't think is actually ideal for Eddie.
No, it's
you really want to open with
really
Broom. I believe
anything.
he plays. Does he play Broom? Magic Broom. He only plays 2, so he's playing 10 1-drops. Oh no, he has Rafiki's too.
Oh, we
so
haven't
honestly,
seen
opening
that.
with Rafiki
Yeah.
would be ideal here. I think
it would, because it would at least get 3 damage on those daisies. Because I think I saw Ryan has 3 in hand, so we'll definitely flood the board early with those daisies.
We're about to see triple daisy.
Triple daisies, I think we. Yeah, that's gross. Not what you want to see from your opponent. Let's see what happens.
We'll see what Eddie has. Again, that's the type of hand that there's not much you can do about it.
No,
so.
no, not at all. I mean, that Daisy card puts in the work.
Luckily for Eddie, every time that Daisy turns sideways, though, it's his chance of drawing.
Yeah,
a card is
absolutely, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah.
So here we go. We're
Okay.
into game 3. We're going to
Yep.
see Daisy number 1
There it is, Daisy.
from Ryan. We'll see what Eddie has back in
Okay.
return.
See a go-go in hand.
This is game 3 of round 6. So the winner of this match, it's 1-1 currently, does get to go to top 8. Basically, we see Rafiki on turn
There
1,
we
which
go.
we talked
There's
about.
that Rafiki.
Again, we're going to be able to kind of see where we go with this.
Oh. That's a bummer for Eddie.
Absolutely. There's not many cards in his deck that miss. We already saw him ink
Yeah.
1 on turn 1. He inked Friends. He hits Improvise. So far, things
Yeah.
are not necessarily going the way. Ryan right now is actually already counting
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he's trying to figure out what the path is here for him to get to 20 before Eddie even has a chance to play this game.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what he's setting himself up for, and he's going to ink that Rapunzel there, and there we go.
Yeah, there's
I
the
knew I
triple
saw
Daisy.
those daisies.
And I can't see Eddie's face right now, but I can only imagine.
Yeah, he's probably not happy.
I can only imagine.
I don't think
So we're
anybody
going
would
to
have
Rafiki into Go-Go, into, I believe he just drew Lady off the top, where he's going to be able to ink.
Oh, inkling.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What
That
a moment. This is
is-
brutal.
I
take a
would,
picture
yeah,
of
that
one.
is a Kodak moment there.
So, sometimes you have days like that. What's interesting here is he just chose to go for it.
Yeah, and why
instead of
not?
playing Lady into Piglet, which is also would have been brutal.
Yeah.
He decided to play Daisy into
Daisy.
Piglet and just say, "Hey, I'm gonna just go for it
Mm-hmm.
here."
Now, it could have benefit Eddie if he turns all these daisies. He can definitely start going into his deck
Yeah.
and hope that he can fill up his hand with some characters. But
Yeah, the challenge right now we see is that I think right now Ryan's actually thinking, when do I start questing here?
Right.
Because he knows next turn, let's say he does quest with 2 daisies, Eddie can actually challenge with both the Rafiki and the Go-Go.
yeah, absolutely.
Take out a daisy and then play Fox. Fox allows them to take out the second daisy. And so again, you have to think now,
Yeah.
what's the path here?
Yep.
I do think that the card Ryan still has in hand is Rapunzel, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought he inked it.
He inked Rapunzel already. He inked Lady this turn.
Yeah, I think you inked the Rapunzel the last turn to play both of the daisies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see what's in. Okay, so he chooses
Okay,
to pass here.
yeah,
Again,
I
just
mean,
being
Smart.
just sitting here. So we do see the kit in Eddie's hand, which
Yep.
is pretty good because at least he can push that daisy
Mm-hmm.
back 1 turn.
Yep.
So this game is not over yet.
No,
folks.
no,
I know we saw
absolutely not.
quad daisy, which is entertaining in of
It is
itself.
very entertaining.
But again, Eddie's deck does
Okay.
have a path to push
Oh.
back.
Okay, bouncing back
so
the
Eddie's
Piglet.
I love Eddie's attitude here. He's like, I'm just gonna keep going. I got my quest.
You
Take the
have to,
lore.
yeah. Yeah.
Keep pressing.
Okay, so Ryan has
13
put the.
on board.
Gosh.
He's threatening 13.
Yeah.
And there's a path here where do you just sit? And so I think what we're gonna have
Yeah.
to see here is, does he do that, or does he
Make the moves.
make the moves? This is what we've been talking about all.
Oh, there we
week
go. Okay,
long.
there we go. He's getting. So he got a Lyle. He's getting
Yeesh.
a crab and a genie. So
Draw 3.
Draw 3. That is not a bad deal for Eddie. He definitely
all.
got. I think he got some really great characters there. That
Yeah.
Lyle puts some pressure on. The genie obviously puts pressure on because Ryan doesn't have evasive answers.
Evasive. Yeah, evasive. So now now the question here is, what's Eddie's path here to take
Yeah.
out as many of these daisies as possible?
These daisies, they gotta go. They got to go.
Absolutely. And again, I think what Ryan's thinking is before Eddie gets too high on ink, where Eddie then can start doing those crazy double fox
Yep,
bounce
yep.
play, he's like, hey, I really need to quest out so that likely Eddie can only play one kind of creative play
Right,
a
right.
turn.
Absolutely.
Here, maybe that's fox. Maybe that's crab.
We know he has the crab, so he could definitely beat beef up either the Go-Go or, I mean, the Rafiki does have 3, but, you know, take it to 6 and get rid of one of these daisies.
That's definitely a play line here. And again, Ryan untaps and has 5. So if Eddie's only able to take out 2 daisies here, which seems likely unless we're missing one of the play lines, he's already questing to 19.
Yeah.
And is sitting with a card or 2 cards in hand. And again, like we saw game 1, Ryan was able to finish off the game with Go-Go.
Yeah.
He does only have 2, but you never know.
No, you know.
And so I think Eddie's sitting here thinking, is there any path here that I don't allow him to at least have the opportunity to quest a 19?
Right.
Because he knows very intimately from game 1 that Go-Go is the last lore.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna push him to the win.
This is just an uphill battle for Eddie regardless.
It is.
It's tough looking across and seeing on the draw quad daisy.
Quad daisies, the piglet, which just amps up more lore.
So he's choosing to take out one of the daisies with both Rafiki and Go-Go.
Okay, interesting.
He's going to put 2 more on the daisy. We're then going to see Ink to 4. We're going to see Lyle on Piglet, which is a great play.
Great. Yeah.
And then he's going to pass. So he figured out that's the best line because, again, now he can only quest to 18 instead of 19.
Yeah.
So it was actually in his favor to be able to not... Oh, there we see Tramp. So basically he decided to say, hey, I'll let you get to 18. I'll only leave 1 damage on each of my characters so Go-Go isn't game.
Yeah.
Very heads up play by Eddie.
Yeah.
This puts him in the game for at least 1 more turn.
Yeah.
And gives him more options going into 5 ink.
Correct.
And that Piglet also now has to challenge.
Yep.
Which again, the Piglet will be able to take out something.
Yeah.
But it allows Eddie to get into turn 5 where I believe we already know he has Elsa in hand and a few other options. He has Crab, Elsa.
And Genie.
And Genie that we've seen off the play.
Yeah.
The other thing here is Lyle changes the math.
It does.
We said Lyle is going to be a big part of this match.
Yeah. It's definitely it's a good character, but it's also a tool card at the same time. But, okay. So
he's reading Lyle just to make sure he understands kind of like what the dynamics are at play. I think what's going to end up have to happening is, or right now Ryan's actually deciding what cards to discard to Tramp.
Yeah.
He drew 5. He has 1 card left in hand, so he's deciding which of these 6 cards would he like to keep. And so he's trying to figure out which do I need to end up winning this game. Because now Lyle again changes the math.
Yeah. So we see in the discard, I believe that's 2 Ursulas, a Rapunzel.
I can't see what the card he just played, but I believe it was a lady.
Oh yeah. Sorry for the glare, folks.
So Ryan's just saying, hey, here we go.
Here we go. I'm going to do this. Okay.
So 2 cards that really don't help Eddie, to be honest, at least in this turn. And so again, Ryan's just saying, hey, I have untapped game.
Yeah.
The thing is that with Lyle, I believe every time a character goes to the discard,
gains a lore.
No, his opponent loses a lore.
Loses
so what we
a
saw
lore.
there
That's it.
is we challenged Rafiki. Rafiki died, and so Ryan went to 17.
Yeah.
Went to 9, and then he quested for 8, back up to 17. Again, staring down this board, knowing Amethyst Emerald, like this is disheartening, I'm sure, for Eddie.
Yeah,
Eddie's probably thinking still, excuse me, what are my paths?
Yeah. Sorry, folks, we've been talking a lot today.
Yeah, what are my paths? And again, this is where...
All right.
This is the last guy. Oh, it's a 0/4. So he has a Tramp and I forget what it's called, the 0/4 1-drop.
Is that Little John?
Little John.
Little
yeah.
John,
so
yeah.
Ryan currently is kind of challenging with 3 lore untapped.
Yeah.
So what Eddie's going through right now, because this is a big turn, is how do I clear enough lore,
Yep.
make Ryan lose enough
Yeah.
lore,
Yeah.
so that I at least have another turn.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is probably
Because
going
it's
to
turn
take
by
a little
turn.
time.
It's turn by turn here.
Yeah. So he put out a cursed merfolk, so that
Now, Curse Merfolk was already on the board, right?
I thought he just put it out. But
It
I
doesn't.
could be wrong then.
I think last turn he played Lyle and Curse Merfolk.
Okay. Alright, let's see here. I think this is we're gonna have a long pause for
Yeah.
our players here. Really have to decide.
Yeah, it looks like even Ryan and Eddie are talking this out and saying, is
Yeah.
there even a path here?
Right.
Which is again, it's just a great sportsmanship thing.
Absolutely.
Which is like, hey, like I realize that I just put you kind of in check. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it's checkmate. Ryan might think it is.
Right.
And Eddie's just saying, well, you don't know what's in my hand. And so
Yeah.
all Ryan knows is that he put his opponent in check. He's not sure if it's checkmate, and Eddie's just trying to figure out a way out.
Yeah, and I think it's good that they can talk amongst themselves. Obviously, no one's going to tell each other what to do here, but at least they're being respectful of the moves they need to make. So it looks like we see Eddie again mapping out what he wants
Yep.
to do. Which,
And the lore implication, because again,
Yeah.
it's not only challenging and taking out characters. Lyle's on board,
Yeah.
so Lyle changes the
yeah,
move.
yeah.
It's a tricky turn, but again, these players have been playing really quickly. They have time. I'm
Yeah.
sure. Yes, Eddie's thinking through his move and
Yeah.
wants to make sure he's thinking through all the options, because this
Yeah,
is the
definitely.
top 8. This is a game for getting into top 8 of
Yeah.
our 2K event.
2K, so yeah, you want to take your time, make sure you're looking
It looks
at
like he's sharing his hand a little bit. So he does have kits, which could help throw off some of the math.
Yeah,
We know he has crab. So he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's just tough. These double questers, all of these characters that quest for 2 is just really tough for him to deal with.
yeah.
I'm trying to think through the lines of like what Eddie could have. Crab could help Merfolk take out something, and then Merfolk would go away.
Yeah.
And again, he's just mapping this out here, trying to figure out what the path is. Again, going to only 5 ink prevents him from doing kind of that that double pump.
Yeah, the double, yeah.
Like we saw last game, which got Eddie out of a tough spot
It
where
really
he was
did.
able to play Fox bounce Kit, Fox bounce Crab,
Yeah.
and take out really Ryan's entire board.
It did.
And pretty much a similar situation like this.
Yeah.
Difference here is Ryan was on the play.
Yeah, and right now he has a lot more to deal with than the last time. So it looks
Okay, so
like
we're going to take some moves here. Ryan's going to go to 16.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do some moves here. Ryan's
Okay.
going to go to 15. These are some of the paths that I guess he said, hey, these are the moves that I can make.
Yep.
He's going to crash in just because he has to
Yeah.
get him to lose the lore.
Oh, he's gonna use Lyle. Okay. Okay, so we have a merfolk. And there's a fox. So we're gonna bounce the merfolk back.
Crash into muses. He's going
That
to have
merfolk.
to. Or merfolk. Sorry, merfolk. It looks like muses sometimes. He's going to discard. He's going to crash into Genie. Take that out. Again, Ryan now is showing 5, so he found the path.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. So it's not over.
It's not over until it's over. Eddie had one path, and
Yeah.
he found it.
Yeah.
Um,
We'll see.
he needed to be able to clear the entire board while also then giving up his merfolk for free,
Yeah.
which
yeah.
was the only way for him to be able to get to a spot where
We still have a game.
we still have a game. And again, Eddie now going into 6 ink changes the entire dynamic with this Amethyst Emerald deck.
Yes.
And so this is a match to watch. Just a few minutes ago we had Quad, Daisy, Piglet, Merfolk on the board.
Yes.
Now we're
Now
back
we're-
to a more kind of steady pace,
Even.
but Ryan's thinking through and saying, okay, what do I do from here?
Yeah.
We don't know what's in Ryan's hands because we haven't been able to see that. I believe he only has 1 card in hand and only 3 ink.
Yeah.
And so a few choices there. He's going to choose to play Tramp.
A tramp.
Which
Okay.
Tramp is, when it comes into play, it gives +1 for every other character in play. So he's going to give Daisy +3. He's going to take out Lyle, which is going to be huge for Ryan.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to take this out, put some damage on the board.
Yep.
Ryan's moving to more of a, hey, I'm just going to clean up a little bit.
Yeah,
Go
for
to
sure.
15. But again, we're going into Eddie's turn 6, which turn 6 for the Amethyst Emerald deck can get pretty amazing.
It can, especially if he does have the bounce fox crab like we saw last game, which I think I'm definitely seeing a crab in his hand.
Yep.
But I think he might not have the fox.
Yeah, it looks like all inkables there.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to ink an Ursula this turn. Yeah. To put out the crab, give that +3 over to the merfolk, and take out.
But it buys him another turn.
It definitely does. I mean, it helped him.
Yeah, obviously Fox here would be ideal.
Yeah,
but
but-
unfortunately, unlike last game, Eddie just doesn't have it.
No, he doesn't.
And so he's not able to clean up the board in an efficient way.
No.
And so really he has to set up and say, hey, I get to live another turn in a sufficient way. He's only leaving 2 lore on board and also kind of resetting the board.
Yeah.
Again, we just drew Rapunzel off the top, which might come into handy in just a minute.
Okay, the Daisy's coming back out.
Yep. So now we have to sit here and question, do we just pass? So Ryan chooses just to pass and be
Yeah.
patient. Wow, what a
Yeah.
game! I did not believe we were already gonna we were gonna still be watching, but right now we are.
It definitely seemed like it was over a little while ago. But
Okay, another kit and another
great.
Chernobog. So this game is just turned a little bit to be
Yeah.
able to get him back in. He draws the Inkable, is able to hit the crab, and now he's going to be able to draw 3 off the Rapunzel. He didn't necessarily have to quest there, but I think Eddie, just kind of in a moment said, hey, I just need to do something here.
yeah,
To be able to get back into this game because his hand wasn't really doing it for him.
no. But now Ryan has loaded up his hand, putting that Rapunzel out and healing his little John there.
Yeah.
And let's see, he's going to ink a Piglet.
Yep, and then play the Daisy
Play
back
the
down.
Daisy.
So he's
Oh,
oh no, he already inked for the turn because he inked Ursula.
Oh, that's right.
Good call out by the players,
Yes.
being mindful there. It's both players' responsibility to keep that in check. He did have to
Absolutely.
ink the Ursula to play the Rapunzel, so he wasn't able to put Eddie kind of in a position where he couldn't get out of it. So now Eddie's going to do some cleanup work here. We're going to see this happen. Clean up
okay.
here.
Yeah, definitely. Nice having that another crab in your hand to get rid of that
Yes,
Daisy.
but we're going to see Ryan be able to untap now and kind of play the full board and probably just set himself up for success where
Yeah.
he just plays
Yeah.
to the board, quest for
Yeah.
2 and goes to 18 and passes back. Again, it's not over till it's over.
It's
We've
not.
seen this already.
It's not.
Eddie has been resilient.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful.
And really pushing
Yep.
forward. Hands extended. Incredible. Man, I want to give it to Eddie. Eddie found his way
Yeah.
out of very sticky situations.
Absolutely.
He was put up against the ropes.
Very creative use of what he had in his hand. He knew what he needed to do to keep getting those characters off of Ryan's side. I think this was a great game.
It
These
was
were
an
3
incredible
great
game.
games.
3 great games, yeah. 3 great games. I think, again, it shows the resilience of this Emerald Amethyst deck.
Yeah.
And so I just want to, I know we're about to celebrate Ryan making it to top 8.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Yes,
But
congrats.
Eddie, congratulations on a well-fought round 6.
Yes.
Winning in tight
Yeah,
match.
absolutely.
Ryan, congratulations on winning.
Yeah.
That wraps up the Swiss rounds.
It does. So now we're going to move into top 8. It might be we might have a little bit of time in between here just to make sure we look at everybody's rankings. There could be
Yeah.
a couple people in the bubble as well. And we'll
Absolutely.
see who gets into our top 8.
And what the makeup is. I'm excited.
Yeah.
We're at least going to see at least one Churn of Dogs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Maybe
Maybe
think,
2.
Well, no, I think Christian, because he won last round, is
Yeah.
now also in. So at least 2 Churn of Dogs.
2 Churn of
Again,
Dogs.
yesterday we saw a bunch of Ruby Sapphires.
Yeah.
People came back today with different decks, and
Yes.
now we see the rise of Churn of Dogs.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting how this works, like depending on the day's meta, depending on what decks people choose to play.
Mm-hmm.
The top 8s have been wild. People have been saying all around the tournament scene, it's hard to predict this meta.
Yeah.
And really it just depends on what decks show up each day and what
I
the
think
pairings
so.
are,
Yeah.
which has made for an incredibly exciting meta because there's a
Absolutely.
lot of great matchups.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we did have, a few of our players play yesterday as well. So if they brought something different yesterday, I think maybe they just felt more comfortable. Let me bring something that I'm more comfortable playing with. Yesterday, I tried this out. It was fun. Maybe it just didn't work out. And I'm going to go into this 2K trying my best with what I
Totally.
know.
Absolutely.
So, because we didn't see a lot of these Churn of Dogs at all yesterday. It was
No.
all Ruby Sapphire. So
Ruby Sapphire,
it's
Amber
great.
Steel.
Yes, a lot of Amber Steel.
Amethyst, Sapphire,
Mm-hmm.
and again today, top deck played Amber Steel, second top
Yeah.
deck Ruby Sapphire, third Sapphire or Ruby Amethyst, fourth
Yep.
Sapphire Ruby. But I think what's interesting is in the midst of that, you have these handful of players that are brought a different deck,
Mm-hmm.
prepared for that more, let's call mid-range control meta.
Yeah.
And they're excelling and making top 8, and
Yeah.
Ryan's one of them, so congratulations.
Yeah, definitely. Congrats to all of our players that make the top 8. So we'll be back soon
Yeah.
with all of the next rounds of gameplay. So thank you all for sticking with us, and we'll be back as soon as possible.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. I'm hitting all the wrong buttons
From
here.
the Steam one. Yeah, that's the
That's
green
Discord,
one.
this
There you
one.
go, Streamlabs. We'll be back soon. We're gonna take a little intermission. So thanks again, and we'll
Thank
see you
you.
soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to State 48, Rain in the Desert, sponsored by Top Cut Games. We are Lorcana Muses.
Hello.
Brittany and Nikki are here. We are in top 8, so we are just getting our players ready and set up.
These are not the players. Ryan and Eddie are not who is up top. I am changing that now.
Correct. That was the last round we just saw. We are seeing another Chernadogs deck here that is Christian's deck, which we did see earlier today if you were turning in round 5 or 4. Sorry, folks, they're starting to run together at this point. But we did see Christian play earlier the Chernadogs deck, and it really played very fast, very quickly. So we will probably be talking pretty fast. So please forgive us. We're going to do our best to keep up with the way the players are playing this game. We also have Jonas this round, which we have not seen today, a Amethyst Ruby. So we'll see how the Amethyst Ruby does against Amber Emerald. So not sure. I mean, we know that the removal is there, so it's definitely going to be a little bit of a different gameplay where we saw a Ruby Sapphire matchup against the Chernadogs with Christian the last time. So if you give us just a few seconds here, we're just getting everything set up. Our players are also shuffling their decks right now, getting ready to play this game. We're waiting on, they just give us a quick knock on the door.
1 second. I will.
I don't think they're ready yet.
No, I told them I would knock.
Oh, nice. Okay. Do we have a shark? Yeah, we're playing sharks.
Yes, so it's
Yeah.
a Ruby, Ruby Amethyst, Shark
Sharks.
variant,
Mm-hmm.
and we have Christian on the Chernadogs.
Yeah.
All right, I'm super excited. I
Yes.
have been playing draft all day, so I was actually been a little bit out of the tournaments for a little. Well, not. I was just playing side events.
You were in the
I was
tournament
in the
area.
tournament area. But I was playing draft, so. But I'm excited to see this. I've heard about this Christian list all day.
It is
and
intense.
I've watched Christian. I watched Christian. Christian was actually in the top cut last 5K or 2K on the second on day 2.
Oh, nice.
So
Okay.
he ended up winning the 2K,
The 2K?
last
Okay,
time we
so-
had this weekend of fun.
So he's hoping for a repeat, I'm going to
Yes.
guess there. So we're going to let the players know that we're ready to go. It looks
We
like...
have to wait for the judges to say.
Okay, so we're waiting on the judges right now to give us the okay. We're ready. Hopefully they're ready. We do see that we've got some cards already on the mats here. So if you give us just a few seconds here. Oh, okay. I don't know why we're looking at hands here, but okay, I know what Brittany's doing. She's hoping that they will show us their hands without, you know, their opponent seeing each other's hands. So hopefully that'll give us a little more commentary to give you guys, because this could be a very fast-paced game, just like we saw Christian earlier today. So let's see what we've got going on here. So we have Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Amber, and I think we're in for a treat.
We are. So I'm not quite sure the judges have stated they could start yet. I didn't hear it, but we were also in this hallway when they
Yes.
started that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm excited to see how this matchup goes. Christian's deck is extremely quick.
Very.
So now they're altering, and I'm wondering because this is when they know what they're going to be playing. Now, everyone probably knows that Christian is on Chernadogs by now.
Yeah, I
after
think
hearing
so.
this today. But so I am sure that Jonas is altering for quick attack for the beginning, and maybe some like just making sure he's looking for brawls and like things with rush and things.
Yeah.
Lower to the ground. He's definitely looking for those Peter Pans and
Yeah, probably getting as much evasive out as possible and as quickly as possible. Maybe getting that Lumiere out to give your other players that +1. That's
Yeah.
always helpful.
Lumiere is absolutely one of my favorite cards ever.
It's a great card. It's a great
And
card.
So I always am happy to see him in a list.
I don't see our favorite card, which is Super Goof.
No, Super
No,
Goof.
Super Goof.
Super Goof is actually fantastic into a Turn of Dogs.
It is. It really is.
Turn of Dogs matchup. So that is definitely for me. That's how I deal with a lot of these decks is all those rush characters.
Oh.
Yeah.
See
So we have Jonas is on stream. This is the first time he's been on stream this weekend.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
good job, Jonas. And then Christian. Christian is he's a tried and true.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
all right. So we have Lady, our Dual Link Lady out. And then we have Lumiere
Here's
to
that
buff
Lumiere.
up that Chernodog, or buff up the Chernobog.
Chernobog.
The Chernobog for the Chernodog deck. But yeah, so now we have this lady is the Dual Link Lady, which is not the one that plays other
cards
puppies for
For
free.
free.
For free?
For free.
Okay, so we have Ursula, and so Christian was able to find a Be Prepared. But he also is going to see Peter Pan, Fox, which is honestly fantastic
Absolutely.
for Jonas to have those cards in hand
Yeah.
for this matchup.
And I do see a genie now in his hand as well. So
Yeah, so now
Nothing wrong with
Christian
seeing that.
has Daisy. Daisy against this deck would be really good. But Christian's
Mhm.
also playing this very smart and not turning sideways until he has built up enough board.
yeah.
Now, Jonas's deck, he does not have Sisu's in this deck.
No.
And so I think that Christian is definitely going to be banking on that. Christian just played Invited to the Ball.
Yeah.
And so he is able to look and draw cards. And if they are character cards, he gets to put them into his hand. So now he is just building up his hand so he can flood the board. So he can flood the board.
He definitely wants to get that Daisy out. That is.
So, and we know this match is going to go very quick. So, but Jonas is also going to build the board. He's going to build it up with a lot of characters that are going to be able to rush across and challenge quickly.
Yeah.
And so I think he's going to quest with that Chernobog.
Banish
then
and draw.
Banish and draw. And then I believe he's probably going to play a Fox. That's what I would do, even if he's, I'm trying to say, he probably is going to play Genie.
Genie.
Actually,
That was my thought was the
Genie, because he's going to be able to play that Fox whenever.
Yeah, and at least now the Genie also
And-
has Rush from
Yes.
that Peter Pan.
And I don't know if Christian's deck has any answers for
Evasive.
characters. But he does have the Go-Go.
Yeah,
But
so
other
that-
than the Go-Go, I don't believe he has evasive answers. So that's why Jonas felt comfortable just questing with that Peter Pan.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
Christian hadn't started. Oh, he's playing Invited to the Ball again.
All right.
He is definitely going to be flooding his hand.
All right, so he's got a lady and a jock. So that jock is.
That jock is I was like,
not
that
cool.
jock is
That
definitely-
just totally benefited Christian right there.
For sure. Well, it's kind of interesting because Christian, he has 4 Invited to the Balls, and then everything else in his deck is a character.
Yeah.
And so, like, I believe the Invited to the Ball is I think it limits it to what the cost of the character when you
I can
grab
check.
it.
It's.
Let's
see. We're gonna do a card check here.
I was like, okay, so we have Genie in hand. So he has that Maui Shark, but I'm not quite sure if he's going to plan on playing that. Also, is that an Elsa?
I can't quite tell.
I know, I can't quite tell. I'm just trying to figure out.
But Invited to the Ball does not have like an ink, I don't know, caveat. So it's reveal the top 2 cards of your deck, put revealed character cards into your hand, put the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order. So
Okay, well,
yeah,
if he hits Invited to the Ball, he's most likely not going to be hitting that. So he just played Finders Keepers. That's what that card was on top of it.
there we go. Yeah.
So Finders Keepers. So he's just looking for cards, Jonas, for when Christian ends up turning sideways. He has even more answers. But I believe he's probably going to just quest with that Peter Pan again, and with the Genie that he played last turn.
Yeah, definitely.
But also, like, Christian has a significant hand presence right now.
Yeah,
So he's gonna play Little John.
Little John
and Lady.
Lady.
Now Christian is like not worried. Remember, like we said, because of that, he's not worried about Sisu because he's seen the deck list already.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, like, honestly, like the Sisu in this matchup is probably his downfall. But he's also like he has that significant card draw with that invited to the ball.
Yeah. So we've got some Jonas fans here, so thank you for joining us and cheering on Jonas
we could
here.
call in the Joe Bros.
Yes, we got some Joe fans. All right, so gosh, that Christian not only has the board presence, he also has quite the hefty hand there.
Right now.
So
I'm trying to see because some of those characters, like Lady, there's no tramp out, so it doesn't quest for more. Did he pull a Kit? He might be able to play Kit to bounce Lumiere to give away some of the attack power from
definitely
the other characters.
For sure. But nobody's turning any characters here. Oh, so he discarded?
Oh, to play. He played the tramp.
Oh, he played the
tramp.
Yeah, the
larger
one that
tramp.
you draw.
So
okay.
yeah, so I was like he played the tramp. So that makes more sense. I didn't see it out there.
So this is actually TCG secretly asked, what round is this? We're actually in top 8.
Yeah.
So
yes, this is top 8. This is actually table 3 for top 8. And so the top 2 tables decided to pass on being on stream. So top 8 decided not to split today, unlike yesterday. So they are still playing. So we are going to see the best of 3 matchup here to move forward. So so they decided not to split. So we're going to see more action. Now, I'm not sure if top 4 is planning on splitting. If that's the case, unlike yesterday when we casted to see who would reign supreme, we will be finishing the stream today because it will be a late night.
Yeah.
And we have to finish packing up. So if they decide to play it out, we will, of course, stay and cast till the very end.
Yes.
But if they decide to split, we will all be spending the rest of the evening finishing packing up so we can all go to work tomorrow. So
yes, 4 a.m. is gonna come very fast.
Oh my gosh, Christian's board state though. He's gonna quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So he can quest for 11.
Yep.
Right now. And he just played the Ursula, trying to find and see what is in Jonas's hand.
Definitely probably trying to
So
get
Jonas
another
has
be prepared
a
out.
Hypnotic Strength in hand.
Oh.
He only has 1 of those in his deck. Okay, so Christian played a Clarabelle that will allow him to draw and discard, I believe. That's the 2-drop Clarabelle.
Splitters or quitters, give us content.
Oh yeah, no, we definitely, even when they split yesterday, we still had them play out. And I think it's just some of these players have traveled from Southern California, and they also have to work tomorrow morning, so they are going to be driving back. So I think that today it makes more sense for them to do that split, and then us not actually play it out for the stream. But again, if they want to play it out, we will watch it.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm not sure. Do we have a lot of Southern California people here today?
We also have another tramp. Do you see that discard though? Christian is hoping that he has
that Chernabog.
And I don't believe he has it in hand. I didn't quite see it.
I haven't yet to see it actually.
So I can tell that Jonas has that. He has Hypnotic Strength in hand.
Yeah.
I also think he has a Madame Medusa in his hand.
He has
right
turned.
now.
Oh, Elsa.
Oh, he's going to start making characters be exerted.
Yep.
I think he's probably going to exert one of the tramps.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I would
Yep.
do. Challenge with the Maui Shark.
Yep. Absolutely. That's the only way you're going to get rid of it.
And with
Okay.
the
He's gonna be able to get an action back.
yeah, he's gonna be
so
able,
he's
and
gonna
he's
get
gonna get the B prep back in hand. That I mean, honestly, that's the
That-
only
that-
way he's gonna be able to deal
yeah,
with that board
yeah,
state.
Yep. Absolutely.
And so now he can quest, hope that Christian does not have another Ursula. in
Ursula.
hand.
There are 4 in the deck.
There
so
are.
We have
so
seen
we have
2.
seen 2. Unless there's one of those in the discard, but I don't see
I don't see one.
one. And actually, I do see one in the discard.
Okay. All right.
So there is one in the discard. So there's one more. I wonder what Christian drew. If it's Ursula, I think this game could possibly be over. Unless,
Oh, okay.
unless,
So
yeah, Christian's
Christian's
like,
like,
well,
I'm gonna-
well, he knows
yeah,
he has it.
he knows he has it, so it's the right
Okay, so
thing
the,
to do.
the Daisy triggered a genie draw.
Okay. So
So Christian just quested for, I believe, 15? Oh, 12?
12. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And he's
And
putting
then he's going to play Jacques.
Jacques and get 2
Getting
more.
2 more, because he definitely has enough characters.
Oh
up for
yeah,
today.
sure.
So Christian is going to be at 14.
14.
So
Okay.
Jonas is going to probably
Quest.
draw, quest.
And get rid of that board.
He might decide to challenge with the Maui Shark. Oh, he's gonna sing. He's going to get as much
Okay.
card draw as possible.
Yeah, and why not?
Yeah, he might decide to also challenge with the Maui Shark to get back either the Friends or the Finders Keepers.
Oh yeah.
If he feels that he's going to want to play that. So he's going to ink Hypnotic Strength. Interesting.
Very.
So Elsa is going to sing Friends. So
Okay.
he had more friends in his
Need
hand.
more? To gather more friends.
So
Alright.
interesting. The stream is down, or the stream is back.
Is-
Here we go.
In the back?
No, it's fine. It was delayed on
Oh, okay.
on here. We're good.
Okay. We definitely have better luck with the internet today.
Well, yeah, no, we have to send our thanks to our friend Chris,
Yeah.
who gave us a different
Hotspot?
hotspot
Yeah.
today. So we
are
we
very
are very
grateful.
grateful for him.
Yeah.
So Christian played out a Nala and a 1-cost lady. I don't believe he has any cards in hand. So, and Jonas is just gonna. I think he's just gonna
He's gonna
play
flood-
out.
yeah,
He's gonna flood the
flood
board
the
as much as possible. Oh,
Okay,
he's gonna
brawl
brawl away
that
as many
lady,
characters
okay.
as possible. So Jonas is now at 16, and Christian is at 14. So so Jonas is definitely, with that Be Prepared,
Really helped him.
really helped him. I think that actually won him the game, the ability to get the Elsa out to exert,
Yeah.
and that so him being the higher seed and being able to go first is always
Yeah.
helpful in this matchup.
Absolutely.
So Jonas was the higher seed in this matchup. I think he's deciding quite what to do.
So it's
I
not
think he might just be trying to play out characters with more lore now, so
Mhm.
he can.
Does he have any ladies in chairs?
Oh, Dragonfire. Okay.
Oh, Dragonfire.
Yep,
Wow.
for the ladies in chairs. So he's in a quest
Okay.
for 3 going to 19.
Mhm.
Oh, okay, not to 20. I was like he definitely did not. I was like, he did not have a cool number. So Christian decided that he was not going to find an answer for that board state in his deck,
No.
and so he is going to. He'll be on the play here in this second game.
Yeah.
So because Jonas was higher seed, he had the option to go first, and he definitely chose to go first.
Yeah, and why not?
Which is always the play.
Yeah, that's what you want to do.
Yeah, most
for
decks
sure.
are better on the play, and
Mhm. Yeah.
especially against a deck like Christian's, you want all the advantages you can get, because we saw
Yeah.
that board state. It was
yeah, I mean,
a lot of puppies on the field.
yeah, it's doing what it does, and the control in Ruby Amethyst did its job. As we know, as we like to play Ruby Amethyst.
Yes, I was thinking like this list looks great. I
like this list a lot. I've been wanting to get back into Ruby Amethyst, but I'm trying to learn other colors too. So
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta put aside what you're comfortable with to go with the uncomfortable to see what's
I actually
out
think
there.
I want to make an amethyst steel deck. I found some like lists this weekend. I saw
Aggro?
some- no, absolutely
No aggro.
not. Absolutely not. That is not my play style. I need to control that board, and I do
Yeah,
not feel
definitely.
turn and burn is the way to go for me.
No, because
Some
it
people-
fizzles. It fizzles at the end, and you have
Yeah,
nothing to answer to things like this when you're
Yeah,
playing
I
against
need.
Ruby.
I want my board state to be able to come back from
Yeah.
options like that.
Absolutely.
I was like, no, my husband is like, oh, I'm really interested in this Chernadogs list, and I was like, that is not me, but you're welcome to try it.
I mean, it's super cool. This
Yeah,
is the first
no,
time I've
and-
ever
and
seen
Crit-
it played.
well, and Christian is like brilliant at this deck. He's
Yeah.
really like he's very strategic about the way he plays it.
Mhm.
He, I think, is more strategic than most players I see that are playing a deck similar to this.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he definitely knows, especially because this deck didn't have the Sisu package that he was going to, like he was going to have to avoid those Be Prepareds.
Mm-hmm.
But Jonas has 4 Be Prepareds in this list. Most of the Ruby Sapphire list that we saw this week
Had only
have-
2.
yeah,
like
they only had 2 or 3.
Yeah, 3. Yeah.
To go with the Sisu packages. So
Right. And it is interesting. We do see the one Dragonfire.
I do like a
I mean,
like
why
especially
not?
with the significant amount of card draw in Ruby Amethyst, you will see those options often.
Yeah.
I also like the single hypnotic strength. I
Yeah.
think both of those options are very strong. I think the singular Dragonfire is also just like the uninkable count in this deck can get out of hand.
Yeah. Yeah. With your
Um,
Be Prepared, your Ladies and Chairs,
yeah.
and now the Dragonfire in there. But we
So
only
it looks
see
like Jonas altered for 5, which means
Wow.
he definitely did not see the early game removal that he feels like he needs to
Mhm.
balance out Christian's wide board state.
Yeah.
We do see Christian has at least
One
one daisy. It looks
daisy.
like 2.
Yep. And I think
And-
Nala.
A Nala and a Little John at the very least. He also has, it looks like,
The lady.
the dual ink lady.
Oh, I thought I saw the
Oh, maybe it was the
play
other
for
one.
free lady.
It's possible.
Yeah, definitely. They're in there. They are in
They're
there.
definitely in there. He didn't see
Oh,
them.
I do see a Be Prepared in Jonas's hand. I'm sure he probably didn't want to see that on the altar just because you don't want that unequal count in your hand.
He is actually a very uninkable hand. He's inking friends and
Friends.
playing
playing
Chernadogs, but yeah,
Okay.
he has a significant amount of cards in his hand that are, maybe 2, 3,
Yeah.
3 uninkables in his hand.
Yeah, but they're
Okay,
all higher
so
cost.
Christian has inked Little John, played Lady.
Lady,
quested
Daisy.
with Lazy.
Lady.
Lazy.
Lazy lady.
Lazy lady.
She's a
Question-
dog. She can be lazy.
Quested with Lady and played out Daisy and Tramp. And so we're gonna see Jonas try to do what he did this last game, and like he did have to wait him out, but I'm wondering
Yeah.
if Christian is going to decide to wait it out this time, or make
Just-
Jonas have to answer the board
Yeah.
every time. So Jonas inked Friends again, and then he
Oh.
played Chernabog's Followers.
No, Diallo. He
Diablo.
played the turnback
He
first.
played the Chernabog first, and he decided not to quest with the Chernabog because he's going to want it to be able to challenge. He's not going to want to do the ability,
Mm-hmm.
and he wasn't going to be able to remove the lady because she has 3 willpower.
Yep.
And so I think he is
Oh.
looking. All right, so
Ooh.
we have
Another Daisy.
another Daisy.
And another.
Another tramp who was paid, who's the one less because of the lady. The Daisy trigger gave a Peter Pan.
Which is
the
always great.
The Rush Peter Pan. Now
Oh.
Jonas has 2
Two
Be
Be
Prepared in hand.
Yikes. Poor Jonas.
And Christian does not have an Ursula in hand to remove it, but also Jonas is at like he does not. He's starting to find that he needs some of these cards that are
In a little bit of
inkable.
trouble. So
Oh, he has to ink that Elsa early. He's gonna play the Fox,
Okay,
bounce the Diablo,
Diablo.
rush into the Daisy.
Yep.
Take 1 damage back. on to the Fox.
Yep.
And then he's gonna hope that Christian's probably not going to choose to challenge into that, but
doubtful.
I mean,
I think at this point he's gonna just start racing to the finish line.
Actually, I'm trying to see. No, okay, so Christian has 2 Rapunzels in hand, which is helpful for card draw, but he doesn't have anything
Nothing to clear.
So he played the tramp or the lady and shifted actually that lady on there. So and the Daisy trigger hit a library. The library is terrible in this matchup, so it would have just become ink anyway.
Yeah.
But Jonas is actually starting to struggle for ink. Let's see, did he draw Pirate's Life?
Pirate's Life.
So he's going to.
I wonder if he's gonna ink that.
Well, if you look at his hand,
He's in a.
he's thinking because, so he's going to take out the lady.
Okay.
Challenge into the Daisy. 2 damage. Challenge into the Daisy with the rush. Peter Pan. Okay, so now he's got 2 tramps, and those tramps he could shift onto. But we have to see what Christian can do with this. Christian is at 15 lore.
Yeah.
Which is significant.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonas is at, let's
1.
see. He's at 1, yeah.
1 lore.
But this is a later lore deck.
Yeah.
He's going to ink Hypnotic Strength and Dragonfire the Rapunzel.
Okay.
And he's going to challenge with that Peter Pan, I believe. He has 5 ink that he played that Dragonfire with.
Yep.
And he's going to challenge one of those tramps and pass. Now, that gave Christian the ability to play that Rapunzel and get card draw off. He just played that. Or he just played that Rapunzel. I'm silly. That happened last turn.
The Dragonfire got rid of the Rapunzel. So
okay, but Christian has
another Daisy on board. I think.
Well, he also has Chernobog in hand, but he has another Daisy on board.
Yeah.
So if we look right now, Jonas has 6 ink.
Yep.
And he is not inked for this turn.
No.
Oh wait, it might be 5 ink. Yes, it is 5 ink. But he also has a Pirate's Life. But he can challenge into the damaged tramp and then cry because and then Pirate's Life. But I still think.
I think we're looking at
I think we're looking at game 3. There we go. We're gonna look at a game 3 here. I was like, I couldn't see any outs, but I was like, I don't know if there was any outs in this play.
There was no way he was gonna get that B prep out. There was nothing that was gonna help.
No,
him
I think Christian's plan to
just
start turning his characters,
Mm-hmm.
but he also had more characters that could quest for 2 lore in this game earlier than he did in the first game.
Yeah.
So that definitely was in his favor for this part.
So we're going into game
3, and this is table 3 for the top 8 in the State 48 Rain in the Desert 2K, which is on the Sunday of our 2-day event here in Phoenix, Arizona. It has been a wonderful time over here in the last 2 days. Out here in Glendale, Arizona. We are so fortunate to have such a great community, and we've had lots of players come from Southern California, New Mexico, Nevada, and we're just having a really good time meeting new players, seeing interesting decks, and
even some friends from down south in Arizona. I mean,
Tucson, so we have
Tucson.
some players from Tucson. Christian actually lives in Tucson.
Oh, there you go. So he's got a 3-hour drive home.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's driving home tonight, but
I wouldn't blame him.
All right. Yes. So I'm excited to see this last matchup because Jonas got that first match by the skin of his teeth. Though.
Yes. So I think we saw what the Chernodogs does best, which is to just get to the finish line as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, Jonas just couldn't get.
Yeah, he didn't see enough like
Yeah.
brawls and things
Yeah.
like that to help remove along the way.
So maybe this time we'll see.
Maybe this time. So he altered for 5 in that second game, and still did not see what he needed.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, sometimes you make the choice then to just alter 7, you know, and just see if you
Just
can
full
dig
send.
into what you
That's
really
fair.
want to see.
But,
Yeah.
Jonas also he had a lot of uninkables in his hand. That
Yeah,
game,
that's always
which made like he had to ink that Elsa, and that Elsa is actually very crucial in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. If you can also, you know, yeah, you need it. You need it. And it would have been nice if he could have kept the Lumiere out too. Oh, did he have it out this round? No.
No,
that
he didn't
was the
have
first
it
round. So,
I'm sorry, I was just saying.
Big comments here.
I don't know what your Steve. I'm not sure what you're
Yeah,
commenting
I'm not sure
on.
what L take means.
I was like, I don't know. Moving on. All right. So now we're gonna see game 3.
Game 3.
From here from table 3 at the top 8.
Top 8.
So Jonas is top seed in this matchup. So he chose to go first in the first game.
Do we need to alter his score?
Yes, I will do that. He definitely does not have one more.
Not yet. Not yet.
I believe they probably just kind of
Yeah.
hit it as they did it.
There we go. All right, so let's get this started. Both of our players have altered and
I can't read those quotes. I was like, I can't, I'm like they're tiny on your screen. Okay, so all right. So now they are really seeing what they're going to be doing. Right now we see Broom Broom, Peter Pan, Elsa. Okay, he's sending back a Peter Pan.
Oh.
What I think he had 2 Peter Pans, I believe.
I mean, yeah, you want to try to get rid of those.
1, 2, 3, and you see that be prepared.
The be prepared. Oh, okay. Do we have some flirting going on here
I
in
don't
the
know.
chat?
I don't know. It's like, okay. So we have some significant. I'm just kind of curious what Christian's plan is, because like in that second game, he definitely he had full control of that game the whole time. Like Jonas
Yeah.
did not ever. He never gained traction there.
No, it was rough.
I felt, and so I'm wondering how he altered his hand to see, like he has a pretty consistent play line in a few different ways that he can play. So he's gonna ink that Go-Go and play a 1-drop lady. And he was able to shift onto a lady last time. That really helped him get some more.
We might see that again. So we're inking an Iago and putting out a Diablo and a Broom. So Jonas trying to develop his board presence early, which is not a bad thing. But, oh no! Oh my goodness.
It's an attack of the ladies.
It's a lot of ladies on the board.
Oh man.
You know, we saw Noah and I saw that with the daisies. Now we're seeing ladies. So, oh boy.
Okay, so we have Broom, Broom, Bird against
Broom, bird.
Lady, Lady, Lady.
Yeah, this is what you want to see in a slot machine, right?
I'm like, does this mean Christian wins because he has 3
Right.
ladies
Yes.
across the
Yes.
board?
Yep. Jackpot.
So no, I think Jonas is deciding if he's gonna want to quest with one of these quests with these characters and bounce them.
So he's definitely
So he's gonna ink friends, play Fox.
Fox.
So he wants more of that challenging power right there from the Fox, so he can take out some of these characters.
Yeah, definitely.
And honestly, that Diablo is going to be ink. Like,
yeah,
like,
I mean, you know, that's okay. It did its job. It got you 1 lore. I mean, yeah, would it be nice to have the card draw as well? Sure, but you know
and
what?
I think,
it's okay.
I think he's gonna keep those brooms on board.
Yeah.
to again just be there for challenging versus card draw in this matchup.
Because we can see that he has the be prepared.
But he wasn't even gonna get to the be prepared last game.
Oh no.
It was too late. So
Yeah.
even if he has it,
Oh my gosh! There it is, Lady Jackpot.
This one's for all the marbles, folks.
Yes. All right. So questing with 3 of the ladies.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know what that other card is.
Oh, it's a tramp.
It's a tramp. Okay, so.
Oh, that's so funny.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. I just want to take a screenshot of this.
Oh,
board state.
Noah did when we
That's
saw the
so-
4 daisies.
That's
That,
so funny.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think the 4 daisies is more terrifying than the 4
It is.
ladies, but
Oh, yeah,
also
for sure.
It's still crazy.
But-
board state.
It did allow the opponent to have to draw 4 cards, and they were able to
Yes.
get 3 characters into their hand. They had to improvise at the bottom of their deck.
So he challenged with those brooms to take
Those
out one of those
one
daisies.
Ladies.
Ladies. Oh my gosh, you said daisy. and
I'm
now
sorry.
it's-
We'll probably see a daisy now.
Yes, but now he drew off of both of those brooms after he played out the Diablo. He's going to ink Finders Keepers and play another Chernobog because
Chernobog.
he needs to have more bodies out there.
Yeah.
He's going to challenge one of those ladies because that's why he put out that fox is
yeah.
to start, bullying the board.
You have to at this point.
Yeah, Christian is at 6, so he's not as significantly far ahead in this game
No,
as he
definitely.
was because
Yeah.
those ladies are only questing for 1.
Right.
But they are significantly discounting tramps if those
Yes.
would come out.
Yeah. I think I see him have some
Well,
of
he
the
inked.
discount ladies. Oh no.
Oh,
Okay, so
he
we see
shift.
the dual ink one.
So he shifted that lady, and that
Yep.
lady allows him to take characters back from,
From
his
his
discard. So now he's going to quest for 3. And I think he's going to decide not to quest with the tramp because he does have the shift tramp in hand, I believe.
Yeah. Smart play.
Or he's waiting for the shift tramp. I can't. I'm like trying to see if that's
The
what he's
cards
at.
are shuffling
He's like,
very,
shuffling,
very fast.
He's shuffling. That is actually a really, really good.
Yes,
Please
absolutely.
spay and neuter your pets.
Yes.
folks.
Mhm.
All right.
Yep. As Bob Barker, rest in peace.
Yes.
Reminder.
All right. So
We got a Maui and a B prep. Okay.
Okay, so we have Elsa, and Elsa and Fox. We were talking too much. I was like, we were talking too much. See, it's going too fast. Elsa and Fox were able to take out some of those characters.
Yeah.
And then he drew. He has
Maui
and
and B prep.
Maui and B prep in hand, and so he is definitely getting into a range where he can play those.
Yeah.
Christian has a Chernobog in hand though,
Yeah.
and
He's got 4 in his discard, so
4 in his discard, and he has 5.
4 ink?
I think. Yeah, 4 ink. So he does not have enough to play this right now.
No.
Yes, the board did get speed.
Yeah, it definitely will.
that Elsa. All right,
Okay,
and then
so the Maui comes out.
Maui has entered the chat.
Now,
Maui has come to ruin your day.
yes, definitely, but it does give Christian that extra ramp to get that
ramp.
Chernobog out.
He will be able to play that
Yeah,
Chernobog now.
yeah.
But Christian is also thinking, like, do I
Do
want
I?
to?
Yeah.
Because now Jonas has B prep. He's in the B prep range.
Yeah.
So as
And
soon
Christian knows.
and Christian knows. And
Christian knows.
but it's definitely one of the. He's possibly hoping that he's gonna get something that's going to help him. But
Ursula?
Ursula, yeah, he's gonna ink, play the Chernobog, shuffle,
okay.
and so he is going to bet that Jonas does not have it. Now Jonas only has 1 card in hand, and he has 6 ink. So if he draws an inkable card, then he's most likely going to play that B prep.
Yeah.
But he also might hold it. And wait until there's a few more things out. But I mean that allowing that Chernobog to quest at all is
You don't want that.
no. So
No.
is that an inkable card? It is a crab, I believe.
Yeah, just you know what to do, Jonas.
I was like,
Quest it out.
So he's gonna quest,
Quest.
ink,
Ink.
the crab.
There we
be
go.
prepared. Yes.
Yes.
I was
That
like,
is
I'm like,
what
wait, that
you-
is what he's
yeah.
going to do. So now Christian has 3 cards in the inkwell.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonas.
Okay.
So he has be prepared.
And
Draw.
Christian plays the lady that allows you to play the 2-drop or 2 or less for free.
But then he only had the 1 card, so he's gonna just start
He's just-
building board.
Yep.
Because Jonas only has 1 card in hand, so he played the crab out with nothing. Christian has the lady questing for 2, so now he's at 15, and that crab can challenge
Yeah.
the lady.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not
Yeah.
going to allow him to stay there.
Mm-mm. No.
And Jonas is going to play out a Maui. Oh, Pirate's
oh,
Life.
Pirate's
nice.
Life. Okay.
I was like, I was
okay.
thinking Maui Shark because he turned 6 ink, but yes,
Hey,
Pirate's
you know.
Life. Pirate's Life
Yo-ho.
is actually, like, Pirate's Life is actually really great. I think there's only 1 in
I
his
think
list.
there is only 1.
Oh, actually, he has 3. Never
Oh,
mind.
yeah, now.
Never mind. He can steal all that lore from this deck.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
he's gonna challenge with that Clarabelle, probably so he can decide where where those lures are gonna be.
Yeah.
All right, so
Okay. So, what are we going to do with
Christian
bird?
quested for 2. He's gonna quest.
Quest?
Jonas is gonna quest. He's gonna have 3. Fox.
Fox.
All right.
Okay. Okay, play it again.
And
All right.
challenge.
Challenge.
And he didn't have to discard anything because he
No.
didn't have anything in hand. Ursula sees his hands. There's nothing there.
Yeah.
I always do that too. Whenever somebody plays Ursula and I have no hand, I'm like, here, you want to see it? It says, show me your hands.
I can sing for you. Would you like that?
All right, so we have Little John, Ursula, and Lady in the Forest.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting to the slapstick funny part of the day.
Yeah.
It's been a long 2 days. But we're having a good time over here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you everyone for continuing to tune in.
Yes.
This is a great match. I'm having a lot of fun watching this. So Christian's gonna quest,
Yeah,
and
quest.
he's like this is Jonas's job to figure out this board
Yeah.
state.
Did he grab another Be Prepared? He's shuffling so
oh,
fast.
he
I-
definitely has.
Yeah.
He has the fire,
Yeah. So.
and honestly, like the fire is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure because he can challenge. No, he does. He doesn't have enough in hand. I don't know what the second card is though. So like,
I cannot tell.
so I was like, could he decide
quest it
to
out.
quest it out?
And did it not work?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just delayed.
It was a little delayed. Okay.
Quest. Be prep.
Be prep. Yeah.
So he had the 7 ink, and he passed. Oh, and the daisy off the top is there. So he's gonna play
Okay.
friends
Hardcast
and
some friends.
hardcast some friends.
And
Play Lumiere.
Lumiere.
Okay, and then pass.
Okay. Let's see.
Daisy. Oh, Cricky. Daisy has some beef. Daisy triggered a character. So now Christian is at 19. Did they draw off of Diablo? I don't believe.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't. I think. I don't think.
No.
Nope. Yep. Nope. He mistriggered. That
He
is
missed.
that is a May ability. But he is probably. He's thinking. He's like playing. I've also missed that trigger.
Oh yeah,
before,
absolutely. I mean, it happens.
But it's
Okay,
hard
so-
for this to happen in this.
Okay, so
So,
Dragonfire.
Dragonfire.
Using Lumiere and is that Crab? No, Peter.
Peter,
To get rid of that Daisy, but
So
now
the Daisy now Jonas has to find another answer
for the
for
discount
the
lady.
lady.
Is that a Maui?
I think it's a Maui shark.
Maui shark.
But yep,
Oh.
Christian got it. Jonas didn't have anything to exert or indirectly remove that
Yeah.
lady off the board. So Christian won this matchup 2-1
2-1.
against Jonas.
That was awesome. I'm just gonna say, I think that was awesome.
It was beautiful.
Gameplay.
It was nice back and forth.
Mhm.
I really enjoyed seeing that.
Yes.
That this was a hard match.
It really
and
was.
Christian played it out very well. So.
Yeah. I liked the fact
Yeah,
that
no,
we
the
didn't.
top deck of all of these things. It was
Yeah,
wild.
I mean, I think I just think both players played it really well. It was nice to see that the Trinadogs just didn't steamroll the Ruby Amethyst like we
Absolutely.
saw
No, I
with
liked-
the Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah,
so
I really
this was
liked. I
great.
liked seeing the back and forth.
Mhm.
So Christian will be going to top 4, and
Yeah.
we will see if they will be splitting after this. I'm curious to see how the other top tables have done.
Yeah.
But if they end up not splitting top 4, we will continue to be casting for our top tables. But I wanted to again thank everyone for watching our stream.
Absolutely.
We are the Lorcana Muses. The Lorcana Muses, we host a podcast every week. We are coming up on our 1-year anniversary, so please make sure to follow us. We are have our anniversary.
Yeah.
Anniversary is this upcoming week. Actually, we are recording our 1-year anniversary episode. I'm
Wonderful.
super excited. We've had such an amazing amount of people who listen to us in our podcast.
Me?
And then, but we also just love our amazing community. We are also almost at 1,000 followers on our Instagram. If we hit 1,000 followers before our giveaway, which is on July 5th, we will increase the pricing that is for our anniversary giveaway. So if you do not follow us on Instagram, please do so. Find our post for our anniversary giveaway, and enter in for some great goodies.
Yep.
One of those is the Jafar heist.
Yep.
And then we also have the golden Mickey pin. That is like the Brave Little Tailor gold pin, as well as a bunch of other things. And we have some signed artist cards to add to the prize pool if we hit our goals there. But more than anything, I just want to say how thankful I am for everybody who's been watching the stream. Thank you for watching today's stream, as yesterday's was truly in and out of content, or in and out of the internet. I will do my best to clean it up and put it all together for a video to be released, so you can watch later. We will see if any of it is salvageable when parts of the internet went down. So thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to check in. If we are going to cast, we will continue. I can hear them breaking down tables outside, so I have a feeling that top 4 is possibly going to split, but that is going to be a conversation after all the matches are done. Shout out to Top Cut Gaming for running an amazing event yet again.
Absolutely.
And thank you to my fellow casters for joining us this weekend. So if we
Thank you for having us.
Of course. All right. We are going to be right back. Possibly we will end the stream otherwise. So have a great weekend, folks.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you.
I say as I'm trying to go.
It happens.
Oh, I say.